We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go.
Hello all you beautiful people and welcome to the ANATY Invitational. It's day 1 and round 1. My name is Hayes and I'm joined by MNJ for the Counter-Strike that we have lined up today. First up, it's aTTaX versus RIZON. But before we jump too much into the Counter-Strike, good to be alongside you once again, Josh.
Yeah, it's been a little while, hasn't it? Like pre-Christmas, I think. But yeah, absolutely. I'm very, very excited to get underway with this one. This has been in the works for actually quite a while. I remember like discussing this with the production guys back in like October. So it's been a long anticipated event, and I'm really looking forward to getting into it. We've got some fantastic German talent, and the first matchup is actually some familiar faces as well. Of course, aTTaX facing up against RIZON. Should be a really good game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to kick off the event. As I said, day 1, round 1, single elimination of bracket, event through the whole way. €4,000 prize pool as well. So it's super competitive and a lot to play for. Does seem like there's going to be a little bit of a disparity in this first game, though. aTTaX a super well-recognized team, like you said, and their opponents, RIZON, are kind of considered as a part-time team. So quite a vast difference there between the two of them coming into this.
Yeah, we could see a little bit of a one-match-up in this first game. We'll have to wait and see. I'm actually quite excited to see if RIZON can kind of pull it out of the bag. We do often see upsets in little regional tournaments like this. But yeah, they are kind of the only team here that wouldn't consider themselves like a full-time professional roster. Of course, the rest of the teams in this tournament, we've got Big Academy, No Limit Gaming, aTTaX, EPIC-DUDES, and Sissi State Punks. So all teams that have been playing in the ESL Meisterschaft and have been playing other sort of high-level CS as well. And just sort of touching upon that, I think just the German Counter-Strike scene is so strong and such a good place to have these regional tournaments, because when you look at especially the ESL circuit, that ESL regional circuit where they have like the Premiership for the UK, they have Meisterschaft for Germany and things like that. Meisterschaft's always the biggest because there's just so many teams. They have to make it bigger. They have to have more teams in there. They have to make the prize pool bigger because there's just so much talent. And yeah, all of these teams are sort of playing within that circuit, within that circle. They're all kind of competing week in, week out within other tournaments as well. So they're all very familiar with each other as players and teams and how they play and whatnot.
And a lot of them have goals and aspirations to make their way through into the higher levels of the competition in international Counter-Strike as well, right? And the way that you do that is by winning your local cups and competitions, working your way up and proving what you're capable of. Let's bring that bracket up, MNJ, and we can get to see how things stand here at the beginning of the tournament. Remember, Big Omen Academy and No Limit Gaming both received those first seed invitations, so they go straight through round 1 into round 2. Big Academy will play against the winner of today's game, or the first game, should I say, and No Limit Gaming will play against the winner between Sissi State Punks and EPIC-DUDES. And I must say, Sissi State Punks sounds like an NFT to me, Josh.
Yeah, a little bit. It's a bit of a tongue twister. I remember my friend used to play for them, and before I'd ever heard of them, he said, "Oh yeah, I'm going to play for Sissi State Punks." And I was like, "What?" I thought it was City State Punks for ages, but yeah, a team that have been around for a while in the German scene, actually a really, really strong roster, and of course, yeah, they'll be facing up against EPIC-DUDES, and then the winner of that one will be against No Limit Gaming, who are actually a side that have kind of proved themselves at a slightly higher level. We've seen kind of No Limit Gaming playing within some of those sort of relog tournaments, some of those Pinnacle Cups and whatnot. So they are a side that do play like a slightly higher echelon of Counter-Strike at times. But yeah, it's still one to be very excited about. Big Academy as well, undergoing a couple of little changes. Recently bringing in a couple of new players, Hyped and Sim. We haven't seen those faced in a while. Crimbo actually coming into this roster as well, who formerly played for aTTaX for almost the majority of last year. So that's going to be an interesting one as well. I think that's something that you see within every regional scene, but especially in Germany here, a lot of these players have actually played for each other. They've not just played against each other, they've actually played with each other in certain teams and whatnot. So yeah, it gets a little bit more interesting when you've got some friendly competitions with ex-teammates.
Absolutely, just increases the stakes that much more, right? We're already though, and we're going to be making this veto super interesting, and we're going to have the players on camera. Welcome, Orzek. Welcome, Rand. Thank you for joining us, guys. To do the veto, we're going to do a game of rock, paper, scissors to see who gets the first ban. So I'm sure, the worldwide game of rock, paper, scissors, everybody's incredible familiar with it. So I'm just going to call it, and then you guys just in front of your camera, just display your choice, and we'll see who kicks off with the ban first. So let's go. Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
All right, well,
It's an
Ah,
easy one.
Rand goes with Rock, and he does rock the veto indeed. So you get first ban there, Rand. What are you going with?
I'm going with Nuke.
Okay. Ozek, your guys' response?
so
Okay.
uh,
So you're going to be picking Nuke first ban, and then in response, alternate aTTaX. What are you guys going to be taking out the pool for the first ban here?
we're banning Dust 2.
Okay. A map that you guys generally prefer to avoid coming into your matches, you know, at least for a ban?
What, please?
No, I was just asking, is it... Okay, I was just... But you guys tend to, you know, veto first, something that you guys don't play too much.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Rand, you're going to go with the pick now. So we ban Nuke, and we ban Dust 2 are the first two maps that have been banned. Okay, so we're working through the veto here nice and slowly, methodically, just building up a bit of extra anticipation. We are making some progress here. So like we said, Nuke banned out first by Rand from RIZON, and alternate aTTaX have, in response, have banned out Dust 2. So just waiting for our production team to be ready with the picks, and then we can... Okay, cool. So Rand, what is your pick going to be in response?
Our pick gonna be Inferno.
Okay. So Inferno will be the first map of the series then picked by RIZON. What are you going to pick, Ozek?
A second, please.
Okay, no problem, bro. Take your time. All good. Always love to start off a series with Inferno. Change things up a little bit. Normally the decider in Counter-Strike, that's how things go. But we spice it up, so...
So we pick Overpass.
Okay, all right. That makes sense. I mean, definitely one of the strong strengths for your team. Okay, so in response then to Inferno and Overpass being picked, Rand, you have another ban now in the veto. What are you going to take out of the map pool?
We're banning Ancient.
Okay, so Ancient is removed. All right, so what is your choice here, Mr. Ozek, in response to Ancient? You've got, obviously, Mirage left in the pool and Vertigo.
Mirage and Vertigo, so we are banning Vertigo.
Okay. So there we go, gentlemen. We have the map pool. Starting off, excuse me, Aaron, I was calling you Rand. I was getting a little
Oh,
bit
good.
bamboozled by the graphic there. But like I said, so Aaron from RIZON started off with the veto, ban Nuke. Then we had Dust 2 banned by Ozek. Inferno picked by Aaron. Overpass picked by Ozek in response. Ancient banned by RIZON. Vertigo banned by Ozek. And then you said you're picking Mirage, Ozek?
We are banning Vertigo and Decide and Mirage, I guess.
Yes, perfect. Okay,
Yeah.
great. Well, there we go. Inferno, first map, Overpass, second map, Mirage the decider. Thank you for joining us for the veto, guys, and best of luck for the game.
Thank you very
Good
much.
luck.
Cool. All right, Josh, what's your thoughts?
I've never done that before with players on camera and do the funky vetoes and stuff. But all right, yeah, an interesting one. Obviously, kind of the way we were expecting it to go. I don't know a lot about the German scene. That's the thing. Like Tyler's like the resident German Counter-Strike guy, and he's not even here.
I'm gonna. I mean, I've kind of got similar facial color hair as Tyler, but that's probably as close. So we both make loss as well. But that's about as much
Grow
as
the
I can
moustache
do.
out a little bit more, and yeah, you can.
I
You
know
can pull it
he's
off.
got a killer, man. I've got nothing on him.
I can't grow a moustache. You know, if I don't shave, I just get like this like horrible stubble. It just doesn't. I wish. I'm not
They're
manly enough.
overrated.
That's what it is. Not enough testosterone. But
You're evolved.
yeah,
That's what it is. I'm
somebody's
joking,
put together a lovely document for us. It's got all of the information. So yeah, we can see kind of what maps they like to pick into and whatnot.
Yeah.
The veto went pretty much as expected, and it should. Just as far as the statistics go and whatnot, it should be an alternate aTTaX 2-0. We'll have to wait and see. As I said before, I am kind of really anticipating some kind of upset in these kind of tournaments. You always see it. And to be honest, when you do see slightly higher caliber teams playing in these smaller tournaments,
Yes.
They always use it as a bit of an opportunity to try new stuff out.
True.
Yeah, they don't necessarily come into it with like their absolute best form, like desperately sort of playing their best Counter-Strike to try and win. They often use it as a bit of an opportunity to try out some funky new strats, try out maybe somebody playing a different role if somebody else is considering kind of taking up a little bit more of the calling or something like that. This is kind of the opportunity to do that in an official setting where there's not too much on the line. So sometimes you do see some of the higher caliber teams not playing at their kind of top standard just because they are trying new things. I'm not necessarily saying that's going to be the case today, but it's definitely something that I've seen in the past. It's definitely something that I've talked to coaches about in the past as well. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think what that also comes down to is it's different from playing a scrim or in the practice server as it is to playing in an official, right? So testing things out in officials is actually important as well to see how it integrates into that higher level of competitive play. So that kind of draws into what you're doing as well, and maybe we'll see that your teams of seeing if they can maybe tweak one or two things to take their game to the next level. Either way, I do hope that takes with maximum respect, because with the standing in for Zen. So that's important to keep in mind. That might leave them with a bit of a deficiency there, perhaps maybe a chink in the armor. Maybe RIZON comes through, steals a map away. You did get it bang on the money though, Josh. Map 1 being Inverto, map 1 being Inferno,
cool,
and
hybrid
map 2
map.
being Overpass. Yeah, bring a hybrid map coming through there. But Inferno and Overpass are two, both points of comfort for alternate aTTaX. So the fact that those are the first two maps in the series, it's a bit of a scary prospect for RIZON.
I'm just kind of thinking about how Vertigo Inferno would be this hybrid map. It's like a little Italian town on the top of a skyscraper. That'd be kind of cool. Somebody needs to make that.
I think you could keep like Banana and integrate it with a ramp type of thing on the opposite side of the map. Like, so you take each half from the map. I don't know.
Maybe
get into some map development. Maybe I don't know. Either way, let's get into the lineups here, and we can familiarize ourselves with the names of the players on each of these teams. Maybe you guys haven't seen too much of RIZON. So over on that side, we've got Hydro, the AWPer for the team, Aaron, who we spoke to in the Veto, the IGL, Alexan, Rand, and Chudda. So, Josh, what about the opposition in this game?
Well, of course, over on alternate attacks, Maeve, Freeze, Alzek, who we saw actually doing those vetoes just there, Patrick and Sky. So a really strong roster that have been together for some time. As I say, they have played at some high-level CS as well. But yeah, they're your rosters. And I love as well when it comes to like the German scene, because they're doing sort of so much professional stuff. They're all just looking so professional as well. Look at these professional headshots. I'm so used to like these sort of UK tournaments where everyone's got like anime pictures or something, because they don't get professional media days. Yeah, they're all looking fresh.
I love the photoshops when you've got like a when you've got a really skinny player with the put onto a bulky player, and they Photoshop his head onto that person's player photo or whatever it might be. I remember there was the one with Tens and Sinatra. I don't know if you saw that one. They were photoshopping Tens' head onto Sinatra's photo, and Sinatra's been like gymming for a while and stuff, and it was just like the most hilarious thing you'd ever seen. So it does get quite funny with the Photoshop that you see coming through. But I must say, big shout out to the ANATY production team, Josh, definitely elevating the game. I love that they tried something different with the Veto. They implementing something different with the Veto, a bit of their own spice, and even just all the graphics and the HUD and everything in general is going to be fantastic. So yeah, big shout out to the squad behind us, holding the scaffolding, the support structure of the show right now, essentially.
Yeah, there's a lot more to come as well, Hayes. I'm sure you've seen it, but there's a lot more to come. There's a lot more funky spice to come. But yeah, hopefully we should be getting into the game soon. I think we've got maybe a little bit of info. No, okay. But yeah, I think that we're pretty much sort of said everything that can be said about these two sides. Yeah.
I mean, for me, I think the main highlights and the main theme coming in is that RIZON time team going up against alternate aTTaX, who are very well known in the tier 3 scene. This team, they went back, they were playing under Resist, I believe, before, with Cello in the team, and then he got benched when Zen was the coach, and then Zen was actually a part of No Limit Gaming. Now he's playing in the active lineup. So I feel like this alternate aTTaX team is making some really good strides at the moment.
For sure, yeah. We did actually just get a little bit of info. There's a little bit of a delay. The players should be coming in soon. Okay. Yeah, I did feel like, we've been talking for a long time, Hayes, and there's not a huge amount to say about these two teams.
Let's just
it could be. But if it was a podcast, we'd be on a complete tangent. We'd be talking about crazy stuff.
Well, I mean, you and I talking about German Counter-Strike on a podcast might not be the best idea either. So
Yeah, we'd be like the two worst people. So some UK CS guy that doesn't know much about German CS, and someone
And a
who's
South
like,
African.
literally on the other side of the world. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. But you're a bit of a Counter-Strike expert. I could introduce you in as Hayes, the Counter-Strike expert. You could have like the little name that comes in underneath.
Wow.
I was talking about this with someone yesterday. There's this program, right? It's on Blaze.
Yes.
It's like a UK Freeview channel. And at night, it always plays this show called Ancient Aliens. And it's like crazy conspiracy theories about aliens building the pyramids and stuff like that. And you always get like people that go on and they're like dressed in suits and they talk and they say, oh, so-and-so said, and they'll give like accounts of alien like stuff. And when it says their name and their title, it always just says alien expert. And I always wonder how you get the title alien expert. But
That's the thing.
I'd consider us Counter-Strike experts for sure.
Aficionado, I like that one as well, but it is always funny, just like experts, you just throw that in there and all of a sudden everybody just will like eat up
That's
whatever
it. They
you
respect
give them,
you.
man. Yeah, it's done, it's over. You put a suit on and you give them the tag experts, and you've got the crowd listening.
That's
That's
it.
for sure. Yeah, I love that, man. I mean, I'll have to work my up. You know, that's not something you call yourself. That's what you know, you want people to call that. So I mean, I guess you kind of did. In a
I'm
way,
gonna
so
get a
there we go.
T-shirt that says it, right? Counter-Strike expert.
Yeah, there we
And
go. Yeah,
alien
that's the one.
expert. That's
I
me.
mean, we could get some like it's like an esports historian vibe, you know, the Thorin vibe going.
Yeah,
I like those
suppose.
titles. You know, it kind of gives you it kind of gives you a name outside of your actual gamer tag. Which,
I feel like
think is
esports
fun.
historian just makes you sound old, though. You know, like I'm an old man. I
mean-
know about all the old esports stuff back
He's
in my
probably
day.
not going to be too aggrieved being called like the older man in esports, right?
He's
That's
older
not
than
like,
me.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. But probably you know, relatively speaking, that's accurate. But
Exactly.
either way, we'll do our best. We'll strive to be experts in this tournament. You know, obviously not incredibly familiar with the teams and the players that we've got in a few of these matchups, but either way, we've been very gracefully, or we've been graced, should I say, with a lot of information from the
Yeah, this
ANATY
document's brilliant,
production
isn't
squad.
it?
Yeah.
It's got everything. It's got the whole shebang. I wish somebody did this
it
for
doesn't
me
happen,
for
by
every
the
game
way.
that I ever cast.
This is not normal. Yeah.
Yeah.
All of this information is documents you and I would be used to going and making ourselves to then prepare for casts and prepare for tournaments. So when you have the tournament organizer give that to you as well, just increases, you know, the quality of the show a lot. So I think that's great.
Not me. I'm pretty lazy.
Oh, jeez.
but
Don't out
you
yourself
know,
like that, mate.
yeah, I'll jot some stuff on a notepad or whatever. But no, this is brilliant. This has got all of the information about everything. Whoever made this, I'm gonna like hire them to be my little personal research guy because we've got
Join us.
all of
Do-
the
do-
info.
Do you go over there? Join us. I saw him doing some observing. Maybe he's got your audio key.
He's
just
the
dropping some
observer
stuff.
as well?
I see how you work. Yeah,
I
he
believe it.
just crosses all the boxes,
A
mate.
man of many talents. Yeah. Yep. Wow.
All right. So who's your player to watch on Alternate Tactics, Josh?
Oh, I don't know. Give me a second.
Okay. I'll choose mine so long. You see, that's
Okay.
why people ask questions, right? Because they want to give their answers. They'll ask you something that they just want to answer anyway. That's how psychology works, right? So for me, it's Orzek or Auzek, as you said. You know, the IGL, the AWP, the star player consistently puts up really good numbers. Very strong with his decision making as well. I think like he reads mid rounds very well in terms of how he reacts to certain situations on the T side. Not afraid to take control, not afraid to seize a moment and capitalize on an opportunity. And I just think he's a really well-rounded player and individual. So certainly the one that I'll throw into the hat.
Well, I was going to pick him as well, so that's not fair.
It was the easy one.
He's got 1.2 rating. He's fantastic. Yeah, he's had some really good games recently as well. I mentioned that No Limit Gaming have been playing in the Pinnacle Winter Series Cups and things like that, but Alternate Attacks have as well. They played in Series 2 and Series 3 and in the Multivibes, where they actually had some pretty decent results. They came top 8 in the Series 3 regionals. They beat teams like Enterprise, sort of taking EC Bruges and Australis Talent to third maps. They beat One Shot, they
Nice.
beat Ambush. They've had some pretty good matches. I'm going to say Sky is definitely one to watch. Kind of a bit of an all-rounder. Yeah, rocking a 1.8 rating. He's a 1.08. Don't get your hopes up.
Whoa.
1.08 rating. Yeah, getting like good PPR, good headshot percentage, things like that. He's been playing a lot of CS recently. He's played for some good teams in the past as well. Actually formerly playing for No Limit Gaming sort of in the middle period of 2021. So another example of a player that has played for one of the other teams in the tournament. Seems like the German scene just kind of like throw each other about, don't they? They just swap players with each other.
There's actually the natural progression. It's No Limit Gaming, Alternate aTTaX, Sprout, Big. That is the progression from tier 4 up to tier 1.
And then below that, then it comes like the EPIC-DUDES and the Sissi State Pugs and those. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. You got your Eiffel Tower, just like with the wide base, just building its way all the way to the top type of thing.
And then just big at the top of it, and no one can touch him.
For the longest of times, yeah. What a successful organization. But I think another person, I think Sky's a really good shout. I also just want to touch a little bit on Maeve. He's the AWPer for the team, and he has big games. I would say I would like to see a little bit more consistency out of him. If anything, that's probably the only thing I could fault from the games I've seen. I've cast quite a few alternate aTTaX games, and I'd say maybe sometimes he's just a bit cold too often. But when he has good games, like he can really take over the server. It feels like he's quite a momentum-based player. So I'm going to be watching Maeve quite closely here as well to see how he starts.
For sure, yeah. I mean, when you've got an AWPer that's sort of really strong with that sniper, it's just about how quickly they can get it out. Different kind of styles of AWPer as well. I'm excited to see. Oh, I think we're ready. Oh,
I like those words.
Praise
those words make me happy. The voices in my head are saying the things I want to hear right now. Remember, This is the first best of 3 today, guys. RIZON versus Alternate aTTaX up first. Afterwards, we have got EPIC-DUDES taking on Sissi State Punks. So be sure to catch that game. That's coming up at 5 p.m. CET. Just covering you guys with all the entertainment on your Saturday Eve. What else could you want? There we go. I'll fly through, and we get a look at the beautiful Inferno. Oh, how I love this map, Josh.
You say what else could you want?
Counter-Strike purest map. Yes.
It is. Oh, the little hidden computer.
I swear there used to be like the 1.6 background on there, like the screen. I can't remember.
I think it was, yeah, something like that. It is a beautiful map though, isn't it? I mean, I miss old Inferno. I miss all the old maps. I'm kind of one of those like grumpy old people that.
You're a nostalgia.
Yeah, I'm a nostalgia
21
guy.
years old, and you call it the good old days.
The good old days, wasn't it? It just was. What are the community servers? Oh man,
You probably even think that the old gun sounds were better as well, and you probably miss those too, you weirdo.
It just brings it back, man. It just.
Oh god. Well, here we go, Josh. We are going to be getting into the first pistol round of the first.
Do you remember when they actually used to be bells? Instead of just chalk bells. I'm excited to be getting underway with this one, though, of course.
Pepperidge Farm remembers. Here we go, Josh. Take us away.
Well, RIZON, of course, starting off on that T side. Glock's all round. Kevlar. Aaron's got 2 flashes and a smoke grenade for that execution. And on the other side of things, are we going to see a kit come out? No, you two. Maeve with that. Maybe he does have a kit. It doesn't show it. But maybe he does, because he's got that HE and he's got no money. So I think he probably does have a kit. Tapping away towards bottom mid, though. And RIZON, just playing for a really slow default. Look at that. Lower banana control, getting into the apartments, bomb stayed T-ramp. They're going for a slow play here in the pistol.
Yeah, not a bad option. I mean, kind of contrary to what we're used to seeing, it is going to be Patrick who draws first blood. Then the stand-in gets himself 2 kills. What a way for him to announce himself here in this game. And it is going to be aggression up and on now coming through from RIZON with 3 players making their way. Boy, that's kind of the only response that they've got right now. Losing those 2 kills earlier on in the round forces their hand. They can still make something work in this round, though. 3 versus 2 over on that side right now. Maeve is desperately trying to rotate across, but he might not even be needed. He won't be needed.
Oh, wow. 12 points of damage taken collectively throughout the side. I mean, that's a pretty dominant pistol round, and really like to see it. I mean, alternate aTTaX player, really funky setup there, actually, on the pistol round. Normally, at least in my matches, you see sort of 3 players going towards B early, maybe for that tiny bit of presence in case there's a B rush, 1 rotate back over, or even if you are playing that A setup, just that kind of standard stuff on the A site. Instead, they actually stacked 3 players up into the apartments, really anticipating their second mid push. I'm not sure if that's some kind of anti-strat or whether they're just kind of their default pistol setup. Either way, RIZON Just down to the pistols. Deagle's out, 2 Tech 9s. A little bit of util to work with, not a huge amount. And once again, slow stuff. Right at the bottom of Banana. Ready to take some contact, and Freeze is right there with the MP9 up close. Could do some serious damage.
Does look like this round is going to live and die with how this fight goes down towards Banana, because if RIZON get these 2 quick kills off the bat, they've got a free passage straight into that site itself. It's Ozek along with Freeze right now with the crossfire set up. It's going to be Ozek who takes first bait there towards the top of Banana, and then it's on Freeze to try and swing out immediately afterwards. Oh my god, it's a bloodbath initially. 2 kills do come through for the CT side. Ozek trying to make his way back, and he has found another kill. That was the important frag to make sure the CT side still had control of the round here with the retake. Man up advantage.
I like being on Maeve cam. Maeve.
This is a Maeve fan.
Maeve is the man to watch, yeah. But yeah, 3v2, bomb down. Rounds found himself at M4. I'm not sure how Aaron's still on a Tech 9. There should be another gun round on the site somewhere, but he hasn't managed to find it. But as they flash through the smoke, this should be a fairly clean retake. They've got a lot of health. They've still got a little bit of util behind them, and Sky's going to find that opening pick. Rand now with 26 points of health, and no longer. Bullet straight to the noggin. Alternate attacks, that's 2-0, as clean as you like.
Oh, I love that bomb defuse HUD, Josh. That one gets the juices flowing. You got RIZON's, graphic on the right-hand side there with the bomb time ticking down, and you can see the diffuse bar come up when the CT start diffusing. You weren't lying when you said there was more spice to come.
Yeah.
But something that we didn't actually talk too much about in our 3-hour-long pregame, Josh, was Patrick the stand-in. He's actually played 1 game for Alternate aTTaX already. He played a match for them yesterday, if I remember correctly, when I checked some stuff out, and he had a great performance against Enterprise, who's a strong team and who have been having good results with Blitz and multi lately, right? So Patrick actually, I think he was like the 2nd top fragger, like 54 kills or something in 3 maps, and they won 2-1. So it's not like this is his first time playing with this team. He'll feel a little bit of synergy here, I think, now.
It's not his first rodeo, yeah. For sure, yeah, when you're coming in, and especially when you see like coach standing in with the team. Actually, I actually feel like a coach standing in for the team is not even too bad, because there's definitely that synergy already there. But yeah, when you just get like a random kind of pickup player that as a last minute stand-in or whatnot, then yeah, there's definitely synergy problems, there's definitely teething issues. But yeah, it's sort of playing an official together already. I'm sure that Patrick plays with these guys as well. I'm sure he's not a complete stranger to them, whether it just be sort of practicing pugging, whatnot.
Absolutely, yeah.
But yeah. Obviously playing well yesterday against Enterprise. They are a good side as well. They're definitely a side that sort of shouldn't be turned away from.
They've sort of come out of the blocks firing in 2022. It feels like one of those teams that, done some hard work in the off season, and they're sort of reaping the rewards here at the start of the season as well. So for Alternate aTTaX to beat them with a stand-in is actually a pretty good statement as well. It feels like they're starting to come together. As I said, they played under Resist before. So, these 4 players of Freeze, Maeve, Ozek, and Sky are all incredibly familiar with each other. Lots of sort of synergy, lots of chemistry, lots of history between them. And it does actually feel like they're taking their game to the next level. So they are making that natural progression, and it's impressive.
For sure, yeah. With Alternate aTTaX as well, I sort of touched upon it earlier, but actually in that Pinnacle Winter 3 as well, that game that they played against Enterprise yesterday was actually the elimination match for the regional Swiss stage. So they've knocked Enterprise out. They're going through to the main stage. They'll be playing against some really high-tier opponents over these next few days. So that'll actually be really interesting to see as well.
That's a huge win.
For sure. Alternate aTTaX now, though, on a full buy. Rifles out. They still down to that from after the rest on the M4s, and they should be able to blitz through right. Just with a couple of pistols, Kevlar non-existent on a few of these guys as well, so they should just be blitzed right now. Oh, nice shot, though, from Alaxton.
Yeah. Just going to be looking to inflict a bit of damage here. Look at the disrespect coming through from Alternate aTTaX in the anti-eco. They're pushing straight through middle, Josh. We spoke about whether they might be a little bit, might take this game too lightly. And right now they are running into the faces of their opponents. They wouldn't be approaching the game like this if they were playing a top 30 team in the world. I'll tell you that much for free.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're playing super aggressive. They're playing super confident. They should be. Obviously, on paper, they are just a significantly better team. And I feel like confidence is such a big factor in Counter-Strike. Just looking back to, like, sort of when I would play sort of competitively, and even now when I'm sort of just playing for fun. When you go into a match with the attitude of, oh, these guys are really good, this is going to be a difficult game, I feel like mentally you almost sort of check out a little bit. Whereas when you go into a game and you say, we're better than these guys, we can out aim these guys, we can outplay these guys, let's just play with loads and loads of confidence, then it's a very, very different story. And I think that's really what we're seeing from Alternate Attacks right now. Just really confident with all of their aim duels, so they're taking them.
And you know what? I think it's great as well when you recognize you're the better team, assert your dominance on your opponents, show RIZON who's boss from the word go. We've seen those aggressive setups towards the top of banana already, forcing fights, not always falling back when they should, and even peeking into the pistols. So yeah, I think that this is a strong start coming from Alternate aTTaX, making a statement here off the bat up against RIZON. But the first gun round is yet to come through. So I'm interested to see how that's going to be sort of playing out. I do like the point that you were making, though, you know, talking about mentality coming into the matchup. I think it's also always really important to be very realistic with your mentality, not always be like, you know, if you're the underdog, oh, you know, we can win this game, we can do this, guys. If we played our best performance at our highest level, then, you know, maybe we can upset Alternate aTTaX. And sure, maybe there's a world in which it happens, but I think setting unrealistic expectations leads to a lot of disappointment, which can kill, you know, motivation. So if you come into a match like this saying, you know, let's pick a map up off of them and we'll consider that a success in itself, while obviously still pushing for the win, I think that's a more important and a better way to go about development and progression and growth. You know, being realistic and sort of recognizing the genuine perspective of the matches that you're playing, instead of trying to think you can beat everybody because you want to be overly positive.
Yeah, for sure. And it's always like such a good learning curve as well, playing against a team that are like significantly better than you. If you go into it with the attitude of, yeah, we're going to play this game, we're going to play our best Counter-Strike, we're going to try and win as many rounds as we can, try and take a map off of them, whatever, and we'll use it as a learning curve. This would be a really good demo to kind of go back and watch and learn from. And yeah, I mean, plenty of examples of that. And yeah, even when I mean, if you take that to like the next level, I mean, like once I played in a like a major qualifier, I played against G2 like years ago, and we just got railed.
Okay.
That was not a demo to watch. They just absolutely pulverized us. It was like 16-4 or something.
What do you mean? You got 4 rounds against G2. I mean, that's a story I would tell for a while.
Yeah, but still battered, absolutely battered. But yeah, I mean, there's got to be some kind of level there. You can't just sort of play against the pro team, get destroyed, and then learn from it. But yeah, definitely kind of this caliber of RIZON, they are a strong team within themselves. They have still got a chance here of definitely taking a map, maybe even taking the series if they do kind of pick this one up. But from what we've seen in these first 3 rounds, it is looking very one-sided. Alternate Attacks are just looking head and shoulders kind of above their opponents right now. So we'll see.
And another scary prospect is that you can see that they recognize their strength, so they're going to continue to play into that, I think. What do you make of the veto, though, Josh, coming into this, knowing that Alternate aTTaX are strong on both Inferno and Vertigo? They banned us too. The problem is that RIZON don't play Nuke, which is probably what you want to try and pick into Alternate aTTaX at the moment. You know, they pick what's Inferno, which is a big strength for Alternate aTTaX. It's a big strength for them as well, obviously. As the underdog, do you think that's the correct school of thought? Or do you want to try and catch the favorites off on a map that they might not be too comfortable on, rather?
What's even crazier is they're not playing Vertigo, they're playing Overpass. But yeah.
Did I say Vertigo?
You did say Vertigo. But it's okay. Right. It's okay.
Reading one thing, saying another.
But yeah, I mean... You're absolutely right. It's even more worrying as well that this is RIZON's map pick, yeah? As you say, sort of playing into a map that Alternate Attacks are already strong on. I think you'd struggle to find a map that they're not good with. We don't really have a lot of data for RIZON's pool. If RIZON sort of played more matches on HLTV and whatnot, then we'd have an opportunity to actually kind of dive into their map pool a little bit further and say, okay, well... these are the maps that Alternate Attacks don't like to play. Maybe there's an opportunity for RIZON to kind of take them on to a Vertigo, to a Dust 2 or something like that. But no, we can just see that Alternate Attacks are pretty good all-rounders. They're a pretty good side on all of the maps. Yeah. And pretty much anywhere that RIZON take them, they're going to struggle. Bit of an extended pause, though. I'm not sure where our 5th's gone. Hopefully we'll get some information soon. Or hopefully he'll just be back in the server soon, to be honest.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I feel like we've been talking quite a lot here. I mean, 20 minutes in, 3 rounds. Building anticipation, that's what I like to call it, Josh. Hopefully we will get some more information from RIZON soon enough as to where their 5th player is, and not too long before we get him back in the server. I am looking forward to the first gun round, though. I feel like this gun round is going to give us a bit of an idea of what we're in store for. You know, if RIZON can pick up a round here, maybe shut down the early aggression coming through from the CT side, win the banana fight out, you know, force those players over on the side of the map to reconsider their approach. You know, maybe they start giving up control for free because they don't want to take that contest. If RIZON can sort of force those specific aspects of the half, I think that they might stand a chance here. But if they just keep getting blown out of the water in banana in every round and, you know, keep getting themselves into 4v3s and 5v3s, they're going to have a really tough time of it. And I do think as the underdog, it's important to get on the board early as well.
I couldn't quite hear it because he was quite quiet, but I think production just said the word 500 ping.
Oh, wow. Well, at least it's not 40% loss, because then we'd have to restart the game.
Ah. Okay.
He did confirm it, by the way.
Yeah.
It is indeed
500 ping.
500 ping.
That's the sort of
I
ping
mean,
you'd get. You'd probably have better ping. Get Hayes in the server.
I would have better ping right now connecting to the server from South Africa. That's all you need to know. Well, hopefully they're able to resolve that, because that is obviously completely unplayable. Love this view. This is my friend. His name is Jerry. He plays for Forza. What's your favorite German food, Josh?
My favorite German food? You know, when I was at ESL Cologne, they had this deal where you get a beer and a hot dog for like €5, and I just ate hot dogs like all weekend while I was there. Just like the
Like
big
Frankfurters,
Frankfurters.
basically?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd say that's my favorite German food, but yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. There was also a McDonald's just outside the Lanxess Arena, so I had a lot of McDonald's while I was there as well. I wouldn't necessarily consider that German food, but that's what I ate whilst I was in Germany last, so that's what we're going with.
That's almost like the opposite. It's like, yeah, I'm in your country, but I'm eating my normal food right now. This is not German food. I don't know. Have you ever had Eisbein before?
What, sorry?
Eisbein. It's like pork knuckle. It's like the knee of a pig.
No. Is it nice?
It is incredible. The meat is really tender and very flavorful as well.
I don't
But I'm also a
believe you.
big fan of it. Okay, well, wait until Twitch chat catches up with us. They'll tell you all about how good Eisbein is, Josh.
Okay.
With a bit of sauerkrauts and a beer, that is going to go down so damn well. But I'm also a big fan of a schnitzel. So there we go. We got a chicken in front of us. Make hay while the sun's shining. That's what I say.
He's looking pretty cool. I actually just can't play Inferno because I get too distracted and I start collecting chickens. It's like I've got ADHD or something. I see a chicken and I can't not go and grab the chicken, especially if I'm like sat on an angle and then there's like a chicken next to me. I have to press E on the chicken, and sometimes it gets me killed.
As soon as you look off the angle you were holding for 45 seconds, that's when he steps you.
Yep.
Yeah.
All the chickens get me
The chicken
killed
was actually
because
just,
like I'll be in a 1v1 and I'll be creeping around like trying to, or even just like any 1vx,
Super tense situation.
and there's like 5
Yeah.
chickens following me, and all of a sudden it gives away my
You got a
position.
little train going on. I mean, there was that one with Glaive recently where he shot at the chicken when he was like hyper focused, right? When he got a fright and that gave his position away and he lost the clutch.
Yeah.
So they do play an interesting game, an interesting role in the game. You know, very minimal, but they exist. They're entities of their own.
I mean, there was a 3 clicks
And,
Philip video ages ago talking about, I think it
Yeah.
used an example of a Kenny S shot. I could be thinking of someone else, but I'm pretty sure it was a Kenny S shot. Whereby just sometimes for no reason the chickens just like absorb all the damage, and there was like basically Kenny was holding T ramp from top mid, and somebody peeked and he shot and a chicken ran in the way, and basically the shot connected with the player, but the chicken absorbed like half the damage, so the guy only took like 40 damage from the AWP shot. So yeah, they're
That
a
is
little
crazy.
bit broken. They're definitely a little bit broken, but I'd be gutted if they took them out, and I don't think Valve will ever take them
I don't
out.
think they will. Nah. I think they would have already if they were going to do that. It's just like one of those iconic parts of the game, right?
Yeah, I like it when it's like Halloween and they turn into Halloween spooky chickens as well.
Yeah. and they like just explode into confetti.
Oh, and it's
when you
Easter
kill
soon.
them.
There'll be Easter chickens. Oh, I'm
Do
excited.
you remember there was that statistic that came out that spoke about pro players and how many chickens they had knifed? And I'm pretty sure Taco actually had like the highest number of chickens he had killed in his professional career. I don't know how they recorded it, don't ask me, but it was something like over 500 chicken kills.
Right.
So he had been fragging chickens in his officials, man.
He's now my worst enemy. Like I'm coming after Taco.
Public enemy
number one. Taco, you're going down. If you're watching, which you're not, then I'm
Which
gonna
you're
find
not.
you.
But if you are,
I don't know.
will
Once I
find
was
you.
doing a small
Liam
broadcast,
Neeson's
and like just Guardian was in the chat, and it was like, "Oh, hello." That was a weird one.
did you get butterflies? A little bit star-studded.
A little bit starstruck.
Star-studded.
I was like, "Hey, bro, can you come stand in for my
Yeah.
open team?"
We will drop you the orb every round.
Yeah.
That's a guarantee.
Even second round, we'll pool our money together.
Oh, Josh,
We're back.
look at the top of your screen.
Let's go, baby.
The numbers are going down.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Well, into that first gun. It seemed like a distant myth, but here we are. The first gun round is upon us.
I didn't think we'd ever be back, but we're here. RIZON, of course, now finally, as you say, their first go around Hydro with that AWP, the rest on the AK-47s, and they've gone for the rumbles. I love
lovely.
it. Ooh, the weak point connects to the elbow. Incredibly close to him. That's a grenade stack as well. Gets Aaron low on health. He returns the favour. With a minute 30 on this clock, RIZON just really slow again. Look how passive this default is, just playing from an arm's length. Not going for anything too aggro, of course. It's their first gun round. They don't want to. They don't want to be throwing this one away.
I mean, I actually like the amount of respect we're seeing coming through from aTTaX right now. However, they're not forfeiting any easy control here. They do still have tabs of top middle. They've got control of top banana as well. So we're going to have to see important attention to detail coming through from the RIZON team here as they look to secure themselves control. They do have a lot of utility, so you know they've got the flashes, they've got the smokes, they've got everything they need, and in fact, he's to the player out of that B-bomb side while Maeve takes a peek down middle.
Yeah, cheeky from Maeve. A player that you never really know if he's going to go for that aggressive re-peek. Of course, the run boost to start off the round as well. Just such a versatile AWPer. Really could be coming from anywhere. As it looks like they're trying to hit towards the A site. They've now got to do so with a man disadvantage. Maeve. Oh.
Oh.
Oh
No.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's
we're
the
back.
server.
It's all right. It's all right.
Okay. All's well and ends well. Does look like they're going to be ending over on the B side of the map, actually. Bit of a late change-up after resecuring top mid control. aTTaX for the time being, without any information, haven't been able to rotate. So they've still got the stock stat 2 players there right now, Josh.
Not a lot of time, though. Look at this. 15 seconds on the clock.
Wow.
All they have to do is just put the denial of blast. If you can do so, then that's it. Round over. Freezes up. Easy for him to double down. Can't get the third, though. The plant's not going to be denied. But they do find all the kills anyway.
Wow.
It's fine. It's fine. Crisis averted. Alternate attacks. They take it with ease.
I just love the setups that aTTaX continue to bring out on this B-bomb site, you know, whether it's towards the top of Banana or they're actually locking down the defense from the site itself. Just really nice innovation coming through from Orzek and Freeze. And with a Musper as well. He even gets the 2 full health players, so even though he gets traded out, he's left his team in such a favorable position. So the first gun round goes the way of the CT side, and that just, you know, they're absolutely in the ascendancy right now.
Oh, back on another buy. Of course, they've got that max loss bonus built up now. They got that bomb down as well in the last, so it does give them that little bit of extra cash. But there's no AWP, so Maeve can have a bit of a field day. No one to contest here at mid, but a flashbang takes him off the angle. aTTaX still just playing quite aggressive here. They are giving respect. They're not playing this like crazy aggro role where we saw them pushing down Banana, pushing down mid and whatnot. But yeah, they are still looking for that early control, that top Banana smoke, throwing the nades down, going for those early mid picks. You can see they're still playing with confidence. They haven't lost that.
That's true. Absolutely. I will say, I do hope RIZON don't go into a shell here. At the same time, another thing I'm going to be watching closely is, does the methodical Counter-Strike work against aTTaX? You know, you expect their protocols and systems to just be superior to RIZON, so maybe if you try play textbook Counter-Strike against them, you're going to have a really tough time. Maeve on an interesting angle right now, waiting for that smoke to fade. Rand is going to step forward though, and Maeve is completely exposed. He wanted information, but he loses his life. Definitely towards CT. Oh, beautiful double kill coming through from him. Trade is found. It means it's going to be a 3 versus 3. Ozek leaving his team in an even number situation, but my god, the Freeze have a lot of work to do this time. He has got the M4 in hand. And he gets himself a kill. Will forfeit the bomb plant, but man advantage in play for the CT side.
Yeah, it seems to be a little bit of a recurring theme here. RIZON, they found a bit of an Achilles heel in this B-bomb site, but they haven't been able to hold it thus far. Hydro doing damage, though, and all of a sudden we're into a 2-on-2, and it seems like RIZON have got a massively favourable position here. Patrick getting himself into the nice head dangle. Freeze able to trade with 39 points of health. He's still got a bomb to defuse, and there's not a huge amount of time left on it. We'll get the smoke, he'll tap it, the swing comes in, and Hydro wins it. RIZON put their first round on the board. I can't say it was easy, but it doesn't matter. They're just focusing on the numbers right now, and well, it's put them in a pretty good position. I mean, look at this. They've got enough money for another buy, alternate attacks, taking a bit of a tank. They have got enough money for an investment, but with a couple of contingencies for sure. Freeze down to that MP9.
Big fan of that round there from RIZON, though, the way that they go about their business, actually splitting the bomb side. Maeve was, I don't think it was entirely necessary for him to try and make that aggressive play from archers in towards the top of middle. Maybe just a symptom of the success that they've had so far at the start. He is going to be peeking directly from the left side of middle on this occasion. Doesn't peek deep, though. But yeah, like I said, I think RIZON, the intention was to the B split all along. So it goes perfectly according to plan once they get that archer play without losing anybody in the process. They do lose players in the process trying to take banana control, though, as Ozek frags 3. And there's nobody left remaining towards the part of the map. In fact, he's even going to be pushing through the molly. He dies to his teammates' fire, but he adds one more to the tally.
Oh, that's unbelievable from Ozek. I mean, just such good spray control there to find himself all 3 kills. And yeah, I mean, I can't believe he's managed to turn the flash there too. Playing on top of logs, super exposed if they try and flash through that smoke, but he just kind of manages to turn it, flick back round, and yeah, they don't stand a chance. Really nice setup there from alternate attacks with that deep banana smoke, 2 players holding, 1 in anti, 1 on the angle, just in case they do try and creep through. And alternate attacks make it 5-1. They bite right back. And I like how they respond as well. They noticed that RIZON had taken that B control 2 rounds in a row. They had managed to get that bomb down both times as well. So they react to it. They say, okay, let's not let them take B anymore. Let's take banana control. Let's play a little bit more aggro with this one. And they absolutely demolish it. RIZON back on the pistols here then. And back to defaulting ways.
Josh, I need to bring something to your attention, mate.
Okay.
You're speaking about demolition. Just look at Ozek's numbers for me for 1 second while we see this anti-eco round play out.
Oh man, I hadn't even noticed. 16-3.
In 6 rounds.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
He's just fragging like a madman. He could add some more to his tally here as well in the round. Lots of utility damage coming through. There we go. HE grenade, he frags 1. And it's only Aaron left remaining in towards logs, and his life is on a timer, and he's going to be suffering the same fate. 18 kills for Ozek. Do you think he has a hot day tonight or something? Maybe somewhere to be?
Maybe he's planning. He's already planned out what he's going to spend that 4,000 euros on. But
oh man.
Yeah, I think he's definitely topping that 1.2 rating right now. We'll see if that continues.
Yes,
18-3. Yeah, not bad at all. Another day at the office, but yeah, strong investment here once again from RIZON. Of course, dropping down to those pistols in the last means that they do have enough cash to go for a full investment here. They'll have that max loss bonus once again. Hydra on that AWP and a little bit more presence towards the A side of things, holding the bottom of mid, 3 players in second. But look at this read from alternate attacks. They haven't done this at all so far. They have been playing a 2B setup every single round. Now they've read it like a book. They've got 4 on A.
Waiting for the mid hit to come through. They welcome up with open arms. Sky finds the first 2. Now his teammates get into the act as well. Oh, RIZON like lambs to a slaughter as they make their way through the choke point. They get absolutely suffocated. Aaron's still desperately fighting right now to try and see if he can get that bomb, get a bit of control, forcing the fight, find a trade, but no, he's lost his life as well. It's only Hydro left remaining, and RIZON have nothing to show for it.
It's just little things, but it's just unbelievable that they've actually anticipated that and completely shut it down. A brutal crossfire in top mid, and alternate attacks. It just feels like they're bullying RIZON right now. I mean, you've got to be tilted. You've got to be tilted if you're on that T side, sort of saying, right, we're going to change the pace a little bit. We've been going for these defaults every round. We've been going for B control every round. Let's try something a little bit quicker towards A. And they're just ready, straight off the bat. They're ready to take the fights with you. They're stacked up with 4 players on that bomb site. Back down to pistols here for RIZON. They've kind of got themselves in this vicious cycle of this force buy, full buy. With that max loss bonus, they can afford kind of Tech 9s and Deagles in one, rifles in the next. Hydro saving some cash for that AWP, but it just doesn't seem to matter. Orzek, now 20 kills, he's just racking up the tallies.
Well, I mean, he didn't play much of a role in the previous round, so I think he was a bit fed up and decided he's just going to, you know, run top banana, spray a couple of shots through the smoke there, see if he gets lucky, and he absolutely does. Does he have an 80 grenade? He doesn't, but that doesn't matter. He just finds the 3rd frag. He could even be on for the ace here, potentially. Shouldn't be, considering the angle that Priest is on right now, but who knows what ends up happening from here. Orzek just can't stop fragging. He gets a 4th.
Patrick
22 kills. Well, look at the numbers here for RIZON, mate. They've got, what, 2, 4, 6, 7, 11 kills between 5 of them. He's got 20, what, 22?
Oh, it's a bit funky.
Is this how his screen looks right now? Would make sense. No, jokes aside, what a fantastic start here for Mr. Orzek, the captain of the team. And making those baller calls, like you said, as well.
Sort of 7 KD. I mean, that is filth, isn't it? That is something else. 8-1, though. Bit of a stack up towards the B side of things. Almost a little bit of confusion here from this CT side. Saying, hello, what's going on? Why are you here? Come on, come out to A.
Okay, let's not get too technical here, guys.
I always do that in a match. That you go into a face it poke. You're always a B player, and then me and my friend play B, and then all of a sudden you find yourself running to B, and it's like, oh wait, it's just muscle memory. It's just muscle memory. It's just muscle memory. But either way. RIZON have actually taken brackets control. This time they've not been shut down by a crossfire, but it seems that they know what's up. Maeve taking a bit of a funky angle with this AWP towards Arch. No smoke for it. Looks like Nick is about to take the duel, but Maeve surely wins it. No, misses the shot, goes for the repeat.
Oh, he's in trouble here.
Oh no.
Ooh, decides to hang around, able to connect on the first, gets around the corner, can't connect on the second. At least Nicky's is able to trade him out immediately afterwards. There is still a job to be done. Certainly not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. That nade might go too deep, yes. Orzek will stay alive with 19 points of health and continue to be a thorn in their side.
Still with this man advantage. 35 seconds on this clock, though. They do need to speed this one up a little bit. Oh, big kill from Aaron. Orzek takes his 4th death. Just couldn't find that key frag in that one free. He's still worried that they're going to be trying to wrap to B, and in the meantime, his teammates are crumbling. But Hydro, oh, he's killed his teammate. It brings it into a 2-on-2. It shouldn't matter as Aaron's bringing back the numbers their way. But this is still winnable from freeze.
Yeah, absolutely is. AK in play. He's got a kitty smoke and a flash as well. Oh man, that fresh smoke towards Moto though is not a kind one. Hydro's holding it as well. And Aaron even checking it too. They knew he was coming through. The information comes through and they get the kill. RIZON win a vital round back there. Again, you know, forcing that fight towards Archers is where they've had most of their success so far. Being able to overwhelm Maze, split the defense down the middle, and then try and navigate the situation from there. Keep it open-ended, play the situation, and then convert the round. Good job from RIZON.
That pillar did Maeve a lot of favours there. I couldn't believe he found that first kill and actually managed to escape like that. Could have just continued running. Tried to stay alive with that AWP. I think he was expecting them to be pressuring him a little bit more than they were. Once again, though, going for that early mid pick. Now concerned that they could be peeking him from second mid. RIZON are taking mid control. They are in second mid as well, but Maeve just hasn't had that time. And once again, nades towards Banana. Freeze getting super aggressive. And oh, just like that, the B site's crumbled. 2 headshots for Aaron. And it looks like he's starting to find his groove here, getting that rhythm.
Beautiful work coming through there from RIZON. That's exactly what they needed to do as well, to shut down the aggression that aTTaX have been throwing at them towards Banana. Just punish them, get the frags, and make them second guess that play, you know, going into the rest of the half. Because now RIZON are probably going to make the assumption that they get Banana control a little bit easier, right? You expect aTTaX to tone down that aggression ever so slightly after losing the round in the fashion that they do here. Still enough cash to invest into the next, but RIZON are showing us something to get excited about here.
For sure, yeah. I mean, a lot of it's just been off the back of Aaron's entries in these last couple of rounds. He's top fragging right now, even though it might not look like it with 6 kills. He is having a massive impact, especially in these last 2. So, something to maybe get excited about. Ozek slowed it down a bit. I don't want to. That sounds like mental to say, doesn't it? He's 23 and
That's fair
5,
enough.
but you know what I mean. He was what 22 and 3, so these last 2 rounds hasn't really had much of an impact, and it's definitely been felt, hasn't it, by the team. As RIZON are going to take their third. Look at this again from Aaron, just so crisp. Not expecting him at all.
Yeah, I think that was his smoke that he had deployed there, you know, intentionally leaving a slight gap on the left-hand side to play around there from logs. Tough to spot him there as well, but as the CT swinging from half wall. So, yeah, good round from RIZON. They probably actually break the CT side economy if they win this round. It's going to be disjointed, and look at this aggression, my god.
Oh, freeze. Oh, Maeve getting aggressive was there as well. Oh, it's just so perfect. They've said we've had enough. We're not losing 2 rounds in a row. Nicky tries to bat it right back, and he does. But as another kill goes elsewhere, that's Patrick getting aggressive towards the apartments. We do see the man advantage still go alternate aTTaX's way. This has been a messy round, though. Aggression from both parties, and now we find ourselves with a bit of a stalemate. Sky on the angle. He's going to get taken down too. Massive round from Nixie here.
Absolutely. It's just Patrick left over on the side of the map right now. His teammates on the polar opposite side. Holding up close to the smoke. He's got information. There's one in the apartments. He's holding lane right now. He's going to swing Nicky's on the perfect timing. And he knows that Aaron is just behind that smoke. What a beautiful little passage of play there coming through from Patrick. And now he's got the advantage here in the fight. And he's buying time for the rotations to come through. Vital round 1 back by the CT side to make sure that they maintain their dominant position here on Inferno.
Oh yeah, that's just played beautifully from Patrick, and we talked about the fact that he's the stand-in, and there might be some issues, but no, none at all. That was so well played, such good communication there with Ozek as well, just to find that first kill on short, drop down towards the hay bales. If he finds the second frag in the apartments, then fantastic, but if he doesn't, then he's just going to buy time for the rotate, and that's exactly what he does. Ozek takes care of it for him. RIZON back on a buy, of course. They won a couple of rounds in a row, and they've still got cash behind them. They've still got that loss bonus to work with, so they're not going to be too challenged just yet. But alternate aTTaX playing from an arm's length once again. 9 rounds on the board. They're looking to try and make it double digits here in the first half, and I'm sure they should be able to.
Yeah, I'd be quite surprised if the CT side didn't get to double digits by the end of this one. Ozek has to do a double take there. Oh, Nixej. Is it Nixej? Oh man, I don't know. That name is playing with me. But right now, either way, he will be going down first in the round.
Nixej, yeah. I was saying that wrong as well. I wasn't sure about that one.
That's all right. We're in this together, Josh.
Oh yeah.
Right together, die together, brother.
We're learning. This is a learning experience. We're learning all about German Counter-Strike. Come on.
I love this. Right now, it's RIZON who are getting themselves into top middle control, and while they do have some decent control here, Josh, they've barely got any util. 2 smokes, an AT grenade, and Freeze has gone on a bit of a timing. Aggressive there in towards top mid to regain control or information. Loses his life, but Sky gets the important trade.
Maeve takes a nice angle, tiny pixel gap. He takes a little bit of damage, but he deals the most. Comes out on top. Ozek now called upon to do some heavy lifting. He's already been doing so far this game. Perfect timing on the swing, fully blinded, but he manages to tuck himself behind that new box. And, you know, when you play enough Counter-Strike, you just know the map like the back of your hand. Even when you can't see, you can navigate your way into cover. And Aaron, yeah, with 13 seconds left, says, I'm going to get the hell out of Dodge. Wants to go and save that AK-47, perhaps? No, he's going to dive back in. I'm not sure what his game plan is here. He certainly doesn't want to die after time. This is starting to get a little bit concerning.
I think it's almost like he actually made the safest choice there by moving out of underpass and pushing back towards the top of middle, because they were all rushing for him towards the bottom of second mid. Here we see Ozek sequencing around once again. Great kill from him there just to make sure they maintain control. That forced RIZON's hand in towards the top of middle. They had to try and take that control, and while they did get that 1 kill initially, you know, they just kept losing the trades, and essentially they ran out of numbers. They ran out of time as well. 10-3. Double digits in play here for alternate aTTaX as they look to make this a super dominant first half. I would say if RIZON get anything less than 5 rounds on the T side of this map, it's probably over in the first half, especially when you consider the fact that they chose this map.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Of course, we're going on to alternate aTTaX's pick next. I mean, this has been a pretty dominant map so far. We have seen some sort of glimmers of hope from RIZON. This is what we were talking about earlier. Even if you do lose these games, as long as you can take a few rounds and yeah, put up a bit of a fight, then there's definitely something to learn from. They can sort of watch this back, see where things went wrong, see where things went well. What did they do in those 3 rounds that actually won it for them? And how did alternate aTTaX respond to them as well? I sort of touched upon that last time. When B was a vulnerability, they went for that B stack, and it was perfect. And Maeve, bit of an aggressive peek there with the AWP. I don't think he'd ordinarily be going for that shot, but not connecting it opens a door here for RIZON to get onto the A site.
Oh, I should absolutely get onto the A site. It's only Patrick that stands between them and that site, and he's been able to get 2 big kills. Not necessarily enough to regain control in the round, but certainly a chance. Or Sky takes a while to get the frag, but he achieves the desired result, and that brings it back into an even numbers game here on the retake. Sky, well, he's rotating from lane towards library. He wants to fake as though there's nobody coming from apartments, and he's doing a pretty good job of it right now.
Freeze up in apps, no one's checking him, and yeah, that fake works so well. Aaron completely oblivious, and now it all falls on to Alex and down towards Pit. Thinks that one's coming up towards him in Graveyard, knows that there's still somebody over towards the Palace, but there's just no way. That's it. The defuse comes in, and just like that, it's going to be another round going to alternate aTTaX, and just to add insult to injury, Freeze is going to find the kill as well.
Oh man, that sucks so bad for RIZON. That round was looking really good at one point. Hydro, I mean, heroic effort there from Patrick to find those 2 kills before he goes down, just buying more time. That's what allowed for Sky to catch that player off guard on lane, right, with the AWP in hand. And I really like his decision there to fake and, you know, give all the audio cues away that he's rotating towards library, because it just enables his teammate Freed in apartments so well.
Yeah, I feel like Patrick's really the hero of that round as well. If he just falls down like his teammates, then that's it. The round's over, and alternate aTTaX maybe even consider a bit of a save. But no, Olzek again with a double. He's 28-7 right now. And doing extra damage as well means that Freeze can just clean up house. 12-3. It doesn't get much more one-sided than that. What a half from alternate aTTaX. And what a half from Olzek as well. He is absolutely dominating right now. It's really the Olzek show.
I mean, my rule of thumb is 22 kills in a half is like a banger first half. If you get 22 kills in one half, that is something to certainly be proud of. 28, that's just in a league of its own. Absolutely outrageous. He nearly averaged 2 frags per round in that entire half.
Yeah. Yeah, and if we see another 15-round half, which I think is very unlikely, if Olzek kind of continues his pace, or he's on for a 56-kill game. Come on, let's go.
Wow.
I want to see it. I want to see it.
I believe.
I believe as well. Yeah.
I mean, right now, yeah, it's super one-sided as we expected coming into this matchup. The experienced side of alternate aTTaX are dominating proceedings on their opponent's map pick.
Absolutely. You know, I did it yesterday, Hayes. Brought back a 15-6 in a face-hit on Nuke.
Wow.
Yeah, brought it to overtime. Won 19-16. It's absolute 19-15. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, on the CT side. People say that Nuke isn't CT sided anymore. I beg to differ.
I always get a little bit of like a weird look on my face when I hear people say that. Thing is, like, maybe in your pugs or in your MM games, but you know, at tier 1, it's still, you know, that's why you always go to class at a tier 1, basically. In my opinion, it's still like at least a 60-40 map.
Yeah, for sure,
There we go, though. Must-win pistol round for RIZON, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And there we go. I actually said it at the start as well. You know, when alternate aTTaX were going for that 3-man stack over towards the apartments, I said normally on a pistol round you would actually be playing a 3B setup at times, and that's exactly what RIZON are going for here. And they seem to have read the situation quite well. I'm not sure if alternate aTTaX are going to be anticipating this, but they do check Rand, and it's a quick headshot for Olzek. Tries to follow up with a second, but Hydra's there to trade.
Great flashes coming through from Aaron there in the bomb site. That meant that Olzek couldn't get any support from his teammates, and another kill comes through in the round elsewhere as well. That means RIZON actually have a 1-man advantage all of a sudden.
Yeah, good opportunity for them here, actually. 2v2 over towards the B site, though, could go either way, and it goes the way of RIZON. Hydro finding himself a triple in the round so far. What a massive play for him.
Yeah.
And it all falls onto Patrick. 1-on-4, bomb in no man's land. He's being flanked. He's being watched by Alexen as well. If he comes in towards the CT spawn, I don't think Patrick stands a chance here. He has got time, though. That's kind of one thing that he's blessed with. Oh, Oh.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only thing he has on his side. Now they know exactly where he is. I mean, it is mission impossible right now, and he will end up falling as well. Good job coming through from RIZON. Bit of a bait and switch setup there towards the top of Banana, and while it wasn't successful, they're still able to come through and get the trades anyway. Make sure that they drop the bomb, get enough kills that Ultimate aTTaX don't really have much to fall back on in the round, and they just overwhelm them, essentially, and outnumber them to get across the line in the round. Which was a vital round for them to win as well. You actually can't understate how important that pistol round was. It was pretty much chopped down on Inferno if they lost it, so they do keep themselves alive to see another day here.
Well, despite not getting a bomb plant, Alternate aTTaX are actually going to go for the buy here. I think ordinarily, if the scoreline was a little bit closer, we'd maybe see them drop down to an eco in this scenario, but they've got enough rounds to play with. I think they can justify it, and I think they fancy their chances with these deagles as well. Freeze in this smoke, pushes right through. Hydro surely not expecting it, and with a scout up close, he actually connects the shot, but it's not the head that he's looking for, and Freeze will find that entry.
Oh man, I just love the initiative he takes there. Hearing the footsteps, makes his way through the smoke, gets the kill onto the scout player, but there's a trade from Alexin coming through. And the rotation also comes through as well. Means there's only one player on that B-bomb side of the map right now. MP9s in play over at A. Desert Eagles start to make their way forward, and they get the kills as well. Rattling off the shots left, right, and center. Two of the RIZON players' bodies hit the floor, and now they've got a 2-man deficit. Make that a 3-man deficit as Orzik lets his sing.
Well, it's worth Rand dipping in for this one, even though there's not a lot of chance of him winning it, just to get that extra cash, $600 a piece for these MP9 kills, and if he finds 2, then maybe I fancy his chances, and there you go. 2 frags found, kill on his back, and 2 more, but it's not going to happen. Sky gives him a taste of his own medicine, picks up one of those CT SMGs, and shuts it down. Alternate aTTaX do pull it off with the Desert Eagles, a worthy investment, definitely one that's worthwhile, and they make it 13-4, 3 away from closing.
What a deflating round for RIZON to lose.
Yeah, for sure.
Going up against the Desert Eagles, like you said, it's not even like they had the bomb plant to force into that second round. It's not like they had the kills and utility and head armor. Just Desert Eagles. And I think Freeze was one of the big heroes in that round, taking the initiative, stepping through that smoke, chasing down the scout player. And then I love how they take contact in tandem coming out of apartments in lane. Good synergy, good timing there on all the peaks that come through, and then good shots to land as well. And RIZON, well, they're absolutely out of the map here if they lose this round. There's no two ways about it.
I probably would have said that 4 or 5 rounds ago, but yeah, I mean...
Yeah, fair enough.
It's definitely another one of those turning points, isn't it? If they end up losing this one, of course, it's another force buy. I would have been quite surprised if they'd have ecoed into this one, you know, but like... It really does just kind of put that final nail in the coffin. 14-4, $2,000 in the bank for everyone on RIZON here. Again, they're surely not going to be ecoing to play overtime, but realistically, what can they invest right now? They might actually have to go for this full eco. $2,400 loss bonus. They'll have a buy up in the next. And then I suppose it's see how many rounds you can take. It's unlikely you'll take 11 on the trot, but maybe 1 or 2. Those kind of dignity rounds, you know?
Yeah,
go down fighting.
That's exactly it. I mean, it's something I speak about quite often in my broadcasts. You know, when you're down as far as RIZON are right now, it's not all about trying to win the rounds back to actually make the comeback happen, as we just see the firing range down middle right now. 3 frags available for Ultimate aTTaX. They do lose one in the process, but they get the round. But like I was saying, it's not like RIZON need to be... You remember I was talking about the pre-game about setting unrealistic expectations. If you're all saying, okay guys, we can still win 11 rounds, and you don't make it happen, then everybody's sat saying, all right, well, we said we could win it, and we didn't. So rather just take it round by round. Losing 16-10 feels a hell of a lot better than losing 16-4, and you'll probably just, you know, have better confidence and momentum as you shift into that second map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this isn't the final map of the series. Yeah, you've got to get some morale rounds. If you win a few before you close it, you go into overpass with your head held high. If you lose 16-4, then overpass feels like an impossible task. Maeve, I don't know where his bullet's just gone, but he somehow threaded the needle. That one looked easier to actually hit the shot than miss there. As Rand finds the kill, and yeah, RIZON take a man advantage. Good start.
Oh, chunky grenade down to Patrick, does 31 points of damage. It's a good start indeed. How far can they take this is the question. Every single round, it does feel like Ultimate aTTaX have put a lot of pressure on them, you know, and I feel like that's going to be the case on Overpass as well. No free rounds at all for RIZON, and well, they did start off with a nice opening pick here in the round, but now they're being dealt with over on the B-bomb site.
Oh my
God, bro.
Oh,
you can't do anything against that, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you can see as well, he's teasing the idea of dropping that smoke over towards the new box to kind of fake that someone's behind it and get the drop coming out of pillar, but aTTaX just too aware. Patrick leaving the smoke, I think this is going to be it. Surely. There's no way back from here. Nixage does manage to find himself one back, but I think that's all we'll see as Hydro left in a 1 versus 3 to try and pick this up. And it's surely game over. It's being flanked as well. The flash is perfect. Delaying the inevitable, surely. As the bomb continues to tick regardless, and Sky's going to deal the final finishing blow. The headshot to finish things off. It's 15, in fact 16-4. And yeah, unfortunately, they're not able to bring anything back. That buy round crumbles.
Yeah, and they got the opening pick in that as well, which is a problem. If you're not going to be converting those rounds against alternate aTTaX as the underdog, you're not going to be winning the game against them. It's as simple as that. I mean, there were some glimpses, but really, it's alternate aTTaX whose praises we should be singing here. Great performance coming through from them on Inferno, and that's their opponent's map pick as well, Josh. So, doesn't bode well for RIZON's cause as we shift into Overpass next.
Absolutely not. I don't think there's a lot to really analyse there. It was both teams showed up, one dominated, one crumbled, and aTTaX was able to find, I think, probably half of the kills. You know when you play Overwatch, I don't know if you ever played Overwatch, and at the end it kind of shows, like, it has like the little medals, and it says so-and-so did like 54% of the team's kills. I reckon aTTaX was actually rocking like half of the team's kills just on his shoulders right there. But yeah, unbelievable performance from him. If he can kind of maintain that caliber going into the second map as well, then he's going to be feeling really, really confident.
I actually ran the numbers at one point when he had like 23 kills. Everybody else on the server, all other 9 players, I think when you add them together was somewhere around 25. So he nearly was just 1v9ing everybody in terms of the numbers. He was absolutely insane. And he is that star player we spoke about for alternate aTTaX as well. So for him to come up and put that performance, you know, against the underdog, you're going to struggle so much against alternate aTTaX when he's performing at that level. It's as simple as that, I'm afraid.
Absolutely. Could he win a 1v9 though? Probably not. Probably not. But
how many, the question is like, how many like 5-year-olds could he take on at once?
Could he take on? Probably like 50. Probably 50. I don't know. It depends how good the 5-year-olds are.
I was going to say it depends what sort of buy he has going into it, but that seems like it makes the joke a bit dark. No, Josh, we're ready for a break. We're going to go into a break, and we'll be back with Overpass next. Hello, all you beautiful people, and welcome back. We are here with the ANATY Invitational, Day 1, Round 1, Game 1, and we just finished Map 1, Josh.
Yeah, and a pretty crazy map one as well, 16-4. We saw a really, really dominant performance from aTTaX. I think we were expecting them to take it. I wasn't necessarily expecting it to be that one-sided. We saw some technical difficulties and whatnot at the start of that map, but hopefully those issues have been completely resolved now. We won't see any of that going into map 2, and we should have a pretty quick one. So that, yeah, we can have a bit of a break before we go into that second series of the day. But we'll see. I'd actually love to see RIZON bite back. That's kind of the thing right now. Morale-wise, I don't see it happening, I'll be honest. They've just been completely dominated. I don't know where you can sort of find that mental resilience to build yourself back up, go into overpass, and actually have a better time there. But we'll see. It could have just been a one-off.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it was a one-off what happened on Inferno. I was kind of thinking about it in the break, you know, when I was topping up the water. I was like, is there anything I can really say, or is there anything that I saw in that first game that really makes me feel like RIZON have a chance to fight back here on overpass as well, especially when you consider the fact that it is alternate aTTaX's map pick, map that they've been looking really proficient on in recent times. You know, when you saw the vast contrast and, you know, difference in level of Counter-Strike the two teams were playing, no disrespect to RIZON whatsoever, but the fact that they're a part-time team was evident up against alternate aTTaX, right? So it wasn't like a map-dependent thing or a luck thing. It was just like, I don't really see a world in which this goes to a third map, and that's just me giving my honest opinion on this one.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I completely agree with you as well. There wasn't really anything there. There was a couple of rounds that they took where there were these little glimmers of individual skill, where we did see some nice entries and some nice frags and whatnot. But other than that, yeah, we really didn't see a lot. And yeah, I mean, you've got to remember, the thing is, right, is RIZON are a strong team. I can't remember if they're playing in main or advanced. I'm like,
Main.
Drastically scat. Okay, they're in main.
Yeah.
They're a good team. Yeah, main is like high caliber of CS.
Yeah.
And 7-2 in main, they're having a good season in main. These guys aren't a bad team, and I think that's always something that's important to note when you're kind of looking at this kind of caliber of CS. They've just been dominated. They've just been absolutely schooled by alternate aTTaX. They literally look like alternate aTTaX were playing against they could have been playing against anyone. Yeah, they were just absolutely dominating them. But what's important to note is that alternate aTTaX are like a top level professional team. RIZON are just playing in main, of course. But yeah, these guys are good players. They have still got a good future ahead, especially within the main season as well. I mean, 7-2, they've pretty much secured themselves playoffs at this point.
Yeah.
So I'm actually kind of excited to like follow them and see how they do moving on with other tournaments and whatnot. But yeah, here I think they've just kind of drawn the short straw a little bit, having to play up against alternate aTTaX first.
And not only that, it's single elimination, mate. So lose your opening game and you're out of the tournament. That's your run that will be brought to a swift end. Winner plays against Big Academy, which we saw earlier on in that graphic. And then, of course, our next game coming up. What is that game? Let's remind the good people. Josh? In the meantime, bring the lineups to show everybody and refresh people's memory. I thought I'd throw you under the bus there, mate.
There we go.
You take
I had it open, but I thought, oh no, okay, we're looking at the rosters. All right, I'll tell you the maps first. Give me a second. I'll get it back up again. But yeah, of course, the second match of the day, Sissi State Punks against EPIC-DUDES. That's going to be, I think, at 5 p.m. CET. It might have been 5:30 CET, something like that.
It's supposed to be an hour and 50 minutes.
Okay, all right. But yeah, of course, these rosters, again, Maeve, absolutely fantastic with that AWP. He was kind of going for some really funky shots. I'm excited to see him go for that as well on Overpass. It's kind of a pretty AWP-heavy map. I assume he'll be that kind of A player.
He had a bit of damage as well.
Oh, yeah, he did alright. Yeah. Decent guy, decent player. What did he get? 34 kills or something like that?
I mean, not far from it. Certainly had a bit of a lifer in that one.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, fantastic stuff. And yeah, going into Overpass, I think we just kind of expect much of the same. I'm kind of anticipating alternate aTTaX to just kind of come in, win the pistol round, and kind of snowball from there. But yeah, hopefully we can just get into the game soon. I feel like we've kind of said... We had so many camera segments in the first game, Hayes, that I feel like we've said everything. I've run out of stuff to say.
Here's a question
to
you, Josh. Do you think we've been on camera more than we've actually had Counter-Strike because that first map was so quick?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Well, I mean, I hope you guys are enjoying our camera segments as much as you enjoyed the Counter-Strike.
I'm sorry, my camera's really blurry. I hate this. I don't know if this is a VMix thing or an internet thing, but it looks so
because it happens
good for
to me
me.
Occasionally. I know on OBS, right, it looks crisp and clean.
I can see it. My
Inexplicable.
camera's in the corner. I look crisp. I look perfect.
You look
and
good.
Then
Yeah,
on
you look
stream,
amazing, don't you?
no, and then on screen, it's just fuzzy as hell. But yeah, I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I think we've just heard that it's going to be starting in a second, so we should be underway with Overpass very, very shortly. Of course, got to give the players a little bit of time to connect to the server, ready up and whatnot. They're the ones. I mean, we're sitting there like saying, oh yeah, we're having to fill these camera segments, but they're the ones that are actually having to play and sort of, especially for RIZON, kind of having to reset a little bit coming into this game. This isn't just a throwaway match. Yeah, there's still prize money on the line. This is still a pretty big tournament, a pretty big opportunity for them to prove themselves. And even if they're not going to win the game, this is a good opportunity for them to really put some rounds on the board here, show everybody what they're made of, and show the German scene that they are here to play.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you consider the fact that they are in the top 6 in the German scene if you take out Big and Sprout, right? So it's not like they're a small fish, and as we even saw some good ESCA results recently as well that you touched on. You know, even looking at the names of the teams that they're beating, you see familiar names in that list, right? So, yeah, I'm hoping for RIZON's sake that what we see here on this map is something that does justice to RIZON's performance, and they don't really come into the ANATY Invitational, play against aTTaX and get banged out 16-4, 16-5, 2-0, job done, you know? Let's at least see some, like, passages of play where we're like, there we go, that's the team that we're, like, looking forward to in the future, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there are a couple of German teams playing at that kind of top level that aren't here today, aside from Sprout and Big. Conwa, of course, exists. Basically, like the Penta roster, essentially. It's like Panics, Crystals, Devon, Cressy. Yeah, it's a strong roster there as well. RIZON actually playing in the Meisterschaft too. Berserk, Touch the Crown, Esports Rhein-Neckar. There's some other sides that aren't here today, but yeah, RIZON's still kind of definitely within that top 10 within the German scene, and they're definitely looking to try and sort of solidify that place. Of course, aTTaX over on the T side here. This is their map pick, and they're going to be starting on the offensive. They didn't get too many T rounds to play over on Inferno, and this time they're showing that they are here and they mean business. What an opening shot from Maeve.
And look at the pusher from aTTaX. They've got the information that there's numbers towards long. So they've said, let's just beat them to the side. Let's go through bathrooms. However, there's a quick response from Aaron. He's positioned himself up towards the dumpster. He's going to be waiting for those players to come through. What a chaotic pistol round playing out right now. Really good util usage from aTTaX has earned them full side control, a man advantage. Make that a 2-man advantage, and a bomb plant going to come through here as well. It's not a 2-man advantage. Rand is alive. Never mind.
Yeah, he was just on 2 HP. You could barely see him, but there we go. Nice little trade. The P250 still wreaking havoc. Maeve just doing so much damage, and his freeze finds one more. Sky not anticipating the man to his right, but he still finds a kill regardless. 4 players stay alive. What a pistol round from aTTaX.
Josh, I want to know, what is it with sniper players and using the P250 in the pistol round? Because there's absolutely a correlation there, man. I've noticed it. It is real.
Yeah, for sure.
Why are they so good with the P250?
I don't know. But I mean, it is like a known fact that AWPers do just seem to be a little bit better on pistol rounds. So you do always kind of see like the AWPers having these big rounds in pistols. I think it's just like, I don't know. I actually don't know what it is.
Which is even interesting because it's ironic. You'd think it'd be the riflers who are always aiming for the headshots that would have a better time of it with the pistols. The AWPers just go for the body shots. They play the game in easy mode, Josh.
Yeah. I'm trying to think back. Like JW always used to buy a P250 on pistol round as well, didn't he? He was always cracked with it.
Also like Julie's, I think.
Yeah, Julie's. Yeah, he kind of brought that. Like
he was one of the criminals, like when it wasn't popular.
Yeah, back when the Julie's were expensive and it didn't really make a lot of sense to buy them. Yeah.
He was hipster, man. Yeah, for sure.
Started the trends.
Zai was an easy answer, obviously. Zello, one from Nexus that he buys, gets a P250 all the time.
Yeah.
But right now we do see this force buy from RIZON kind of getting aggressive towards Monster because they need information to play off, and they might catch Ozek. It's all about the timing. Oh, okay, never mind. There was 4 players alive for RIZON, and then there was 1.
Man, I miss JW. He was a trendsetter. He was cool. He was hipster, I should say.
GC is talking about starting up an organization in Sweden, potentially.
Yeah, I did hear that. That would be kind of cool. Was that with Pronax, or was that something else I was reading?
No, I don't think it was with Pronax. I might, unless I didn't catch that information as well.
Okay.
I know Pronax isn't a part of Godsent anymore. That's been for a while.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. I know that JW was playing with Flusher in Gorillas for a little bit, but then they both
maybe it was with Flusher. Maybe he was starting an org with Flusher.
I think it might have been with
Flusher.
Yeah,
it was definitely with someone else. It's definitely with one of the other ex-Fnatic players. That'd be really cool.
I think it was Flusher. Yeah, it would be. But
we could go join him. We could go be manager or something. Come on.
I mean, with the level they're at, maybe we could even get a spot on the starting lineup at this point. Jokes aside. I mean, that Guerrillas project was rough, to be fair.
It was.
They always like kind of made it seem like there was an org in the wings, and then they just never really got anybody.
Yeah, one of those.
Anyway, we do just see the anti-eco round playing out. You're not the first. Thing is, it's kind of you kind of scare away potential orgs. Like, all right, well, we're not going to contact you then if you got someone for you. Anyway, I digress, Josh. It's an anti-eco, and look at the awareness from aTTaX. Look at Patrick. Even though he's being baited by the ladder player, he still checks his left corner, and he gets all the kills as a reward.
You know, as
Extra
it's
cash for the SMG.
Ooh.
It's easy.
Might be able to save an AK, Alexon. Surely not. Ooh,
Oh,
cheeky.
Clean shot. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's actually going to throw the AK on the map as well. He's going to go grab that SG. I'm not sure if he'll be able to get there. Just manages to sneak across the MP7, looking for that extra cash. And there you go. Patrick does find a clean kill. Now, you know, talking about like the final, I'm just going to put one more in there, just to mention. Talking about kind of like failed projects, you know, like the South,
Yes.
the South project, the old North guys.
Oh,
God, that was
MSL's group. Yeah.
Yeah, MSL and the crew.
Talk about choosing a better name, man.
Yeah, that was a rough one. Ooh, a skin baron voucher. Quick, type it in quick.
You better screenshot that right now.
No, fast
Control,
hands.
Alt print screen. Fast hands?
€5 voucher, that's huge.
Yeah. And there's a couple of them that come out throughout the streams as well. You better watch out, guys.
Yeah, get skin baron.
Big gun round you have for RIZON, Josh. I'll tell you why. Not just because it's a normal game of Counter-Strike and all gun rounds are important. It's because of the way Inferno went. They can't afford for Overpass to start in the same fashion.
Oh, nice little nade stack. That's perfect. My goodness, Rand doesn't know what's hit him. Oh my, I love that. Alexon, kind
Beautiful
of
innovation.
taking his place, knows that he's safe now. There's no way that there's,
Yeah.
there's more nades coming his way, but that is a rough way to start a round if you're RIZON. They haven't even seen anybody yet. Oh,
Really nice nade stack, yeah, absolutely. Great way to get a first kill. As I say, innovation, top class. Low risk, high reward. And now they're going to shift themselves up towards the A side because they know, as the CT side, you always want 3 players on that B bomb side. And they didn't hesitate either in terms of getting that control towards bathroom. So now they can activate with only Hydra here. He does have an AWP, but he's taking a very passive position towards Bank right now. And he's missed his shots. His position's been compromised. And Orzik is taking all the ground in his favor. My God, look at this guy. He's a ravaged beast.
I mean, playing retake in that scenario does make sense when you're alone on the site with your... You kind of need to take one down with you, though, when they go in for that entry. And then it becomes so difficult to play for the retake when alternate attacks are just playing so aggressive. You know, you're like sending that Macaton into Bang, you're bombarding them with Molotovs and whatnot. And RIZON, they just know that they've got no part of this one. They have to fall away. It's going to be 4 here for alternate attacks. They get to save the 2 rifles and that AWP, so... They'll be relatively happy with the outcome of this one, I suppose, but yeah, it's not been a great round for them once again. Olzek not coming into this game with quite as much force as he did over on Inferno, but 4-1's nothing to grumble at. Patrick's actually the one leading right now, the stand-in.
Yeah. What's he say?
Look at that nade stack. Oh, it's beautiful.
Love that they do it in the gun round as well. We probably see them throw the nade stack in towards the sandbag boost somewhere else in the half here as well, just changing it up. You know, because they're hoping to condition those players on the CT side, on that B-bomb side, in terms of where they're going to be playing.
Yeah, for sure. That's what it does. Conditioning them is like a really good way of putting it. It's like, if you're scared to go for anything innovative on that CT side, if you're scared to go for any kind of boost, play any kind of position, then yeah, it really, really changes the game, doesn't it? Look how much aggression we've seen.
There we go. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Here we go. Here's sandbags nades. Oh, wow. Okay. Doesn't do too much damage, but a chip damage. Actually, the damage is done by the CT side for the most part. They've been able to get themselves 3 kills. Welcome to Overpass RIZON. This is what we needed to see from them. Making a statement here. Taking some ground. Getting into the faces of the T side. There's a kill that comes back from Maeve, but I don't think he's going to be expecting Hydra to peek from bathrooms.
Freeze, though, might have to drop on the players on short. Doesn't expect both, though. I don't think you would, especially that late in the round after that kind of damage has been taken. Double aggression on short. Freeze not ready for it at all. But look how much money the T side have got. They've got no loss bonus, but they've got tons and tons of cash. So they will be coming into this one with quite a bit to work with. Yeah, they just weren't expecting that aggression through the smoke on Monster. Sometimes, I mean, you should almost always be flashing through a smoke when you're trying to go for that aggression. But sometimes, especially when you're playing over towards Monster, it does actually make the most sense to just walk through. Normally they'll be setting up for nades and things like that. It's a really unexpected play. It's not something they can do again. Yeah, they can do that once. Alternate attacks will be ready for it next time. But yeah, it's a good little way to get their foot in the door for sure.
I completely agree with you. I think that, you know, we've seen teams make that double man push through the smoke quite popularly, stand in the smoke just as it's fading, and now there is the aggression that comes through. It's Alexin who goes down, and oh my god, Rand is going to suffer the same fate as well. Great awareness there from Sky after getting the first kill, not to just nonchalantly pull a nade out or something. Clears it deep and gets the team in a great position. Does look like there's a chance Aaron gets a kill back. Rotations coming through thick and fast. It's a 2v4, so it's still a rough situation for the CT side, and Alternate aTTaX have just pulled up the handbrake.
Very similar to what we saw in Inferno as well. They did not allow RIZON to take more than one round on the trot. Every single round was kind of this like one-off funky play, something that they can only really try once, and then alternate attacks next time just respond to it perfectly. And as soon as you kind of break any kind of momentum, it just becomes impossible. Hydro not really checking his backside there. He's sticking out to long, and Maeve's going to find a freebie. It all falls on to the final man at towards B. Short should be a cleanup. Oh, Orzek. There we go. Takes him down 5-1. Alternate attacks. Another clean round.
What a response. As was the case in Inferno. Anytime RIZON were able to win a round, Alternate aTTaX just came straight back and won the round immediately afterwards.
And interestingly, RIZON actually went for the monster aggression again this time, but Sky was just ready. I don't think that was really the answer, like going for the monster aggression 2 rounds in a row, unless they were going for like the super mind game, so they're like, there's no way they'll expect it 2 rounds in a row. That sort of sounds like the sort of calls I'd give, you know? It's like, they surely won't expect it if we all stand on each other's heads.
You're like the guy who plays roulette, and it's been red 3 times in a row, so you're like, it has to be black. That's just how it works. Aaron, that's a nice little shot there on the boost to open up the round here, but oh, Sky, what the hell? Alexin wasn't even able to swing out. These headshots are clean and crisp. Oh, okay, never mind. Sky came from short. I thought he was the monster player. Either way, it is a good couple of kills coming back for the T side. That one he gets completely blinded. That one was nice.
Man, you should try playing poker against me, or like Among Us, or anything where it's mind games. I will make you question your life. It gets intense. It gets intense with me, but you know. Another clean round. Sky picking heads
he gets an ace.
off. Yeah, an ace actually. Unbelievable. 9-3. Okay, it's an eco ace, but he's happy with it.
It shows how much damage you did as well. He did 471 damage, so it was even like a legit ace. It's not like he was stealing people's kills.
Ooh. Yeah, Chris
and he actually was like kind of propelling there by himself. Yeah, this one he got to sort of play just before he was blind, so he got the kill. And then this last strike was quite nice as well.
You know,
I love that one, the one over here. There we go. Yeah.
I kind of feel like when you get an ace and they're on an eco, when the kills are like he's tapped the guy in barrels. The guy barrels could have had any weapon. Yeah, it doesn't matter that he had a pistol. He could have had any weapon. He's just been absolutely banged there. The same with the water player. So yeah, clean stuff. Really, really nice ace. Hydro finding that opening pick free. He's actually just not quick enough to the trigger there. But Ozek's trying to bite back and he can't do so. Hydro finds another in the meantime. And it's a much better round from RIZON. Looks like they should be able to take their second here unless Maeve and Patrick have something to say about it.
Yeah, from what I can see, RIZON are finding majority of their success here on the CT side when they're getting aggressive at the start of the round. Getting into the faces of alternate aTTaX, not giving them the luxury of any space or control for free. You know, pushing 2 players up short, pushing that AWP on this occasion, you know, fighting the mid-fights early on. They just win all those early gunfights, and there's still so much time left on the clock, but RIZON say, we're not going to make another move, the ball's in your court. What's the plan?
Yeah, it's definitely the right thing to do as well. It's so easy to get over aggressive in these kind of scenarios. I think Hydro's just spotted Maeve. Yeah, he has for sure. The nade falls a little bit short, but it doesn't really matter. He's got the information. He's not going to go for another jump spot. He'll fall away to bank instead off the back of that Molotov. Patrick. He's absolutely certain there's got to be one towards Dumpster, and there it is. Big frag. Might actually merit them a bomb plant here. There's no one else on the bomb site, but there is one coming in from toilets. They need to be aware. Maeve watching the backside, but doesn't hit the shot. The C4 will go down, though. To be honest, that's a success here for alternate aTTaX. Even though they've got cash, it gives them a little bit of extra money to work with.
Man.
And almost a lineup.
Yeah. I saw a world in which he just swings out there from long and he gets both of those kills immediately. It wasn't even just about winning the round, it was just inflicting further economic damage. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the kills. I do like the fact that he steps out. He knows he can't afford to play deep and then try and, you know, hug the wall because he'll just die either way. And that's on that occasion. Another code, Josh. Are you fast?
Yeah.
Not faster than me.
20KCENGUX. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but you got to tap these quick.
NT.
Yeah, there you go. Wow. Redeem now. €5. What would you buy with €5? I'm trying to think.
Oh man, AK Redline? Is that?
No, are you crazy? They used to be €5. Not anymore.
Yeah, I used
like
to trade in
15.
2016, so maybe I'm still living in those prices.
Yeah, back in the day, AK Redline was 2 keys. That was your standard. Yeah, I know where you're from.
I see you from those streets. I recognize your hood. It is going to be some opening kills again from aTTaX. They're just fighting fire with fire.
Oh, Hydro. Oh, what a flick.
Nice shot.
That's a beautiful shot. Man advantage still though for aTTaX, but not for much longer. Aaron finds another. And RIZON are actually putting up a lot more of a fight here, you know. If they can take this third round, then we're at a pretty balanced stage here on Overpass. Instead, aTTaX bite back. The man advantage back in their favour. And oh, Rand really needed to stay alive there.
Absolutely.
I wanted him to play a little bit more passive there. Wait for them to come out to B, try and find a kill, maybe stay alive for the rotation and go for that retake. Instead, he just swings Monster and that's it. Round over. Aaron has to save.
What a big response from aTTaX. They just keep doing it again and again and again. Every time RIZON win a round, they just come straight back and win another round afterwards to make sure there's no momentum found by the CT side here. And moving into the T side, it's only going to make matters worse here for RIZON. So I'm incredibly concerned for their cause right now. And also what I want to mention is just aTTaX's relentless aggression that they're playing with here as well. They're running into these CT players. They're clashing heads right now. They're not afraid to keep taking these fights with RIZON, even though RIZON have been looking pretty good in these chaotic plays so far here on Overpass. So I do appreciate aTTaX's committance to the cause. They're not backing down.
Well, I think Aaron has done a good job there as well, just kind of going hunting for that sniper. He's managed to bring that into the next round. That'll go back over to Hydro. He's had a massive impact with it in these last two, so might still be able to continue that one. Unfortunate, Rand just couldn't find an opener there towards Monster. If he finds one kill, maybe there's a chance for that retake, but without it, Aaron just has to get out of there. Another buy round though, 4 M4s around that AWP, lots of utility to work with, and yeah, decent amount of damage. Yeah.
No money here for RIZON if they lose this round, Josh. And, 8-2 becomes 9-2 on the CT side. Just 2 rounds at the first 11's not going to be enough. And I love this call from aTTaX. Oh my god, this is beautiful. This is just gorgeous. It's not outright. They've got freeze towards Fountain. He's keeping the presence. He's going to go down here for sure. But it should still almost be a guaranteed round 1. It's only Aaron on the side of the map, and he doesn't even get a kill before he goes down.
Yeah, I mean, RIZON have kind of gamble stacked over towards that A site regardless, and then Freeze just keeping them busy for even longer. It's absolutely perfect. 4v4 retake. The nade does actually find a kill onto Patrick, so maybe a chance here for them. But that AWP on Hydro has just had no opportunity whatsoever, and now trying to retake onto a B site, it's almost foolish at this point. Alexa, oh, a big whiff. That would have been a key frag to find. Instead, back into the 3-on-3. Nixedge does find himself one, but Sky is still doing damage. It all falls onto Maeve. Finds himself one. Flicks for the second, and aTTaX make it 8. There wasn't really enough time to get that one done regardless, but Maeve secures it either way.
Gets close. Nice attempt there from RIZON. I just love the way that Maeve plays that 1 versus 2 in the end. Gets the first kill. Knows the second is dropping down from heaven. And he does sit tucked in towards the CT side of Graffiti, right? Notice here, watch what he does. He swings the player. Rand has his knife out because he's expecting Maeve to be playing time. So it's a free frag for Maeve. It is a bit of a scary play to make, but you take that initiative and you're rewarded. 8-2.
Back down to the Deagles, as you said before. RIZON with no money if they lose that one, and Maeve taking advantage of it. Hydro still doing damage. He's actually having a pretty good game so far, to be honest.
For sure.
Some nice openers, at least in these last couple of rounds. Yeah, the fact that he's only got 5 kills kind of indicates to me he wasn't having much of an impact in the first 5 or so. But yeah, these last few rounds, he has been finding those opening picks. He's been looking pretty decent. Freeze, I think he's just noticed there's one towards barrels. There's a boost in play as well. He's not able to find anything thus far, but a lot of damage inflicted.
Good chance considering that they've got these 4 players on the B side of the map right now. It seems as though alternate aTTaX, I was going to say, will be committing, but no, they just dump their util and make their way towards the opposite side of the map. Do still have options available here. I still have a feeling they could end up at B, you know. Mave's keeping their options open by, you know, controlling lowers. 50 seconds on the clock, decent amount of utility. Where's this round going, Josh? I mean, RIZON could make this one work, you know.
Mave's got the jewelies. He's a cowboy right now. I want to see it. I want to see him in play. Get that AWP back on your back. I want to see the jewelies.
Oh, big kill there from Orzek. That's a huge frag to take down Aaron. There's only one player now. It's Rand on the save bomb side with the Desert Eagle in hand.
Yeah, that's an important one as well with Orzek only on 7 points of health. Rand has all the weight on his shoulders and he just can't deal with it. He crumbles as soon as Sky comes on top of him. And Orzek even doing further damage. He's been on 7 points of health since pretty much the start of this round. I thought he was going to be the kind of Achilles heel, the opener, where RIZON find the kill onto him and then they've got that man advantage and can play the trading game. But no, Orzek's still just doing further damage. Hydro, of course, he found that AK-47 at the very start of the round off of that opening pick and connector, and he intends on holding on to it. So, not bad at all. Aaron, that's a big shot.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only problem for RIZON is that round actually looked doable. That it looked pretty good for him. They even had a really good read on the fact that alternate aTTaX had rotated away from that B bomb site, but then they second-guessed themselves. They decided to split 2-2. And okay, what is... Wait, what? I'm very confused.
How come?
Did I miss something?
No, I think it was just like the round resetting.
Okay, alright. I thought, like, because we watched the highlights, like, it was a very quick anti-eco or something like that. Sometimes that happens when you, like, cast a game and you get back into the live play and the round's like a 3v1 or something. Anyway, that didn't happen. It's 9-2. And into a big gun round here for RIZON to put a stop to the rot, Josh. They've only won 6 rounds in the series so far.
Yeah, that's not a stat to brag about, is it? Right now, they've got the rifles behind them. Hydro with another big entry kill. I mean, that's perfect. The issue is they just haven't really been able to capitalize off of these entry kills. Time and time again, Hydro's been finding that opening pick, and they've still lost the round. Freeze, once again, the lurker. He's been a real thorn in RIZON's side.
And look at this call, Josh. They've gone straight up long and towards the A bomb site. No hesitation. No time wasted. They've beaten CGs. Aaron comes through off the back of a flash, and while he does get a kill, he goes straight down afterwards. Oh,
and there you go as well.
From Freeze. Oh, God.
Perfect on the backstab. It's so good as well when you're a T player and the CTs aren't taking short control. You wait for the rotation over towards A. The bomb's now been dropped, though. But Maeve, yeah, bites right back. Finds that one, makes sure that no damage can be dealt there by RIZON and they can't snatch away around. But as I was saying, holding short, you can hear so much. I mean, you never shift walk off of B up to the A site. Yeah, as soon as it's confirmed on A, the bomb's been spotted, you just start bombing it, and it's such a good opportunity to just swing out sandbags, find a free kill, and then you can kind of play. There's always that sort of big question mark as well when you do that as a CT when you're retaking. Even if as a T player you just go back up through connector, there's always that threat that you could come behind from bang. So yeah, it's a really powerful play to go for when you've got that kind of advantage.
Yeah, the presence alone has so much impact, right?
For sure. You put it much nicer than me. Oh, round, big headshot though.
Well, I just got to take your point. You gave me the whole thought, and then I was
but I waffled it into like a big paragraph, and you've just banged
it's
3 words.
Teamwork, man. Let's go. It's what making the dream work right now for alternate aTTaX. How many rounds have they lost the opening pick just to go on to win the round anyway? Feels like there's been a number in this map alone.
I mean, the last 2 for sure. And yeah, looks like it's going to be another right here. Maeve blitzing through right now. He's sat on 14 frags, 14-3, Sky 15-7. Orzek, he hasn't been able to kind of do his heroics that we saw on Inferno. I think he was a little bit lucky that he got to pull the B anchor card, you know, when they were all at the start. They're like, right, who's playing where? B anchor was definitely the best position to farm frags in that last game. RIZON just kept sending it up banana, didn't they?
That's true.
Yeah, just another clean one. Alexon obviously found that AK from the opening pick at the start of the round. That was found by Rand right through that smoke on Monster. And again, he's just looking to try and save it. But alternate aTTaX are on a hunt. They've got money. They've kind of got nothing to lose here. So they're hungry for this rifle, and they probably won't find it. Alexon, tucked behind the boxes. I don't think they're going to get to him in time.
Sorry, I'm not sure about that.
Why is this? That's the second time she's done it today. I'm gonna unplug it. I'm gonna unplug it. The government's trying to listen to me.
They're listening in on Josh's cast, everybody.
I think.
God.
Oh, I just worked it out.
All right.
I just worked it out. I'm saying Alexan. Hi.
Okay.
That's why.
What a name. What a name.
He's trolling me, man. He's trolling.
Luckily, it wasn't like, Josh, your internet history is.
Yeah.
Just starts
Yeah,
reading
that
out.
would be rough.
That would be an unfortunate one. Unfortunate is the name of the situation right now for RIZON. Remember, guys, in the ANATY Invitational, it's a single elimination bracket. It's cutthroat throughout. RIZON drew alternate aTTaX, and as alternate aTTaX are drawing blood. Not only in the map, not only in the series, but in the round here as well. It's already a 4 versus 2, up 11-2. It seems like the job is done.
Yeah, it's about to be 12 here as well. You can see RIZON already out of this round, trying to pressure onto that sniper. I'm surprised they haven't gone for any kind of double op setup or anything like that. Maybe if they find this one, they'll snatch it. But no, Patrick's there. Bit of damage control. Bit of support. That's all he needs. Hydro. Oh, not able to flip down. Unfortunate. Moves his crosshair away up to party just before Maeve peaks. And alternate aTTaX will make it 12. I mean, it's just absolutely perfect, isn't it? It really doesn't get a lot cleaner than this.
Nah, and it's a well-rounded team performance as well coming through from alternate aTTaX. All 5 individuals are putting up a great performance here right now.
I love
Patrick
the
up
fact
to 10
as well.
kills, 17 for Sky. Yeah, go for it.
This is a single elimination bracket, yeah. Round
Yes.
difference literally means nothing. It's not like you're
Yes.
playing some kind of Swiss stage where round difference is important. But alternate aTTaX are still giving RIZON respect, and they're still playing coordinated Counter-Strike. It felt a little bit like at the start of Inferno, they were playing like super aggressive and maybe a little bit trolly at times. But no, this is high caliber Counter-Strike, and they are giving their opponents the respect they deserve. Freeze! Oh my goodness, just crushes the round at the end. I mean, I was waffling through it, but what have we just witnessed?
Well, a bit of a blunder coming from RIZON because they just get destroyed after getting another opening kill in another round on the Sissi side, which goes unconverted. Coming out of Monster, they're able to get quite far forward where the alternate aTTaX players, they swing out in numbers and eventually just take all the attention towards that B-bomb site, and the flank comes through. I think it was Freeze who got those last 2 kills to finish off the round. It's a great job from him. And that's 13-2, even more dominant than what we had on Inferno.
Yeah, we might actually see a 6-round series from RIZON here. One of those kind of games that there isn't a lot to take away from, perhaps.
It's rough,
They are
you can
just
see
being
across the
crumbled.
board, nobody's really putting up big numbers right now
Yeah.
for RIZON.
Yeah, there's a real kind of firepower disparity here for RIZON,
Yeah.
and it has been really hard to see them actually find that opening pick every round and just not be able to convert off of it. It does kind of definitely show that. Well, I don't know. I don't think it necessarily shows anything because I think a lot of their opening picks have just been off of aggression. It's not like they're necessarily winning these duels. It would mean a lot more if they were finding the opening picks on the T side. Yeah, if they were finding that opening man advantage on the T side and then still losing the round, then there'd be question marks. But as a CT, when you're kind of like bombing one up Monster or something like that and finding the opening pick, then when you get traded and lose the round, I suppose it doesn't really mean much. Now they've got the opportunity, though, on their T side to maybe prove something. Nicky with actually a Tech 9. He's been given some Kevlar as well. He's a tank right now, and he's proving it. Big opening frag.
Yeah, Maeve tries to go for the wide swing there. Brute force approach does not work out for him whatsoever. Freeze with a little bit more delicate and finesse. Not going to get a kill either. Oh, Orsek has missed his shots there to try and drop the bomb carrier. Everything going RIZON's way right now. They're going to win the pistol round. And in fact, they're even making it look easy, are they? Sky is going to be coming through with the retake attempt. 2 quick kills from him. I'm not sure if there's a kit on the side here. The Tech 9 from Nixie does get himself a kill as well. Should be enough to seal the deal.
Hazy may have spoken too soon because Patrick's just found a head. The bomb is planted, of course, for Heaven, but he's just going to hold it. Oh my goodness. Randy's just jiggling. He's just trying to bait it out, and he's just holding the defuse. Patrick, no respect. It's a 10-seconder as well. Oh my goodness. What is going on?
Look,
I thought he had a
spinning
kit.
Heaven. I thought he had a kit as well. But he knew the situation with the bomb being planted for Heaven. There's no world in which he keeps tapping that and looking for the fight because he doesn't have the kit. He doesn't have the luxury of time. It feels like the only way he wins that round is by going for the big ball decision of sticking the defuse on the first tap and it works. There was like 2 seconds there for Rand where he was tapping away with the Glock, and he just wasn't hitting him. Oh, you hate to see it, Josh. That's devastation. Yeah.
It's not a great play for a pistol round because the Glock... Ooh, that's a nice shot from Maeve. But yeah, the Glock has no penetration through that fence. If you do it on a rifle round and someone's holding the defuse, you can just spray, yeah? And you'll still hit the headshot through that little thin piece of metal. But with the Glock, when they've got their head down and they're defusing, it's really hard to hit that headshot. And you can't spray them through the walls, so... Yeah, that's a rough one. That's a really, really tough pill to swallow. RIZON, they had everything in their favour that round, and they still weren't able to take it. And I think that that's really the epitome of this game so far. Orzek, I don't even think he meant to get that kill.
No, he definitely didn't. And even if he says he did, he didn't. 15-2. Alternate aTTaX have just been in a league of their own here in this series, making a statement as well, moving into the rest of the ANATY Invitational, that they are absolutely the favourites. Or at least a force to be reckoned with alongside Big and, I say the favourites, at least from the initial teams in the first round of games, right? You got Big and No Limit Gaming, who also, who got the top seeds coming into the event.
For sure, yeah. There's another skin bar and voucher for you. That one was really quick, though, so...
That one.
Yeah, I almost missed it. I don't know how anyone's managed to type it that quick, but maybe someone's able to flick back through the demo, grab that code, keep that €5, Maeve. Right now with the M4, does take damage, but there you go. They found both the kills. They've got that bomb dropped. Orzek's even able to find himself another elsewhere, and he's going to make it a triple kill. He's waking up here. As Alexan, I think it's over for him. Does find himself a headshot. All right.
Go on, lad. Go on. Let's add something to the highlight reel here for the ANATY production team. Oh, unfortunately, not going to happen. And there we go. The job is done, Josh. I mean, 2-0. Clean as it could possibly be from alternate aTTaX. 16-4 on Inferno and 16-2 on Overpass. That's rough.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, that's not a great day. That's not a great showing there from RIZON at all. I mean, as we said, we were kind of expecting alternate aTTaX to win that one. I wasn't necessarily expecting RIZON to only find 6 rounds through the series. I was expecting a little bit more than that, but just a rough performance from them. And at the end of the day, I think they will be a little bit frustrated with Overpass. They had so many advantages on that CT side that they weren't able to capitalize upon. That pistol round has got to be unbelievably frustrating. And the 10-second stick with no smoke, no flash, he's just held it like a champ. I can't believe it. But it was a fun one to cast, to be honest, from a viewer perspective. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. I think we have an interview. Do we have an interview, Hayes? Is that right?
I mean, we do have an interview coming through, Josh. I've got all the information, and yes, actually, you read my mind. It's going to be coming through in about a minute. I believe it's going to be with probably Orzek, or at least one of the winners from alternate aTTaX. Going to be cool to chat to them and just sort of see where they, if they see themselves as the favorites in the adventure. What's the goal? Probably just to get, go through the entire bracket. Just taking W's across the board, but also just talking a little bit about the domination and how they perceived this game. I mean, how they saw RIZON as opponents. Will be interesting to see, what they thought of their opponents coming into this matchup as well.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, just kind of, sort of trying to guess how they would feel going into this game. Yeah, I think you would be feeling pretty confident, but maybe not that confident. We'll see. Sounds like the interview's ready though, so we'll jump right into it.
There we go.
Hello?
We have Orzek, the captain and the IGL, and the winner from alternate aTTaX. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello,
Can you hear us?
I'm not. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, hello. I'm not the captain and the IGL, guys.
Oh.
Fraze
Right,
is
you know
the
what? I even
captain and the
messaged
IGL.
Zen. You're right. I even spoke to Zen in Twitter DMs, and I even got that wrong. So let's scrap that. Orzek, you're the star player, and you guys had a very successful game against alternate, a very successful game against RIZON. So let's talk about Inferno first. They picked the map coming into the series, but you guys won 16-4. Was the plan always to be dominant and get in their faces on the CT side?
We just played our game pretty confident, I guess, and it went pretty good. So I don't have if I have much to say about that.
Okay. Josh?
Fair enough. I don't really know what to say. There's not a lot to say, is there? Sometimes when it's a close game and there's rounds you can analyze and stuff. But how are you feeling about RIZON as opponents kind of going into the game? Obviously on paper, you guys are the better team. Were you expecting it to be as one-sided as this, or maybe a little bit closer?
If you consider their results, so what they played before, I expected it a bit closer, to be honest, but it went pretty good for us, so we are pretty happy about it.
Very good. Yeah, you played very, very well.
Yeah, thank
Just
you very
talking,
much.
one more question from me here about the team, Orzek. You guys have been together for a long time before the alternate aTTaX days, and it feels like you guys are taking your game to the next level. How do you guys feel like you're in the best form you've been so far as this group of players?
I don't think so. That's why we've changed as well one member, but it's
Then, yeah.
that we're playing full time for first time. So the most of us, it's kind of rough because you invest more time in the game, so you realize more your how does it call it? More your what you are wrong doing, because you invest more time. Because in the past we wouldn't practice so much, and that's why we have ups and downs, I guess. So, but it
Yeah, makes
seems
sense.
to, yeah,
Okay.
it's
It makes
yeah.
sense. Well, very, very well played today. Good luck throughout the rest
Thank
of the
you,
tournament. And yeah, thank you very much for joining us.
thank you very much as well. Bye, guys.
Bye bye.
Cheers, bro. Okay, well, there we go. I mean, he says he doesn't even think that they're in the best form they could be right now. They did make that change recently, bringing Zen from the coach position into the player role. So I feel like that will take a while before it takes full effect. But from what I've seen, they're definitely in an ascendancy right now.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously those performances in external tournaments as well maybe
Yeah.
prove that. We'll see how they do in as I said before, like the Pinnacle Cup as well, and following forward with that, following through the rest of this tournament. They're definitely one of the favourites to win it, and I'm excited to see if they can do so. If they continue playing like they did today, I think they've got a decent chance, but of course we won't see them play again until tomorrow when they face up against, I believe it's No Limit Gaming on the top side of that bracket.
No,
in that
Big.
sense. Is it? Oh, is it Big? Oh, okay. All right, fine. Up against Big tomorrow then. But of course now we've got an extended break before we bring you the next series of the day. So maybe go grab yourself some lunch and join us back at 5 p.m. CET for the next matchup. See you all soon.
We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go. We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go. We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go. We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go. We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the ANATY Invitational. We are here on day number 1 with the second game. My name is Hayes, I am joined by MNJ and we are going to be bringing you all the action. We had a blowout of a first game earlier, Josh, 16-6 and 16-2. Alternate aTTaX were the first team to pick up a win here in the ANATY Invitational. They will play against Big Academy. Now we find ourselves with another interesting game, right? We've got EPIC-DUDES taking on Sissi State Punks. Straight off the bat, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, earlier on it was easy wins, wasn't it? Alternate aTTaX were just smurfing on them, and now we've got a pretty good matchup, haven't we? I think we were saying in the pre-game this one should be a hell of a lot closer. Sissi State Punks and EPIC-DUDES kind of playing a similar caliber. Definitely teams that have played each other kind of, I wouldn't say week in, week out, but they've definitely played each other a fair few times. And we've kind of got the results to show for that as well. But yeah, I think this will be a much closer game. Whether we end up going to a third map is absolutely possible. In fact, probably probable, I'd say.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how things go. I haven't actually covered these two teams in a while. I mean, I covered EPIC-DUDES like ages ago, and I think I might have covered Sissi State Punks before as well, but not in the last year. So probably.
Well, I
not
mean,
these
EPIC-DUDES did
iterations.
announce a new roster on the 14th of January, so yeah,
I haven't casted
I
these
don't
guys
think
then.
there we go. We have got the brackets ready to show you guys, I believe, so let's get a look at the way that the competition stands. Remember, guys, there's only 5 best of 3s played here in the entire ANATY Invitational. Single elimination throughout. Of course, Big Academy and No Limit Gaming, they both received direct invites into the second round. Alternate aTTaX overcame RIZON. We spoke about that game, and now we find ourselves with the second game of round number 1.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. The winner of this playing up against No Limit Gaming, as you say, that's
Yes.
tomorrow. We've got a bit of a jam schedule tomorrow. Actually, of course, that first game happening at 12 CET. That's going to be big versus alternate aTTaX. That's definitely one to catch. So definitely worth waking up for. Well, I mean, most people would be awake at that time. Maybe not me. I'm a bit lazy. But but yeah, that's definitely one to watch. And then of course, whoever wins this one facing up against No Limit Gaming to try and find our finalist, which would be interesting. But yeah, I think we're going to do the vetoes the same way that we did before as well, which is interesting. So we'll get a player in from both sides. I kind of liked it. It was kind of a weird one, like meeting the players sort of, and getting a little bit of a feel for them, especially over on the alternate aTTaX side, we just kind of dominated. But yeah, it sounds like the veto is ready, so we'll jump right into it, Hayes.
All right. Well, let's see. Welcome, guys. Hello, Dream. Hello, Kazuya.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us here for the veto. I'm not sure if you guys have heard how we're doing things here at the ANATY Invitational, but to see who gets to choose who starts the veto, we have a game of rock, paper, scissors. So I am going to call rock, paper, scissors, and on scissors, can you guys please both display your hand, and we will see who has the choice. So you guys both ready?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So rock, paper, scissors. There we go. Dream picks up the win there. So you have the choice. Would you guys like to ban first, or would you like your opponents to ban first in the veto?
Can I ask my team for really quick?
Yes, of course. You're welcome to
Okay,
take your
perfect.
time here. Refer back, get some information, speak to the squad. Do what you need to.
This would be better, Hayes, if it was like a Japanese game show, like rock, paper, scissors, and then you spin the wheel, and then you get like mystery gun and 10 extra points. That's what I want to see.
Well, yeah, I'd love. Maybe we can integrate that. That can be your segment, Josh.
You got the golden monkey.
All right.
10 round
Then-
start.
We
Alright, Dream, what
choose
you going for?
that they are gonna ban first.
Okay. Kazuya,
So,
what are you guys going to ban?
yeah, we will ban Mirage.
All right.
Okay.
What's your response?
Vertigo.
Okay.
Then we
Kazuya,
will
when
pick
you guys
Overpass.
are ready for a pick. Okay, very nice, perfect. Overpass picked up, then coming through from Kazuya. Dream.
We are gonna pick a nuke then.
Okay, Nuke will be the second map of the series. Picked by Sissi State Punks. Okay, Kazuya for the second ban, please, from your team.
Yeah, we will ban Ancient.
Okay,
And so we ban those two.
so
then.
okay, that's all right. Ban Dust 2. So we have our map pool. It's going to be Overpass, Nuke, and then the decider, if we do go the distance, is over.
Cool.
Inferno.
Knowledge. You can't call yourself a Counter-Strike expert. It's Inferno.
Nuke. No, Inferno. What is going on? There we
suck.
go. Inferno, guys. You all left me hanging for so long. But anyway, we figured it out. So, guys, just to confirm, it's going to be Overpass as the first map picked by Epic Dudes. Nuke as the second map picked by Sissi State Punks. And then we will have Inferno as the decider. Thank you so much for joining us for the veto, guys. And best of luck for the game.
Thank you too.
Thanks, man.
Cool. Cheers, guys. Josh,
Hello.
we erased that from our memory.
I thought you were going to say train for a second. I don't know why. That was just like the first thing that came into my head. I'm still
Man.
living in like 2019 or something.
I
don't
would have
know.
loved that. I'm a big fan of trains, so.
Yeah, me too. Me too. It's a real shame it was taken out of the pool. I'll
What
be
do you think of
honest.
this veto, though?
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, we're going to have kind of, if we go to a third map as well, we're not really going to have much of a change of scenery, are we? We'll see Nuke, but other than that,
Yeah.
Overpass and Inferno, the two maps we saw in the last series, seem to be pretty popular in the German scene. I don't know, maybe I'm generalizing. But yeah, like, interesting vetoes. Interesting that Sissi State Punks went to allow their opponents to ban first as well. It's a bit of a weird one, I don't know, but fair enough. Each their own. And
I don't know. I kind of like banning second. I think because you let your opponents potentially take up maps that you don't want to play anyway. So it gives you some leeway to take out another map that you have a luxury of removing. In that case, maybe they pick a map you wanted to pick.
yeah.
So you can play a bit more reactively in the veto. I think.
Gives that 50-50 on the decider as well. So
Yeah,
like
sure.
you don't, yeah. Yeah, I think it's something you can definitely do if you're comfortable with your map pool. If you're a team that have been together for a
Yes.
long time and you're super comfortable with your map pool, then yeah, having that kind of flexibility on the end of the veto is probably better. So yeah, I get that. It's a nice bit of confidence. We're going to look at the lineups, of course. So we'll see
Yes.
both teams up on the screen right now. And look at that, Epic Dudes over there. It's, oh god, how do I say that one? You went through them so
We went with
seamlessly.
Nico. We went with
through
Nico. We
them.
decided it's going to be Nico.
Nico, okay, so we're not going to try and
Yes.
say Nikozja. Okay,
No.
right, Nico. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
There's
No,
a typo.
we've got so it's Nino.
Nino. Ah, okay, it's Nino.
Yes.
Nino. Nino Kazuya, who was just there doing the vetoes. Gim, Synced, and Kirby. And over on the other side of things, you want to take us through it, Hayes?
Yeah, Sissi State Punks. We've got Lapex, who is one of the players to certainly keep our eye on as the IGL and or big role taken up by him in the team. Of course, we spoke to Dream in the veto, second entry, Florento, Prime Taps, who's been earmarked as one of the players we need to keep our eyes on in the series from the Sissi State Punks team, and then Rapala to finish off the roster as well. He's got the entry role on his shoulders. Probably the least favorite role in the whole of Counter-Strike, I would say.
Ooh, okay. I like entries. I like entrying.
I
Yeah.
mean,
You're kind of like,
that's cool.
yeah, I suppose you're. Well, I don't want to say it, but like I just can't think of like a
How to
nice
put it
word
nicely.
to put it. Yeah, you're just
I'm the
like,
beta, man. I'm in the back line. I'm throwing you a flash. I want the info. I want to know where the guy is. I'm gonna swing him, and then I get to clutch. It's fun, you know.
it depends what kind of
Gotta watch
entry you are.
some
I mean, if you're an entry that goes in, you find all of those opening picks, then like you're flying. Yeah, you're absolutely
That's
flying.
you, Josh. Yeah,
That's
no,
me,
no wonder
yeah.
you make
All
those
the frags.
15-5 comebacks on Nuke, bro.
Unbelievable.
The CT side just getting the entries left, right, and center. I back you.
But yeah, if you're the entry that goes in, your teammates are there for the trades, and you're just the info man, then yeah, sometimes it can be a rough day at the office. I like Dream's glasses. I know that's pretty off topic, but I really liked them. They look pretty fresh.
Yeah, me too. So they suited him.
Yeah,
Nice
they
to see
looked
people
cool.
go for something, unique. I do want to just extrapolate that conversation a little bit more, though. It feels like, the roles you saw on the side of Epic Dudes, they just had rifler. They didn't extrapolate or extend on what those roles exactly are in terms of who's lurking, who's entering. I think that's definitely what we sort of shifted to with the meta. It's way more
Yeah, for
liquid
sure.
and fluid in terms of who just has to adapt to the certain role that's required in the situation. We play with a lot less hesitancy in the decision making. People are given more freedom in the systems as well. So you just become an entry frag all of a sudden or a lurker. And so I kind of like that from Epic Dudes.
Yeah, for sure. Like this meta nowadays is a lot of like kind of defaulting and then going into these kind of bursty contact
Yes.
plays. There's not too much of like these fixed roles, as you say, and a lot of the time roles are just spawn based. Yeah, if you've got a good spawn to go for a peek out long or something, then guess what? You're the entry fragger. Like whether you like it or not, kind of thing. You're not going to wait for
Yeah.
your entry to get to the front of the pack. Interestingly, alternate attacks played some kind of discipline roles in that last series. We saw Freeze doing a hell of a lot of lurking. He kind of like very like 2015 Get Right-esque, always on the other side of the map, always kind of opening up doors and things like that. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Kind of modern Counter-Strike. Yeah, it just doesn't seem to be as I don't want to say structured. It's very structured, but it's not as kind of fixed. Everyone doesn't have their like
That's the
fixed
word.
roles anymore. Yeah.
I like the word fixed more than structured, because you can still have that structure in and amongst your defaults and in amongst how you take your contact, right? But
Yeah.
you're still rolling with the situation and playing and adapting as you go in the round. It's not like you're setting something from spawn, and that's why we've seen IGLs like MSL, obviously going back further to choose easy examples like Existence and Pronax and Happy, like those IGLs who were just completely system based. It's like they fell to the wayside because they couldn't keep up with the meta, with the new kids that were just running around like feeling the information and playing the round out as they saw it, you know.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I'll be interested to see how these two teams play out, though. I think these two teams are both kind of high caliber, like kind of advanced level rosters. Both really, really good within the German scene, both playing kind of quite a lot of Counter-Strike, not necessarily at that next level step. I think within this tournament, for sure, No Limit Gaming, Big Academy, and Alternate Attacks are somewhat just on that next little step, just on that next little step where they're playing in some of these kind of like A tier, B tier tournaments. They're on the lower level of them. Don't get me wrong, they're not winning these massive events, but they are competing at that slightly higher echelon. Whereas, yeah, like EPIC-DUDES, Sissi State Punks, they're right on the border of it. They've not quite broken into that caliber yet, but they could definitely compete at that level. And I think that it's going to be very interesting whoever actually wins this game going on to play No Limit Gaming and then potentially kind of progressing further, whether they can actually kind of compete at that kind of level. We'll have to wait and see. But today's matchup, this one right here, is going to be very interesting and definitely not as one-sided as the game we saw earlier, or at least I hope.
No, I mean, we deserve to get a bit more of a tighter matchup here, of course. With only 5 best of 3s, we want a scrumptious affair with every single game that we have played out here. But I also wanted to just, extend on that point, talking about the fact that whoever wins here plays against No Limit Gaming in that second round matchup. That's the matchup that you want. You don't want to play Big Academy or Alternate aTTaX, in my opinion. Like, if you had to pick one of those 3 teams, I would go with No Limit Gaming personally right now. So what an opportunity for both EPIC-DUDES and Sissi State Punks to potentially have an easier pathway into the grand final.
Ooh, toxic, Hayes, toxic. So No
Come
Limit
on, brother.
Gaming
Don't
easier.
send like all the German No Limit Gaming fans to my DMs. At least follow me if you are. I mean,
yeah. Otherwise, I can't read it.
yeah, it's just unfortunate.
You know. Yeah. No, fair enough. I do actually agree with you. To be honest, But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, these teams as well, I kind of touched upon the fact they've got other tournaments coming up and whatnot. They're currently kind of midway through the Meisterschaft Season 2. So actually kind of looking at that, neither of these two teams have played against each other yet. In Meisterschaft this season, they're actually in different groups, both of which aren't. In fact, I say both of which aren't doing great. Sissi State Punks are doing fantastically. They're 10-4 right now. EPIC-DUDES are struggling. They're down 1-7. They really haven't been winning their matchups. They haven't really been able to find their form. The only team they were able to beat was RIZON, who we saw earlier are just on a slightly lower caliber for sure. But they are actually doing better. They're 3-7 over there too. Now, whilst this matchup hasn't actually taken place, just kind of looking further into the future, Sissi State Punks actually played No Limit Gaming the other day in Meisterschaft on Nuke. They lost 16-4. That was an absolute battering. So
that's rough.
Yeah, that is rough, isn't it? So whoever actually wins this series, definitely going to have a tough time against No Limit Gaming. It's possible. I'm not saying it's like completely out of the water. But it's definitely going to be a rough ride. We'll have to wait and see. For now, though, it sounds like the game's ready. So without further ado, we'll stop waffling and we'll get into the action.
Yeah, we're going to find out enough sort of predicting and sort of giving our expectations. Now we can actually get the information. We're going to see it all playing out right before our eyes. Another thing to touch on is that Sissi State Punk's also playing ESEA Advanced while EPIC-DUDES are competing in main. So also just a bit of a difference in competition there. Did you mention otherwise?
Yeah, I think I said they're both in advanced. Or I said they're both advanced to level, which is like open-ended, isn't it? It's like basically saying,
exactly.
Dudes are advanced.
They're 4-4 in main, so I think they could still maybe make the playoffs. And Sissi State Punks are 1-5 in advanced, so they're struggling. But we know that ESEA Advanced in Europe, it's hella stacked out there. It's scary in those streets, man.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, EPIC-DUDES have got some players with a wealth of experience. Kirby, He's been playing the game since 2010. He's been playing for some really, really strong rosters as well. Never really broken out the German scene. Kind of playing for Playing Ducks, Planet Key Dynamics, Unicorns of Love, my XMG, just kind of bouncing between these kind of German organizations. I actually had an offer to buy my XMG a couple of years ago. Fun fact for you, I didn't take it, but how fun would that have been? I could have been a German org owner.
Do you regret your decision is the question.
I really wanted it, but we couldn't come to an arrangement money-wise, and
Okay.
yeah, but I really wanted it. I don't necessarily regret it, but yeah, I wish I could have got it for cheaper. That's all I'm gonna
Well,
say.
here we go, Josh.
Oh no, someone's
Hopefully
muted.
our tickets are going to be
Who's Bulldog?
worth it. Oh,
It's been too toxic in matchmaking.
Took me a second to figure out who you were talking about there. I caught you. We'll have to identify exactly who that is.
Synced is called
Right
Blackbird
now.
as well. What is
We
going
got
on?
Dalmatian in there. Oh, we got the Canary.
Oh,
Oh
man.
god. All right. Well, call this one, Josh.
Oh man, Rapala does spot them all going out onto the site. They're going to be playing for a retake here. Sissi State Punks is such a really interesting way of playing B. Normally you'd stack 4 players up towards the B site. This time they're actually just playing for a full retake. They've got that kit on prime taps, and they're coming in from behind on the fast flank. Bit of a whiff though, makes things a little more complicated because now they've got to take the close fights against the clocks, and it's an absolute shutdown. EPIC-DUDES crush this retake, and I'm really not sure about that strategy from the CT side. I'm not a big fan of it.
I mean, listen, cliches are cliches for a reason. You know, maybe it's don't go against the book if it's you know, works as well as it does. They do try and get a little bit fancy there, completely change up the way that they approach that pistol on the CT side. But in the end, EPIC-DUDES just took full control of that B bomb site and never looked back. You know, since they got into that post plant. So really good work coming out of the T side to open up their accounts on their opponent's map pick.
I don't know if you saw the kill feed. I'm not sure if we're just
No,
supposed to
their
call...
map pick, excuse me. But yes.
I'm supposed to... Here, look, you wait for it. You ready?
Okay, yeah, let's go.
Somebody first gets a kill. It's gonna say their toxic muted name.
Like Canary.
Canary.
Frag,
Calf's about to go huge. It's Blackbird with the opening headshot.
Oh, man. All right, well, it just kind of increases the difficulty level of what we got going here. That's okay.
Yeah, that's
I don't
fine.
mind.
It'll be fixed in a
rolling with
minute,
the
don't
punches.
worry.
Lapex. Well, there's the force buy that's come through here from Sissi State Punks, so they're going to try and have some sort of impact in the round. They have lost the first pick, and Lapex is just going to get rounded on. Cat put to death. Does he have 9 lives is the question.
I don't think so. He's dead. He's out the round. He's gone. 5 versus 3. Prime taps now on the site with this 5-7. Has to try and defend it, but look at the utility. It's just bullying and pushing him away from really having any impact and any say in the site hold, and just like that, sprayed through the smoke. Both of them fall. Rapala left in the 1v4. 2 players are very low right now, so he could do some damage with this Desert Eagle, but I don't really think the round's in contention. As he swings, he only does further damage. Doesn't finish off any of the low players. I think it was Kazuya that finished him off. 2 on the board for EPIC-DUDES.
Good work coming through from EPIC-DUDES. I mean, they had a narrow loss to Heat a couple days ago in the PGL qualifier, the first one, where they lost 16-13. We all know how strong the Heat team has been recently. So they've shown that they've got, when they're on, they've got what it takes to be a strong contender. They 2-0'd RIZON, which we saw aTTaX do a little bit earlier on as well. That was our opening game for the ANATY Invitational. We're here with the second match right now. Winner of this will play against NLG. I mean, I think just based on the information that we've got, Josh, about Sissi State Punks being in advanced, having a better standing in Meisterschaft as well, that they probably put them as slight favorites going into this, or where do you stand on that?
Yeah, I would put Sissi State Punks as slight favourites going into this one. We'll see, though. These first 2 rounds really haven't gone their way at all, so... Of course, Overpass is their opponent's pick, but you wouldn't expect it to cause that much of a problem. I was wondering if that pause was actually a technical pause for us to fix the sort of issue on the production end, but maybe not, because we can still see Bulldog in play, so... We will see. Oh, look! The player names do actually look right now. Like from the top down, so maybe that has been fixed.
From what I can see, actually, their names above their heads are correct now. So that's good. That's going to make our jobs a lot easier. Thank you very much, production.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just Gim who's obviously Bulldog right now, so that's what we have to keep in mind.
Okay. That's fine. Sync is in for a world of hurt. Oh no,
Oh.
it's Bell. It's Bell to find the headshot.
Yeah, I think you miscued down a bit. They synced. Well, I thought he was going to get the kills, but yes, you actually called it correctly. He is in for a world of hurt, receives the full might of that HE grenade, and then just gets destroyed thereafter. As we do see Epic Dudes taking control in this anti-eco. I mean, taking the long fights makes sense. And my god, an easy frag coming through there from Gim, I believe it was. No, actually Kirby. Either way, still frags being chipped away. Death by 1,000 paper cuts, perhaps.
Yeah, this has been a bit rough for Epic Dudes. I mean, this is supposed to just be a clean sweep. They're against a full eco. They've taken 2 casualties and potentially even more as Sissi State Punks have picked up a couple of weapons and they're gaining ground. Lapex creeping in.
Nice.
Oh my goodness, Prime Taps. He must get his name from somewhere, and I reckon it's something to do with that. It's Kirby. I mean, he's got health. Nino only on 7 points of it. Prime Taps could do further damage here. With no kit, I don't think he's really got a chance at winning the round. But this has been a fantastic eco regardless, and yeah, he's just going to fall away, cut his losses, take that AK-47 into the next.
Scary round for Epic Dudes. That got incredibly close, and they weren't actually playing against all that much. It feels like they kind of just got caught off guard by some of the sporadic aggression that was thrown from the Sissi side. So, yeah, fantastic amounts of damage dealt by Sissi State Punks, and they're able to take an AK into the next round. And they'd love to get on the board in their first gun round.
No, you mentioned Heat beforehand. So they played against Heat. They
Yes.
almost beat Heat in the RMR qualifiers. I love Heat's logo. Publicly talked about this. I'm a really big fan of it. I'm going to
I
buy
actually
one of
do as
their
well.
jerseys when they come out. It's my new favorite esports logo.
It's kind of really cool because it's got a nice amount of detail, whereas it feels like a lot of esports orgs have just gone oversimplified. I mean, the whole design world has just gone like major the simplified approach with everything, but it feels like while they are still simplified, it's got that like
I just like
character
it
to it,
because
right?
it's funny. It looks funny, and yeah,
Okay.
I do agree with you as well. Though everyone's gone oversimplified mad, and it's a bit different, isn't it? It's unique. I love it.
Yeah, I like the character, and I love that story as well. Either way, full gun round underway. Got a couple of players in towards lowers here for Epic Dudes as they start to take some control towards the top side of the map. Everything working on a timer right now, on just like clockwork, as you would expect with the German outfit.
Oh, Lapex. Ooh. So close. Shoots between the two, but can't find either, and Dream's going to find the opening. Drops the first man, but oh, the smoke. It's just a little too premature. The swing comes in, and Epic Dudes are able to trade it right back. They're playing really well right now, to be honest. I was expecting after Sissi State Punk's opening buy for them to kind of claw this back, and that's just not been the case at all.
Oh my god. Great kill coming through from Kazuya to take down Prime Taps on the Optimus, and that just surrenders full site control. Nice pace coming through from Epic Dudes in the round. They kind of delayed, going about their business towards bathrooms, and I wonder if Sissi State Punk kind of thought, right, we haven't heard much presence here. The first 30 seconds of the round, maybe they're grouping up in towards lowers or outside of the B-bomb site, and they just got completely overwhelmed, and Epic Dudes, they just charged into the B-bombs, or rather the A sites, after getting those initial kills in the bathrooms.
Well, with the two-man advantage once again, it's just going to be a hard save call for Sissi State Punks. The bomb about to explode, and Epic Dudes. I mean, the thing is they're just keeping players alive. You look at their whole squad right now, we're about to go into round number 5. 4 of these members have only got 1 death. They're really starting to build up these bank accounts. Nino's sitting on 10k right now. That's post-buy. He's going to pull out a little bit of utility. He'll maybe drop one over.
Probably drop,
Yeah, there we go.
He wants the orb.
But wealths of cash, that's going to be a nice little cushion for them to fall back on. And another fantastic round there as well, just recovering off of Dream's entry and then just bombarding into the site, using that momentum to snowball.
At least Sissi State Punk will still be able to afford a full buy coming into this next round. Luxury of the A1S. As we do see Lapix on a forward angle right now towards short, but unfortunately not going to be able to connect on the shot. So that's an opening kill gone a begging. Not an easy one. You're also kind of playing for information more than the kill, but sometimes, sometimes you feel like you could catch that one.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now tucked into water. Only angle is on short. Rapala tucked over towards the right hand side of Monster. It's kind of a common angle to clear, and with no one kind of covering him over toward... in fact, there is one towards Pillar now, so they've got a nice sort of crossfire in play. Dream finds Kirby to open things up, though. And Epic Dudes with a minute left on this clock. They don't really have a lot of map control. They're creeping up over towards short, but Lapex has still got the hold on it. And they're just picking them off like flies. This has been a much better round from the Sissi State Punks.
Yeah, I like what they fall back onto here as well. Just going to see if there is any response here from Epic Dudes. Looks like they're going to try and force the issue in towards the A-bomb side. In the meantime, Kazuya is keeping some presence here. Doesn't want to lose his life out, though. Going to try and join up with his teammates. In the meantime, speaking about joining up with teammates, Lapix is making his way up there with the AWP as well. So this defense on the A-bomb side has just been bolstered even further.
Yeah, there's surely no way that you expect to here. This nice little bait over from Prime Taps. As soon as you kill that first guy towards truck, you're not necessarily going to be clearing that right angle, but the flashbang's perfect. Doesn't quite get the job done. And Nino, blinded as well, has to take a step back. It's probably best to just save here. 10 seconds left on the clock. They run into their death. I mean, they've got enough money, so they'll be able to go for a buy anyway. SSP will put their first on the board, and actually a really good round from them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, mate. And why I said in the middle of the round that I really liked what they were doing is just based on the fact that they... Excuse me, there we go, just fixing something on my end. They just kind of went for the passive option. They didn't force any early fights. They didn't feel like they had to try and fight map control and, towards lowers or force fountain. They just said, all right, let's just try and keep ourselves towards the sites. Let's force them to make some moves, and then let's get the kills once they come into our extremities, right? You saw their Lapix with the AWP holding an easy angle, and Shorty gets a free kill there once that player overextends. So I just like that Sissi State Punks fall back on the sort of the percentage play.
For sure, yeah. That felt like the problem in the last buy round, didn't it? Trying to, play aggressive in con, trying to play aggressive in toilets. And it just didn't work out for them at all, and they just got steamrolled. So, again, kind of more passive stuff. 3 players stacked over towards that B side of things. 1 in toilets, just kind of playing for that information, calling for the support of Lapex as and when it's needed. I'm not sure if much has been heard, though. Obviously, Epic Dudes lingering over towards that party close toilets area. They are making a lot of noise now as the nades are expended. The scope's surely heard. Dream just has to play this smart. Look at that. Throws a smoke. Gonna fall away.
Yeah, Epic Dude starting to congregate around the A-bomb site. Just the one player towards long. Ooh, Lapix spots him there with the AWP. There are 3 CZ players here right now, so they are more than prepared to deal with the hit that's coming through. Dream gets all the information, but he's completely blinded up. Gim will get that opening kill. Prime Taps gets the trade in response. 30 seconds left remaining. Epic Dudes are close enough. They can kind of take their time here, but they'll be up against the block as well. Prime Taps continues to just try and keep himself alive to buy time for the rotations to come through. Big spray through the wall there from Kazuya to get it into a numerical advantage for his team, but they're trying to pick up the bomb, and Rapala's playing around the smoke right now, using these audio cues to his advantage. Gets the first onto Kazuya, trying to get the planter, won't deny the plant, and actually, excuse me, it's Kirby who he frags first, and Kazuya's trying to make his way back towards long.
He needs to be careful though, he's got his knife out, he's looking the wrong way, just jumps across, all the timing, it's impeccable.
No
and
kit.
Rapala, no kit, if he had a kit right there, he'd hold it, the full 5-seconder, but I think Kazuya knows that, well actually, how would he know? The guy's got 2.5k, he could have bought a kit, why doesn't he have a kit? Oh my goodness, this round. It could have been theirs all day long. Now there's no time left on it. He just has to fall away. It's so well played from Kazuya. And Rapala makes a grave mistake. That's such a shame.
The veteran is just having an incredible performance right now, isn't he? He's got 9 kills and just 2 deaths in the first 6 rounds. Not quite Orzek-esque, but he's still having a lot of impact here. 5-1, Epic Dudes win a round back immediately after losing the 5th round. What's more impressive is that they had to just kind of think on their feet, didn't they?
Yeah, that was so weird though, that not only did Rapala not have a kit, but he had 2 fallen teammates on the bomb site that also had extra cash that didn't seem to have kits. I'm not sure if they had one before they died, but I didn't see any lying around on the floor. So that was a very, very winnable round. And yeah, just for some reason, there weren't any kits lying about. That's so bizarre. Another buy up here from Epic Dudes is actually not the best buy, to be honest. Couple of contingencies. That AWP carried across from the last stream, playing hyper aggro, and the timing.
I'm sorry, bro.
That's rough.
I feel sorry for him.
Yeah, that's a real shame, to be honest.
Way. Live by the sword, die by the sword, right? You want to hold that aggressive position? Want to have to cover 2 different angles? That's what happens, I guess. And I really love this response here from Epic Dudes as well after they get that pick towards Fountain, because they know they've deprived the CT side of information and control. They've been forced back in towards the site. Look at Florento, though. He's pushed all the way up towards the barrel. He's hugging the goddamn wall right now. This very rarely actually gets checked this deep, and he gets the lineup. Oh god, sink deep, and barely had any health to work with, so he was an easy second kill.
Oh,
and
man.
Florento, oh, he's got support from Rolf coming through as well. What on earth is going on?
Oh, that's so
That
well
is
played
him.
from
Never mind.
Florento.
He's
and
got himself the whole ace. He's got the full 5 frags in the round.
That is unbelievable. So well played. I mean, it's a real shame that Sync only had 10 points of health, actually. Because I think if Sync had more health, they did check it. They probably would have cleared him in the first. But yeah, as soon as he found that
100%
lineup,
agreed.
drops off, takes the new angle, and yeah, just picks off those heads one by one. Beautifully played, and Sissi State Punks kind of snatch a way around that rightfully wasn't theirs. They had the man disadvantage, but such a nice response. As soon as they get the information that there are at least 4 players over towards Fountain, push up B, take that monster control. Beautiful.
Yeah, that was a good protocol. For now, though, the T side are going to be reduced to pistols for the first time on the map outside of the pistol round itself. Desert Eagles and an AK-47, they invest every penny. But this is Sissi State Punk's opportunity, right, Josh? Win this round here, you break the T-side economy, it's a 5-4 game, 1 round separates the 2 teams, and you feel like you've got yourself into the map at that point. You feel like you're being competitive. So this is the round that's really pivotal for the CTs to win, just to make sure that this game is still an even keel.
Yeah, for sure. If Epic Dudes cause an upset here, then there's certainly some problems, and there's not a lot of money left for the CTs. But for now, they're actually dealing with it quite nicely. Epic Dudes as well, even though it looks like there's not a lot behind them, this is a full investment. This is all they could afford into this one. Apex on the angle, right-hand side. Kirby's holding it with the AK, and he's spamming. In fact, it's actually Nino spamming through that smoke with the Deagle. Might catch him off, and there you go. Free kill for him, but it will be traded.
Yeah, good kill coming from Prime Taps just to make sure that they maintain full control of the situation. It's all on Kirby, trying to make this play from long. Oh, Lapex, he gets timed again. This time he pulls out the molly. Fortunately for Kirby, he can't capitalize on it at all, and Sync D is going to miss all his shots there with the Desert Eagle. So that means Sissi State Punks do get across the line in that anti-force buy. Such a vital round. And now they've got an echo. And I love to talk about teams earning anti-eco rounds, because you have to win a number of gun rounds if you're coming from behind. You have to play against a force or 2 in there as well. And then you get the full luxury of the eco. So this is where we need to see them just build on their economy and get that full buffer in play, where if they lose a round, they can buy immediately afterwards.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's always coming from behind as well, isn't it? Like, for them to be on a full eco like this, if they're ahead, then they're always going to kind of have that little bit of extra money. If they're really on the back foot, then they're going to have that loss bonus. But right here, there's really nothing for them to work with. Glocks, a P250, some Julies. I love the fact they're $300 now. I use them all the time.
Oh man,
doesn't mean I get kills with them, but yeah, I love them.
I mean, you get style points though.
Yeah, you do. You do get style points, and it just you get in their heads. Yeah, you get in the opponent's heads. You really tilt.
I think
them
I would
with
still
Julies.
prefer a Tech 9 on an eco round. The Julie's on the pistol round is amazing, but when your opponents have armor, they can be a bit meh.
Yeah, I get you.
Go like Tech 9. Spend the extra $100, get a Tech 9. Yeah, that's my kind of language. Look at Dream. He's in poor position. He should die here.
Oh man,
yeah, I don't know how I feel about that play. I'm gonna be honest with you, man.
Yeah,
he's like
there's
on an
no need.
island by himself there.
Especially considering it didn't work for him last time as well. He's gone for that party aggression already. It's not going to be unexpected. He goes for it again on an eco round. They should kind of know that Epic Dudes have no money coming into this one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, either that's a horrible misread or he's just gone for a really foolish play there, but it's cost him his rifle and he's only got $1,700 in the bank, so there's really no need for that one. Kazuya might be able to do some damage with it as well as they group up towards B. Rapala on the other side. They don't have armor, so it should just be a clean-up. And there it is. Beautiful spray down. Triple for him.
The lack of utility also really rough by Epic Dudes. Kirby with the P250 bobbing and weaving around the pillar, able to get himself a kill. Florento will finish off the round though and bring it to a 1-round game. So now to level up here on their opponent's map pick. Sissi State Punk starting to pitch up here, Josh.
Yeah, they are. They're closing this gap, aren't they? 4 to 5. Epic Dudes do have the cash behind them again. To be honest, it's a pretty successful eco round. For like a full eco like that, finding 2 kills really isn't too bad at all. Especially when your opponent's economy is relatively fragile, which Sissi State Punks, okay, they've got money behind them, but they haven't got bags of cash. aTTaX connects the leg. Can't find the kill, and he's even going for the repeat. That's a dangerous game to be playing.
Oh man, Dream. I didn't catch it. Did he emerge through the smoke? I was looking at the minimap, or did he actually come through from lowers? Either way, it's going to be Prime Taps who gets another kill. Compounds the problems. Look at the aggression from the CTs on this occasion. They're starting to feel themselves now here on the map, which is really good to see. You know, they're expanding themselves. It's not just like they're trying to stick to exactly what's been working. Now they're feeling more comfortable and more confident, and it is a beautiful round coming through from the CT side.
Yeah, you can see they're far more composed. They're starting to sort of find their rhythm a little bit, and I think it can sometimes be really difficult, especially in a close matchup or a matchup. Okay, SSP aren't the underdogs in this one, but like it's a close matchup on paper. To sort of check out mentally very, very quickly when you go 5 rounds down, the other team are just kind of dominating you. You've gone for a couple of buy rounds, and your opponents have just completely run into the site, won all their angels. Yeah, it can be quite difficult to reset. Sometimes you need a timeout to kind of cool down a little bit. Doesn't seem like SSP needed that though. They've just come in with force once again. Tech9s to try and push through onto the B site, and Florenzo finds that opener.
Yeah, good kills from the CT side, just gonna mow them down. Oh my god, not even a single frag comes through in the round. I'm pretty sure that was the case in the previous as well, right? I think it was not a flawless gun round up from SSP in the previous. I'm sure they kept 5 players alive. Either way, look at their money, Josh. They're balling right now. They're pretty much going to be able to buy for the rest of this half. What a turn of the tide here on Overpass.
Yeah, especially when you look at the fact that aTTaX is sitting on 10k here as well. They're in a very, very powerful position indeed. Nino goes for that AWP. There's no utility behind it though, and aTTaX once again is actually going for this mid pick. Jumps into party, maybe not for the aggressive peek.
Oh, this is interesting.
He's got Dream watching his swing. He's going to hold towards playground, and Florenzo's aggressive on long. I actually quite like this aggressive setup. It could completely crumble and lose them the A site, but I think... Oh, maybe not. Okay, at least he's got the information. Florenzo can now call this.
Oh man, aTTaX is relying on Dream and Dream. Oh, he's got his buddy covered. Big kill there onto Sync D. Now it's on Kirby. They realize that they can try and still get these kills. aTTaX is hanging around right now. Kazuya, he has the favor on that angle. And he does damage to aTTaX, but it's not fatal.
Oh, man. Bearing in mind, aTTaX has got the cross, I'd have much preferred Florenzo to swing off of the contact there. As soon as the AWP fires off that first shot, swing out, you should be able to get a freebie. But yeah, peeking that little bit too early gives the opponents the man advantage, and well, now EPIC-DUDES have really got some equity in this one. 3 versus 3, pretty much evens, but aTTaX is very low on health.
Does look like EPIC-DUDES are going to be trying to finish this round over towards the A site right now, where SSP have majority of their players. aTTaX here with Dream. AWP gonna have to hit the flick. It doesn't. Nino does connect, and that means all of SSP's hopes and dreams rest on Dream's shoulders right now. 20 seconds left. He's got the clock on his side, and the rotations come through from Rapala. Dream not going to be able to get a single kill though. Oh, and then Nino just cool, calm, and collected, holds the angle, and finishes off the round.
To be honest, that would have been a massive round for Sissi State. It's such a tongue twister. Sissi State Punks to win.
SSP.
Yeah, had they have done so, it would have just reset EPIC-DUDES again. They wouldn't have had the cash to kind of go for a full buy into this one, and they could have run away with the half. Now they're having to fully reinvest. That big old bank that they've got behind them is starting to deplete. They've still got enough to buy into the next, even if they do lose this one. But EPIC-DUDES are kind of back in the picture, aren't they? They've got this full investment. They've got that AWP on Nino that he carried across on the last. aTTaX counting them like sheep as they cross, but can't actually fire off a shot.
Have got a player in towards lowers here as well to the CT side. Not going to be any contest from here at the start of the round, so a decent amount of information to feed through to his teammates. They are playing on a bit of a gamble at the moment, though, leaving long completely open, and it means that aTTaX is soon going to have to rotate back. There's only so long that you can keep the setup in play until someone from the B side either has to rotate up, or that banana player or bathrooms player rotates back to the site. But then the problem is, you leave your teammate in lowers, you don't get to cover him anymore, and you both become isolated. So I'm interested to see how they adapt to this.
X.
Oh, Dream's gonna get banned in lowers.
But this is so awkward for Lapex as well. Look at his positioning. No one in toilets is making any noise. He needs to be aware they could come up to his right. As Dream finds the opening, killing, connects. Now noise is being made, but Lapex has dropped.
Oh man, I mean that's just so many gambles being taken by Lapex/SSP in that round. I mean, he's, like you say, first of all, gambling nobody's going long, and that nobody's going to be coming from bathrooms, and you know, peeking him from the half wall there. He just gets caught completely off guard. He's committed to that angle as hard as ever. We see the retake attempt coming through. Actually, a lot of damage done. I thought this round was epic dudes for the taking, but Florento doubles down. All of a sudden, it's a 1 versus 2. Kirby with the AWP in hand looks for the shot. They know exactly where he is. There is a kit in play, but they just are struggling to find the kill. Kirby just trying to stay alive for as long as he can, but he's not going to be able to do it. And SSP get back to winning ways.
Yeah, back on the front foot, 7-6. With that bomb plant going down and a fair bit of damage, though, Epic Dudes will have cash once again. So they will be able to buy into this next. I don't think we'll see an AWP. In fact, it's very, very unlikely that we'll see an AWP, unless anyone wants the glass cannon one. Feeling confident, maybe. You don't really see it on the T side, do you? CT side, you can justify a glass cannon, but nah, T side, not really. There's another one of those skin baron codes, though. Be quick, because it's a long code and you don't have long to type it in. €5 up for grabs, though, so snatch it up.
Skin Baron's a really good website. And that's an objective perspective.
You know, I do so many broadcasts now that are sponsored by Skin Baron that have all of these codes. I could just snipe them all up and just have like a mad Skin Baron balance.
I see how you work, Josh. You say it in jest as if it's something that you could hypothetically do, as if you're not just there. That's why you don't read out the code to everyone. You're just like writing it down straight away while you're busy casting, mate. Yeah,
I see you working
all
there in the shadows. Yeah.
That's classic, Josh. Guys, you better just follow him on Twitter so you can shout at him at him NJ Casts, I think.
Thanks, bro. Thanks for the shameless plug. On a real though, I don't steal the Skin Baron codes. I promise.
Oh, I know, of course. Just to get that disclaimer out there. Look at SSP, Josh. Far more passive.
Yeah.
Seems to be their response after things get close or sticky.
I like that. I mean, the couple of times that they went for that aggression, it didn't really work, did it? I did like that kind of aggressive, coordinated play where they had Dream watching that fountain swing, the AWP in party, the player on long. I think Florento just peaked a little bit prematurely. I think that was kind of why that crumbled a little bit. But yeah, those couple of rounds that we've seen Dream get like super aggressive over towards T by himself hasn't really worked. So playing this kind of passive setup,
Lapex is gamble too.
Yeah, Lapex has been playing like super isolated as well, hasn't he? Aggressive towards toilet. So yeah, I like this much more defensive setup here from Sissi State Punks. They've got the lead, they've got the economic advantage, they know that, and they don't want to lose it.
It's a nice approach in the round here from Epic Dudes, I must say, because they've been conditioning SSP throughout this half so far, constantly taking that long control fountains, bathrooms, forcing them back into the A site. This time, though, they changed up. They're going to be executing on speed. We actually haven't seen this yet from Epic Dudes in the half so far, and there's only 2 players right now, but the rotations are coming through thick and fast.
Oh, Rapala. Ooh, not finding those shots. The bomb's going to go down, but look at this. He's just staying alive. The longer he stays in water, the more of a menace he is. It buys time for his teammates to come in, and look at that. An absolute clean sweep. Kazuya does double down, actually triples as he finds the diffuser.
Wow.
A lot of damage dealt, but to be honest, it's not going to make a huge amount of difference as we go into the final round of the half, and Sissi State Punks will make it 8.
I mean, when you consider the fact that Kazuya is 17-9 right now, and that SSP are still winning the half 8-6, like that says a lot about the fact that I think the CT team is working probably better across the board. Whereas Epic Dudes' success is also maybe born off of Kazuya just having some really good entries and creating a lot of space with his kills. But that's not really sustainable or reliable, is it? You've got 2 kills on Sync D, you've got 3 kills on Gim. It's still, I mean, even though Epic Dudes got off to a good start, it's kind of, they've kind of gone off the beat a little bit, Jeremy and Epic.
Yeah, that kind of rhythm that they had originally, Epic Dudes are starting to lose, aren't they? The rounds that they are putting together seem to be a little bit more lackluster. Oh, Lapex, how is that not connected? That's such a shame. That should have been a kill for him all day long.
Yeah, at least a bit of damage inflicted onto that star player, so he's he's not going to be having as much opportunity as he's had throughout this half so far. Look at Lapix though, clearing out the angles. Nice snapshot down to take nice snapshot there to take down Nino, should I say? And he's still hanging around as well, keeping up with his aggressive approach on the CT side. But this time he's got support, he's got numbers. Long is covered. Dream gets 2. And Lapix will find the kill to finish off the half as well. What a turnaround from SSP. They were down 4-0 and 5-1, and they win the half 9-6.
You know, it hadn't actually occurred to me how well Kazuya was playing. He's 17-10 right now. In terms of score, he's actually leading the server despite the fact that they're losing by 3 rounds. He's head and shoulders above everyone else on his team. And there is a bit of a disparity, isn't there? Gim sitting on 3 frags, Synced only on 2. Over on the SSP side, everything's a little bit more balanced, isn't it? I know that it's a little bit easier on a CT side for everybody to share the kills evenly because just by the nature of how Counter-Strike works, yeah, you're going to have those supporting players on the T side of things that are just sort of throwing the util, not necessarily finding those opening frags and whatnot. But definitely, there's no real excuse for ending a half on 2 kills. So see if they pick it up a little bit as we go into the second half. It is rough for sure. Here's that ace again though from Florenzo. This was a real highlight. This has been the highlight, I think, of the tournament so far. And we only get to see the first little bit of it.
I mean, you also keep in mind the impact from that ace, coupled with the fact that he had to make the play to get in that position as well, take the initiative to get through Monster Tunnel, to get tucked into that corner, and then he was rewarded with the ace. And what a big round that was, because they were down, 5-2 at that stage, I think?
Oh, yeah.
And if they lose that round, they've got no money. So that's a pivot round right there, and he comes up clutch, so a huge impact.
Yeah, it was a huge swing round, and from that point, they kind of just dominated, didn't they? They lost 1 round and a half from that point forward, so massive turning point there for Sissi State Punks, and, well, maybe they'll actually be able to continue their form as they're headed over towards the B side of things for pistol round. This time, though, instead of the retake setup, it's a 4-man stack, and it's an absolute shutdown.
Oh, beautiful kills coming through from Synced initially, but there's a response here. Don't count SSP out just yet. They are being flanked out, though, but they're still able to make this work somehow. Kazuya does further damage, but Dream's alive. And Nino, well, he's probably quivering in his boots right now. Look at the change-up, SSP. They're charging straight through and towards us. A bomb side. Oh, Lapix. He should get taken down by Nino, and he does. Kazuya didn't waste any time pushing through and wants to behind them. And he gets that frag, which just stops him in their tracks. I did like the change-up, though. Nice attempt from the T side.
It was a nice attempt. I really love the way Nino plays that, though. It's very easy to get a little bit kind of ants in your pants. That's definitely like a weird way of putting it. But in a 2v2 like that, when your teammate's kind of under fire, to just go for a swing and try and get involved. But yeah, Nino read the situation really well, anticipated that they were going to try and wrap around through to A, bearing in mind that Kazuya was on the flank. And yeah, he's ready for it all day long. Beautiful stuff. Force buy here. Well, obviously it's going to be a force buy from the Epic Dudes, but they've got 3 rifles, 2 MP9s. On the other side of things, bearing in mind there was no bomb plant, Sissi State Punks actually just go for the eco.
Full eco, rocking out with their Glocks, a couple P250s in play as well, but this should be a 5-man alive round coming through for the CT side. Shouldn't be putting themselves in unnecessarily forward positions at this point. They want to have the luxury of that buffer going into the first gun round. If you're the T side, you should be swinging with numbers, but they'll kind of give Kazuya 3-1 versus 1s in quick succession, and he just mops them all up.
Yeah, easy pickings all day long. 9-8 Epic Dudes closing this gap. They seem to be pretty good at the kind of early game, you know, winning the pistol round and taking the follow-ups from there. Now they're going to be challenged, though. They're against the full investment. They're on a bit of a bonus here. Synced and oh, goodness. Who's Bulldog again?
Gim.
Gim, that's the one, Gim. Yeah, Synced and Gim are still on those MP9s, so they're going to be challenged up against these AK-47s. Not a lot of util, though, on this T side. That's something to note.
That's a good point, and T side of Overpass, you want your utility. It's a big map, lots of corners, nooks and crannies that you need to clear out as you make your way forward. You want your flashes, you want your mollies. Just also touch on what you were saying there about the MP9s. Excuse me. If you're SSP and you can't win against these MP9s and the M4s, how are you going to be winning against, an AWP and full rifles? So this is a great opportunity for them to kickstart their T-side campaign.
Kazuya on the angle, but Dream's able to strip his head clean off his shoulders. As Gim sprays through that smoke, just can't find him, and Florenzo going from a little bit further back, the man advantage here for the T side. Kirby creeping up, regaining toilet's control, and he needs to be careful because aTTaX is on the angle, but he looks the wrong way. Oh, Kirby whiffs the spray. And Sissi State Punks take the 2, now 3-man advantage.
Beautiful. Oh, great awareness there from Rapala. That's the kill that seals the deal. The round is over. You know, maybe there was a chance there if the CT is able to get that kill and just buy more time, but yeah. Sync D and Bulldog, unfortunately, the 2 players with the weakest weapons are going to be the 2 players to keep them in play. Does look like they might venture back in towards Lowe's to try and pick up some of those guns, but it is a round for SSP, Josh, and a really comprehensive round as well. Lots of damage done, but they won integral gunfights, didn't they?
For sure, yeah. I mean, lots of damage is maybe a bit of an understatement. Look how low everybody is. It's a shame, and it actually ends up not being the MP9s that are the problem at all. The AKs took the duels with the 3M4 players. And yeah, Gim and Sync D really had nothing to do with this round. They were just on a long flank. They were hoping to catch someone lacking, and that just wasn't the case at all. Now, ooh, okay. That's a big kill. Hoping to try and snatch up that AK, I suppose.
Yeah.
Actually hits a dink as well, but surely he doesn't get away with this. So much damage is being dealt. This is actually huge. If Gim can get this AK as well, no, just can't get there in time, but that's a nice little bit of impact at the end.
I mean, aTTaX even died to the bomb explosion just to put the cherry on the top, but for EPIC-DUDES, it was a gun round at the end of the day, so they're not going to be content with doing a bit of damage. And the thing is, do they even have enough cash to go for the full investment to get rifles? I don't think they do. Not with only the $1,400 round loss bonus. I'm pretty sure they're going to have to go for a bit of a half buy here. So SSP with a chance to put more distance between themselves and the people who chose this map.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we see. Nothing invested from Nino as well. Look at that. He wants that AWP moving forward. He knows that he's only going to have $1,900 going into the next, so just about be able to afford that AWP and Kevlar. Maybe a flash or something like that to go with it as well, but look at this. Slow stuff from Sissi State Punks. They know that they're going to be against a weak buy. They're fully anticipating some kind of long push or something funky like that, and it's prime taps to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, you could see Nino was clearing the right side of Lowers as Prime Tap stepped out there just on the minimap, and you could just imagine how that fight went down, nice and easy on the timing. In the meantime, SSP going to be pivoting back from Fountain all the way through T-spawn in towards the speed bomb side. Trina might be calling for some support. There's actually 3 players on the side of the map right now.
Well, Florenzo creeping out a monster. Does he see the hedge? Yes, he does. Over towards barrels. Knows there's one there, but is he going to be ready for Gim up close with his MP9? As he's reloading. Oh, the Q's hurt. They swing out, and so much damage dealt. Oh my goodness. The MP9 and the Julies find the kills. Comes into a 2-on-2. None of the guns are retrievable. aTTaX has to grab that bomb and get out of there. Oh my god. Kazuya's on the flank. Oh my. Surely not like this.
What's the timing going to be like? No ways. aTTaX is so lucky right now. He doesn't realize how many bullets he's just dodged, literally and metaphorically. It's going to be Sync D. First, let's get in towards A, but Rapala's already so far forward. Sync D thought he might have been ahead of the punch there, but no. My god, this is very unfortunate for the CTs, and even the bomb going to be planted on the reverse side of default, so nothing Kazuya can do about it.
Yeah, it's so important that Rapala's actually taken the site and taken control there over towards Dumpster. If he doesn't, then the bomb probably gets planted default, and then there's really a problem. Kazuya doesn't have a kit, so it's not really justifiable at all to hold this bomb. He's going to tap it instead. A couple of bullets whiz past him. Information on one. In fact, he's got information on both.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't see any way out of this, and I think he's going to go and save, knowing that they're going to be on a buy in the next. I mean, I don't really get this, to be honest. Oh, no, he's going to go to B and grab one of those AKs. I was thinking, what is he doing? But, yeah, he'll go and grab an AK. That makes sense.
Yeah, that will certainly be a nice rifle.
Rapala's going to stop him, though.
Oh, but Rapala's lost his teammates.
Oh, man,
and Rapala's going to die as well. All 5 of the SSP players will die, even though they win the round. And that was against an eco as well, by the way. So, incredibly successful round coming through from EPIC-DUDES. I mean, they still will be a little bit aggrieved that they probably don't go on to win it, considering how the fights go down towards Monster at that one point in the round. They had that inadvertent stack on the B-bomb side of the map. And they nearly made it work. I can't believe how narrow the timing was with Kazuya coming through with that T-spawn flank. That was just round defining, because if he drops aTTaX, he drops the bomb, and that's probably the round over at that point.
Sure, yeah. Just milliseconds. Well, maybe not milliseconds. Maybe a second. A full second of
Yeah.
Of delay there would have
Game
done that.
changer.
Yeah, would have completely changed the outcome of the round and maybe even the game as we go into the later stages. 11-8. Very important round for EPIC-DUDES to win now that they've got the money. You know, on that orc, as I mentioned, the sun, oh, it's just such a cruel mistress. The shadow shows, but Kazuya's there to support. Lots of damage taken by Gim. He does get out alive.
Yeah, Florenzo's going to be a bit aggrieved that he actually doesn't get the kill from that position. Rapala, though, makes up for it by stepping out. Sync D's bad time continues here on overpass. And more damage continues to come through here as well. EPIC-DUDES are feeling the heat in this round, and as you said, this is a vital gun round for them as well. You consider the fact that they were ahead 5-1 at one stage, man. They've only won 3 of the next, 14 rounds since then.
Yeah, that's not what you want. That is definitely not what you want to see.
Oh, aggression. Dream's watching for this, though. This is what we were talking about. These aggressive plays you can make through Monster. It's become popular to go with 2 players right now.
Man.
Dream loses his life, as does Rapala. Both of the players get 1 kill each, and the job is done in the round.
Yeah, just like that. Perfect. You mentioned it earlier as well. You got the nail on the head, leaving that smoke. Oh, Lapex has picked it back up. 2v2. Prime Taps needs to find this one, but no. Lapex has found the 3rd kill in the meantime. And a 2 versus 1.
Trying to get the bomb plants. Oh my god, he's faking the plants.
Oh, there's only 5 seconds. Yeah, he hasn't got it. It's a shame. Should have just held it. Now he needs to stay alive. If he dies after time, then he's in trouble.
Oh, well, in the end, it's going to be EPIC-DUDES who win that all-important gun round. So they follow up that eco round in which they do so much damage with the gun round win, and look at the money on the T side as a result. That double push through Monster, though, ends up prevailing for EPIC-DUDES. It is the difference maker in the round. I'm still in 2 minds about how much I like the play, but they do a fantastic job just sitting in the smoke as it phases. They know they'll have the advantage, and each player just gets a kill on the cross.
Nino, ooh, almost spots one. Zuya in the meantime, aggressive on long, and it's a big opening kill. Weak buy here from Sissi State Punk, so this is a good opportunity for Kazuya to just farm some frags and secure this round. Ooh.
Yeah, good kill coming back there from Lapex just to make sure it remains in an even numerical situation. Kazuya's aggression, I mean, nets a kill, but you're never really too excited with the 1-for-1 trade that early on the CT side, right? Is going to be Gim getting a kill back. Dude still have the advantage. Nino, oh, nice snapshot there from him. He should get taken down though, and he does. Dream times it as he comes through the smoke. Will he be aware of Sync D's position though? Playing from behind the sights. He's had a rough time of it so far. Has to come up big, and they don't check him. But oh, he can't get the first kill quickly enough. He's going to get swung on by Florenzo. A kill comes through, and it's a 2v2.
Once again, we find ourselves in another one of these really close situations. I mean, earlier on's matchup was such a whitewash. We said this was going to be exciting. It's definitely delivering. Kirby, oh, good initiative on the molly, but Dream isn't concerned at all, despite the fact he's on 7 points of health. Hits the shot all day long, and Sissi State Punks make it 12. So calm.
Oh, wow. I mean, there were just so many snags in that round that they kept getting hitched on, but somehow they kept on being able to find a way to get back into that round. Even when both Dream and his teammate left alive, Lorenzo push into that A site, and you've got Sync D, who's an undetected, but he can't get that kill. It's just like, there's so many different ways EPIC-DUDES could have won that round, but they aren't able to make any of them work, and that could really cost them in the long run here on their map pick.
Oh, Lapex wants a crack at this. I can't believe CD's just found that opening shot, the USP. These eco rounds have been relatively successful for both sides, haven't they? The Glocks, the USPs doing some big damage. Still the man advantage here for EPIC-DUDES, but Ala spots the head. It's messy, and oh my, not like this, surely.
I mean, I don't think so, but I'm starting to question reality at this point. Big position coming from Florenzo. He'll be able to get a kill for free. I mean, that does make this look a bit better than a 2 versus 3. They've got the bomb as well, and they've got side control. AK in play for Sync D. He's got armor. I'd like to see him give this to Nino, to be fair. Nino's got armor as well. Not too healthy right now is Sync D. Blocked off by a smoke grenade. The plant will come through, and it's a 2 versus 3.
Well, I talked before about mentality. I said losing against a shoddy Bayern Eco can really play on the team morale. Losing a round like this would certainly do so. Big opening kill from Florento, though. Brings it back into a 2-1-2. He's incredibly low on health. Both of the remaining players, an MP9 and an AK. Lapex doesn't want that sniper. Switches to the Tech 9 instead. The MP9's going to pressure him. 1 versus 1. And Florento knows there's not a lot of time left on the C4. And Kazuya surely doesn't have a kit.
No,
so he just gets out of there. Kazuya's going to hold it. And look at this again. Just bobbing up and down. Holding Mr. Clues. He's not going to be able to find it. Takes the kill.
Oh,
but no
no.
round. So unfortunate.
Oh man, gonna die to the bomb explosion like a captain going down with this ship. 13-9 again. Epic Dudes find a lot of damage, but unfortunately they don't get the round, and that's what matters. They're 13-9 down. That got really close. Man, oh man, Florento, I can't stop singing this guy's praises. What a sick round coming through from him. The impact that this guy is having is just so damn high right now. And he's one of the big catalysts for success, in my opinion, right now for SSP. Just his consistency round in and round out. Everybody else is putting up like neutral to, you know, average to good performances, but he's the difference maker because he's the one who's taking it one step further. Like Kazuya for Epic Dudes.
Sissi State Punks really drawing close to the finish line now. Only 3 to close it. Epic Dudes don't have a lot of money, but we've seen that they can work wonders with a low buy. And Kazuya putting that MP9 to use once again. He had it in the last round, wasn't able to survive. He's bought another. And he looks to wreak further damage with it. Solo on health, but no, he can't drag another down with him.
Yeah, this is one of the best looking anti-eco runs we've seen from SSP so far. You're an overpass. That's not even a done deal just yet. 4 versus 3. Does look like Florento is going to try and keep some presence on the opposite side of the map to his teammates. However, Epic Dudes aren't having any of it. They've rotated their second player back up, so it's all about the timing now. How much can Sinky get back with the Desert Eagle? Nothing is the answer. And Rapala, well, he owes Lapix a basket of muffins after that one.
I've heard you say that before. I think I questioned it. Is that just I've never heard that. Is that a South African thing? You give someone a basket of muffins?
Mate, it's when it's like a thank you gift.
Yeah.
Like if you know, you bake them some muffins and you put it in a basket and you put like a little like netting, like cute cloth over it, and you know they're all warm and they smell really good.
Yeah, we've had this conversation before. I remember it now. Yeah.
Dash, I need to get some new catchphrases then. So thank you for that.
No, you owe me a basket of muffins. Is what I take away from this.
You just keep hearing about it, and I just keep making you think about it. So that's fair enough, man. I can't do that.
Yeah. I want a South African specialty basket of muffins. Nice and 8 stack over towards the boost, but Kim's no longer going to be there. He's actually just very narrowly dodged that one as he moves away. Kazuya, oh. Epic Dudes kind of falling into the trap that Sissi State Punks did on their CT side, where individually they're just getting aggressive over on A, and it's costing them.
At least there are some kills that come through to make it an even numbers game right now. Lots of time left on the clock. Means that Sissi State Punks have options available. What do Epic Dudes do? Do they want to get information? Do they want to go for a bit of a gamble? Stack up 2 players on one side and commit to that until they know what's going on? Right now, SSP are just looking for any aggression that might be coming through. They're just playing the timeout.
Well. 3 versus 3, but look at the health, look at the time, 40 seconds on this clock, and Dream's right on the other side of the map. I like the kind of lurk play, but he's got to be active with it. He's got to be doing something. He's not helping at all as he's over towards long, and as both of his teammates drop, that's it. No impact in the round. 30 seconds left. There's not really anything he can do. I don't know if he wants to stay alive here. It makes sense to save in this scenario, but it looks like he's having a crack to try and do some damage. I mean, he's grabbed the bomb, but he hasn't got time to get it on the site and plant it.
Yeah, he's going to call it a day.
There we go.
Would prefer the AK.
No, apparently
Now
not.
he's going to make his way. Wait, what?
He didn't take it. He still got the M4. Nah, he's an M4 player. A1S
He just
gamer.
likes to increase the difficulty level of his own game. That's what I think is going on, yeah.
No, you can't do the AK spray controller. It's too tricky. So he's like, I'm going to use the M4 instead.
I'm confused. I don't know what's up with that one. Either way, it does look like they're still going to full invest into this round, which is understandable considering their lack of round loss bonus.
Yeah, it's actually a real shame for Sissi State Punks. That was a very winnable round, and had they have done so, that would have been it. Probably would have been game over. In fact, it almost certainly would have been game over.
True.
But yeah, now Epic Dudes back in the picture. I mean, it's a shame for Sissi State Punks. It's not a shame for us. It's not a shame for Epic Dudes fans. Is any of you in the chat? I need your support. This is the time. Nade stack once again towards boost. Does some good damage, but isn't the kill that they were looking for.
Oh my god, all out warfare on the speed bomb site right now.
man.
As the T start to charge through, and it's a sea of orange in the kill feed. Lapix, Dream, and Prime Taps all open up with a kill apiece, and the round is done and dusted. And this was with Mac 10s and pistols, for God's sake. Beautiful coordination from SSP. Wonderful coordination. And the pathing that they take to get into that bomb site as well is incredibly commendable, because the way that they wrap their way from water, you know, underneath heaven towards the barrel player. They're not fighting the barrel player with his cover and letting him take the fights that he wants. So just smart plays coming through from the T side there, you know, playing to the strengths of the weapons that they've got in the round.
Absolutely, yeah. There's so much more to it, isn't it? At face value, it looks like a B rush, but as you say, the pathing coming up short, wrapping on the site, utility usage as well to just make sure that that barrels player is completely blind, and the nade stack as well to get Sinky low on health. This gives a massive advantage to those Mac 10s too. It's absolutely perfect. Not allowing that AWP to stay alive just adds insult to injury. They rub salt in the wound, because Epic Dudes don't have any cash going into this final round, or potentially final round, I should say. I don't want to count them out just yet. But yeah, that would have been a really, really valuable asset, and instead, it's a FAMAS, an M4, a Scout,
Oh my
a couple
god.
of pistols. This is not the sort of buy that
Sounds
you
like the
want when
start
you're
of
on
a
that
bad
point.
joke.
Yeah, it does, really.
Where's the punchline, Josh?
257s walk into a bar. They get absolutely obliterated by the AKs, I'm sure.
Well, the Scout certainly has a bit of a bite to it. Gets information, as is his namesake. And it is going to be first blood drawn by Epic Dudes. But we've seen SSP with a lot of depth in these rounds. We've seen them sort of navigate their way through some stormy seas in a lot of these T rounds. So I'm certainly not going to count them out here.
It's a big opening kill. The Scout finding the headshot definitely gives them something to work with. Unfortunately, that gun's not retrievable. Had they been able to push up and retrieve a weapon, then yeah, they'd be in a really strong position right now. But the issue is they've still got 2 players on 5-7s. Kazuya, oh no! That was key. He's going to be kicking himself, because if he found that frag, it would have almost secured the round. But the fact that he's lost it really does open up the door. They just keep picking into Nino, though. What is going on?
He goes for again, another bite of the apple. This time he connects on the shot. There are still players in the safe side, though, for the CT side. Big D makes his present known, and this is where he needs his teammate from Optimus to come into the equation as well, so that he can try and take the heat off of his teammate. Jim activates with the kill, nearly a second. Very low HP on both Florenzo and Rapala, means Kirby's got an easy job with the 5-7 at range. He'll double down and seal the deal.
You know, that round is all on Nino's shoulders for a couple of reasons, right? He's found that opening kill with the Scout, and then the fact that they're just peeking into him one by one, even though he doesn't find another frag, he tags up another 2 members. And when you've got multiple players on just pistols in a round and they're defending that site, they're at a massive disadvantage if they're against players on on full HP. But as soon as they're on like 20, 30 points of health, a 5-7's not a bad choice at all, yeah? Like, they've got the advantage in that gunfight, and it's all down to the Scout damage that was dealt initially. Sissi State Punk's now on a weak buy, saving some money, but there's not a lot behind it. Prime Taps, regardless, finds the entry.
Oh my god, Lapix has the AK on the angle, Nino on the opposite side of the flames. That could have got heated if Prime Taps, or rather if Lapix gets that kill, but now the hero AK is on the deck, and it's actually irretrievable as things stand. Oh wow, Florento.
Yeah, he begs to differ.
Narrowest of angles.
He hears you say that AK is unretrievable, and he's like, alright, bet, watch me,
this.
come on. Yeah. Either way, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to take the round, as another big kill comes through on the bomb site. Rapala with this PT-50, not really a lot to lose, might actually just justify going for a crazy peek here, see if he can try and find the kill. There it is, Kirby drops 2v2, Dream on low health though. This is where things get a little bit dicey.
My favorite strat, fake ego beat.
Oh yeah, yeah, run up con, make loads of noise, and then do like the quiet jump back down. I actually like the boost.
Man.
This is, it's nice. They're not going to catch anything out, because Epic Dudes have played this really well. Sync D's gone all the way back, and he'll hear that as
Yeah,
well.
exactly.
Yep.
You can even see him calming it right there on his little video cam, and then immediately Kazuya is going to rotate back in towards the side of the map. 24 seconds left. SSP, they're going to go through Monster, trying to take the safest path possible in towards the side of the map. The problem is the lack of time here, Josh.
They've managed to get up onto the site. A bomb plant definitely viable here with 10 seconds on this clock. There you go. Digits tapped in, but Dream gets taken out as he crosses to short, and that's it. Kazuya, it gives him the confidence to swing. He knows that he's sticking the plant there, and it's 15-12. I mean, it's still a quite a leap. 3 rounds in a row to take this to OT, but it's absolutely possible.
It certainly is. However, I mean, SSP were just on an eco in the previous, and they were able to find themselves, what, like 3 kills there? Made it look pretty close. I'd say I still fancy SSP to close the game out from here based on what I've seen from their T side so far. I think it's been a pretty impressive and sustainable half. I think they've had some good teamwork, good decision making, and strong individual play across the board from all 5 individuals. So EPIC-DUDES are going to have to be on top form to string 3 together from here. Oh my god. Well, Dream sends Ninos into Sleepland.
Yeah, that is going to leave a bump. That is rough. Nino, what a way to fall in a round like this as well. So important, and just like that, he's gone out the server. I mean...
Did he have the AWP?
Yeah, he would have done.
That's such a weird thing to be jump spotting there with the AWP. Like,
yeah, that is, isn't it, really? I mean... He's just going for the info play, but I'd much rather him be posted up on something if he did have the AWP. I'm assuming he had the AWP.
Yeah,
Sissi, though, always found the bomb. This could be big. Yeah, tuck yourself in the corner. Perfect.
Oh man, SSP. They think they've got full control of the situation. They think that they are dictating terms of which this round is going to be played. Even Smoke's being lined up here from Florento, but he pays the price for the information with his life. And that just throws the cats amongst the pigeons. However, Dream's still getting kills on that B-bomb site, mates. And Rapala's going to be coming through from short, but he's lost his life as a result. He wanted to try and secure control, while his teammates got the bomb. And like ships in the night. Sync D gets the kill on Lapix, who's coming through from Playground.
That was unbelievable from Sync D. He's just gone in the smoke and ducked underneath. Oh, that is unreal. PrimeTabs doesn't know what's hidden. There's no time. That's it. Round over. EPIC-DUDES. I can't believe it. Sync D, what a play.
Sync D won in that round.
Single-handedly.
And he's had a rough game as well. So that play right there, kind of just, well, I think they'll sort of forgive him for all his transgressions so far. You know, he's had some rough moments where you feel if he probably gets a kill or 2 in the position that he's in, where he should be getting at least a frag, you know, maybe it's a different outcome in the round. But right there, that's a big ball play coming through from Sync D to, first of all, make the play, take the initiative, get that information, and then that was only like a quarter of the job, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see the justification either for ever really leaving the bomb over towards those stairs when you've not got A control. It makes sense if you're playing someone towards Fountain and you're going to pick it back up on the B rotate, but to just leave it on the stairs and fully commit over towards B Monster and short makes no sense whatsoever. Leaves you super vulnerable. And yeah, costing the round completely. Forced into this B-bomb site. It had success last time. This time, it follows suit just like that. 2v2. And PrimeTabs makes it another in their favor.
Yeah, big kill there to Sync D to take him down from Heaven. But what is this plant? Why is he trying to plant for Heaven? Oh god, that could cost them a lot here right now. Certainly cost them the numerical advantage and the bomb plant. And now EPIC-DUDES can just sit back and wait.
Oh man. Yeah, Nino finding another kill. You're absolutely right.
Another frag.
There's no need to be planting for Heaven in that scenario. They didn't have any control of that side of the bomb site. Flash turned. Florento with a big headshot with the Tech 9, though. This weapon is so powerful. He knows that the final man's over towards Graffiti, and he's able to finish things off. What a clutch from Florento. That got scary, though. Had they have lost that round, we'd have been at 15-14. We definitely could have seen an overtime. That was an exciting game.
And that's after they found those first 2 entries on the B-bomb sites as well, right? But then a couple kills come back for the CT side. Florento, what an outstanding performance coming through from him there on Overpass. Didn't see how many kills he ended up with on the map, but I think he might have been around 29 or something like that. So really strong map there from him. And as you say, certainly would have got dicey if they lost it, but he wins the 1v2, and with that they win their opponent's map pick as well. That's a big pickup for SSP here, Josh.
Absolutely, yeah. We're going to be jumping to a quick break, give the players a little bit of time to cool off a for that one before we jump into map 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. See you all in a moment, folks.
We are back and things are about to get explosive. It's Nuke, the second map of the series, coming straight up. Josh, we had an incredibly closely contested first map between the two teams. Now we find ourselves with SSP up ahead 1-0. Do you back them to close it out 2-0 from here?
Potentially so, yeah, especially considering this is their map pick. Of course, they're jumping over to Nuke. They seemed fairly comfortable on Overpass. I wouldn't say it was an easy game by any stretch of the imagination, but they were in control the majority of their T side and whatnot. So I think that they'll feel pretty comfortable coming over to Nuke here. The only issue is they're going to have to start on their T side, aren't they? And I do just feel that it is just one of those maps where it does tailor over towards that TT side a little bit, especially when you've got a closely contested matchup. EPIC-DUDES could definitely be looking to sort of take 9-10 rounds in that first half. And that could be enough for them.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, it's one of those things about having Nuke as one of your perma picks or one of your core strengths as a team, right? Excuse me, is you're never going to have the choice of sides. You're going to be so used to starting on the T side and trying to make comebacks. So hopefully they're accustomed to it at this point. I did do some digging in the break. They have played quite a lot of Nuke in 2022 so far, and some of the other competitions they've been competing in. I think they played the map like 7 times and won it 3 times, but they've had a lot of close games on it as well, losing out narrowly to Onyx, which wasn't a bad result, the Hungarian team. So I think that based on what I saw on Overpass, I think SSP coming into Nuke definitely have the upper hand. You know, as for EPIC-DUDES, Nuke is a map they played twice this year, so it's not really in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see. I don't know about you, Hayes, but that Skin Baron advert in the breaks, like getting flashbanged, that was poor. But mine was like flashing at me. No? You didn't see it? It like flashes white and then it goes like Skin Baron and then it like flashbangs.
I need to pay more attention to the pregame, Josh.
Yes. Well, fine. But yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. Of course, we should be ready to get underway very, very shortly. There's already a lot to say, isn't there? So yeah, we're in. Let's go. Let's get cracking. Let's get moving. Interested to see what the T's go for here on their pistol round. Bearing in mind this is their pick, I'm expecting something a little bit funky, not just some kind of default. Yeah, there's kind of lots you can do with the T-side pistol round on Nuke, isn't there?
Absolutely is. I mean, I love the P250 outside kind of play. You know, look for some fights there up against the USPs, because normally the USP players are happy to take those fights. They think they're the ones that have the advantage, so sometimes they overextend, they overstay the fights, and you can catch them off guard with that. You know, another popular one is blowing open squeaky door, popping a smoke in front of it, either into mouth or blocking off the vent, so you can drop down the vent. You can use that as a fake and then hit ramp as well.
Yeah, I was going to say vent dive.
The 2 most popular approaches.
Love the vent dive. I reckon that big silo is ever going to fall one day. Only being held on by a string, like fall.
Safety update plan. I hope not.
Remeasure, set goals, improvements, implement. Didn't catch the last 2. Probably not important.
Now we're not going to make it. No, you don't have the 5 steps to success now, man.
No, it was probably wear safety goggles and gloves. Easy.
Well, that makes a whole lot more sense as to why I haven't been making it in my life so far.
Everything's safe if you wear safety goggles and gloves.
Safety goggles and gloves, let's go.
Yep.
Nothing safe about this game. It is SSP who are ahead 1-0 in the series. They won out on Overpass. EPIC-DUDES' map pick. They won their 16-13. We now find ourselves with a potential 2-0, or can EPIC-DUDES rescue the series and take us to Inferno as the decider?
Oh, Lapex is ready to blow this door off, but Kirby, he's got the timing, the aggression, it's perfect. His teammates just need to hold their own on the A site here, and this should be EPIC-DUDES round for the taking. The trades go back and forth, but with a man advantage, Nino coming up from behind. The Glock, it gets so messy, but Florento does drop, and yeah, that aggressive play towards ramp was absolutely perfect. EPIC-DUDES read the situation perfectly, and yeah, as soon as there was no contact towards ramp, they just started walking up. Played really, really well.
Yeah. And also it just meant that they had that flank, you know, so quick. You could see it caught SSP completely off guard. They were never expecting that push to be coming through so quickly. And they did a good job on the A sides as well, must be said initially, getting those kills to keep SSP at bay. So it will be EPIC-DUDES to get off to a good start here, or at least pick up the pistol round, which is always nice. You know, one thing to keep in mind is EPIC-DUDES were up 5-1 at one point on Overpass, and they lost the map 16-13. So that good start kind of fell to the wayside at one point. I think they were down like 13-9, then they had a bit of a comeback of their own. So hopefully they're able to keep it up throughout the map on this occasion.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, an early CT lead is definitely something that's kind of anticipated here on Nuke. think Sissi State Punks would have really liked to take that pistol round. Bearing in mind how difficult it can be to take the rounds here on Nuke. Yeah, taking that pistol and kind of the follow-ups could have really bolstered their scoreline just that little bit. Nice cross into Secret, though. They haven't been heard, but now they've got to win these duels on ramp, and they do. Oh, my goodness. Trading evenly. I mean, when you're just on the pistols, you're happy with that result. They should be able to get down and get this bomb planted.
Yeah, so that's exactly it. It's not even the fact that they've only got the equal trades. They've also been able to get side control. M4A1 has picked up onto prime taps, and they're going to be able to get back to some decent post-plant positions here as well. All three of the Epic Dudes players are going to be retaking from ramps. It's going to be a one-dimensional retake, but it means it's going to have a kick. Damage done at range. Big kill there from Sync D. The Rapala's going to get overwhelmed, right? Good kill. Leaves Florenzo in a winnable 1 versus 2 clutch situation.
I cannot believe that Rapala's taken one down with him there. It makes it possible, but no. Kazuya gets things done, and Epic Dudes make it a second. That one came pretty close for comfort. That one was looking at actually quite scary, especially when Rapala found that kill. But either way, it goes to the CTs. Sissi State Punks with a bomb plant and a couple of kills could justify going for a force buy here. I don't think they will. There we go. Okay, just a little bit of a half investment. They'll go for the full buy in the next. Alrighty.
I was surprised that Epic Dudes decided to continue fighting ramp in that previous round after they saw how much presence was there with the pistols, instead of falling back down ramp into the B bomb side and probably just falling back towards hell. You know, you don't actually really want to give the pistol players those types of fights. Nearly gave SSP away into the round. It's going to be a fast plane towards the A side. Flashes through the windows. Gim able to get 1 and 2 there. Maintains full control of the site. Eventually does go down, but he's bought a lot of time with his life.
They need to kill this Heaven player, and they've just not been able to. Kazuya will be able to finish things off. And yeah, very nice shot, in fact. Under pressure there as well. Just like that, Epic Dudes make it 3. Sissi State Punks now with the buy-up. They've got plenty of money behind it as well. Remember, they went for a bit of a half investment in the last, so they've got tons of cash. Weren't able to get the bomb plant in round number 3, but did in the second. Quick pause, though. Looks like it's technical. I'm not sure. I haven't worked out how to tell. I think when it's tactical, it's got a little timer instead of just pause.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to suggest, at least.
I'm not 100% though. I mean, this would be a somewhat justifiable time for Sissi State Punks to call a timeout, so maybe. Yeah, there we go.
I am just looking forward to see SSP's gun rounds here on Nuke, considering it's their map pick, a map that they're pretty proficient on. They've played it a few times in Advanced itself. I'm keen to see the teamwork coming through. We saw that they actually had a lot of firepower coupled with good structure on their T side of Overpass as well. You know, their opponent's map pick. So really keen to see how they go about business here on Nuke. Game on.
Game on for sure, and look at this counter strat from Epic Dudes. They are bombing it down mid. They want to bring the gunfights to their opponents, and Lapix just isn't aware. Oh, surely there was so much sound to be heard, and look at that, an absolute bloodbath. We come out with 5 casualties, and Kazuya, he needs to find another here to secure this round, but to be honest, they've got the man advantage. He doesn't need to overface here. Just tuck himself in the corner, and they'll win this one. What a read. What a play.
It is a smart position he's in right now. They're never going to be expecting him. He gets a free frag on the first, and he'll get information on the second at the bare minimum. Dream does have time to play with the flash comes through, but oh my god, Dream pulls his volley out. Perfect timing on the peek from Kazuya, who was just inadvertently peeking because the flash had been thrown, but the timing all works out in the end. And we see a change up in the strategy there from Epic Dudes in the first gun round. Aggression outside was a little bit perplexing that Lapix didn't hear any of those audio cues, because those guys definitely weren't shift walking forward.
Yeah.
That's just like brute force from the CT side.
Maybe it's just all of the sound from those smokes and flashes coming over. Sometimes it can just be like really overwhelming. I'm interested here. When Kazuya swings, I mean, you say he swings because of the flash. I wonder if he heard the sound cue. Obviously, it makes a sound cue when you light the Molotov before you throw it. So as that molly was pulled out, maybe that's what he heard. I'm not sure. But either way.
Maybe.
Good stuff. Epic Dudes 4-0 up. And yeah, Sissi State Punk's just struggling to find any kind of form here on Nuke early on. Down Secret again, there's wall of smokes providing them nice cover, but they're not able to find any of these open advantages. Gim almost catches one out, but he'll fall away with his life regardless.
Yeah, they're starting to actually, you know, get pretty keen to make some moves here on the CT side now.
Yeah, but applying a lot of pressure as well,
previous round, now pushing Hunt as well, yeah. trying to kick SSP while they're down. I will say SSP will be used to being down 4-0 at the start of New, considering they picked this map, and they're used to starting on the T side, so it's not unfamiliar territory for them. And look at Florento's position; he's been able to creep all the way outside right now, all the way towards Hell. Nobody aware of this whatsoever. What about the timing?
Man.
Oh, Nino's seen him. Won't get the tag though, and now the A bomb site's going to be under pressure. Or
For
is it?
sure, Synced though, such a good position, and he's not going to drop, even though he knows he's being flanked. Finds a second onto the bomb as well. Whilst it's traded, it's a 3-on-3, and look at this position on ramp 2. Kirby, they're not going to be clearing him. He's good for one, maybe even a second here. What a round for the man. Just like that, bomb's dropped, and it surely goes the way of EPIC's dudes.
Yeah, great round coming through from there just to repel that aggression. I mean, the SSP decided to change up the points of attack. They tried to get cute there with that hit over at ramp, but little do they know, Kirby's already towards that B bomb site, so he just mows down the first player nice and easy and gets the second kill in sequence as well. And with that, EPIC-DUDES' flawless run here at the start of New continues.
I keep saying EPICs. It's like a real... I don't know why, I'm just struggling. It's like I've got a lisp, but I don't. I promise.
I mean, there's lots of S's there, Sissi State Punks, so
State Punks,
kind of just embedded in your brain at this point.
Maybe. There's a massive play from Sync,
Sissi State Punks.
And then...
Another S there, synced.
Yeah, Synced.
Sorry.
Who else?
Yeah, he did have a big play.
Get
on
out
top.
of my head.
It was nice because he dropped off of the box afterwards as well to get the second kill, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't get on that angle. You get pre-fired, and that's kind of done. But yeah, EPIC-DUDES are playing this very, very nicely. And Cindy again just spraying away, finds Dream. They have gone for this vent dive. They should be able to get another bomb plant here. But I mentioned it before. EPIC-DUDES are just applying so much pressure. They're keeping Sissi State Punks on their toes at all times. Spraying away. Oh, Lapex is just below him. I don't think they're going to be able to save this round. We'll see. 4v4, bombs down.
Nah, not happening. I love this view model, by the way, Observer. Really, really nice view model there that we've got going here. From our spectating point of view, Prime has got another kill. It's a 3 versus 2. He adds another to the tally with the AK-47. It's only Sync D left remaining. He's got 3 opponents to find and 19 points of health left to his name. Scrap that, he's got none. And Sissi State Punks have their first round. And you mentioned it, man. You mentioned the fact that it was, oh man, I can't remember. You made such a valid point in that round. I think it was just them getting in towards Vent. It was just the way that they took the fights. But even just that mini fight where the player baits with a plant on the silo and the second player is pushing along the catwalk. Lapix gets that kill. Felt like there were a lot of disjointed fights in that round.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's two ways that Nuke's played. And as a T side, you're either kind of gifted lobby control every round and you don't have to worry about it and you can pull out your nades and you're safe, yeah? That's your safe space. Or you're against the CT side that are applying tons of pressure. They're blowing the door off. They're trying to take fights. They're getting into heart. They're throwing flashes through. They're really, really kind of putting up the pressure, keeping you on your toes. And that's exactly what EPIC-DUDES are doing right now. Sissi State Punks are in constant fear that the CTs could push ramp. They could try and walk through Squeaky and things like that. And yeah, you can see it's playing on them right now. They're on constant high alert. 5 versus 5. Encroaching the minute mark on this clock, and EPIC-DUDES still just with their default positions on this A-bomb site, ready for this execution.
Oh man, there's 3 players from the CT side right now, ready, waiting, willing, and able to lock it down. It's a great defense right now. Sync D, he's been massive here on Nuke. A quad kill for him here in the round. Absolutely locks it down almost single-handedly. Finishes off the round with 5.
God, it's just fantastic. An ace. That's the second one we've seen in the series as well. And yeah, just fantastic positioning.
Game on the first map.
Who was that?
Sync D had a quiet map a quiet game on the first map.
Oh yeah, of course.
He started to warm up towards the end, but he gets the ace here in this big round, and he's up to 11 kills. So he's having a fantastic performance here on Nuke right now.
Yeah, nice sort of confidence booster. And honestly, when you're playing a site, if you're lucky enough to be that Rafters player, then you're in for a big frag game, aren't you? It's just such a powerful position, to be honest. If your teammates are complimenting you as well, like if you're completely isolated and you're just being mollied off, flashed and whatnot, then maybe you're in trouble. But yeah, if your teammates are complimenting you like his are, then he's in such a prime position to just farm frags. Nino, big opening AWP shot, doesn't go for the repeak. Very, very disciplined. I like that. You could see he kind of teased it and then backed away.
does look like he still wants to try and maintain some sort of presence or control here. With the Sissi State punts fall back on Dream with the perfect timing. Oh no, he fluffs his lines. That was the perfect chance to get the kill onto the CT sniper player and create so much space in the map, but he can't make it happen. And now we see the AWP pivoting his focus towards outside. He might not even be needed there. He is actually coming into the fray. It's a flawless round out of the CT side as they go up 7-1.
Oh, I can't believe this, to be honest. This is shaping up to be a pretty one-sided affair so far from Epic Dudes. And we saw like a few opening rounds, right? We saw sort of those 3-4 in a row. You think, okay, well that's just off the back of the pistol. Surely Sissi State Punks kind of bite back when they've got some rifles behind them, like what we saw on Overpass, to be honest. Yeah, we saw Epic Dudes get off to a really good start, and then they just kind of crumbled from there. But this isn't the case at all. Epic Dudes are just looking like a significantly better side, and to be honest, even though we do kind of say this map is definitely a little CT-sided, Sissi State Punks really need to... yeah, not this much. Yeah, exactly. Like, they need to start pulling some rounds back, otherwise they're going to leave themselves with an almost impossible task when they move over to their defense.
Yeah, they were slow to start on Overpass, as I've mentioned a few times already, so I'm not too concerned for them just yet. I don't think it's over, but it's starting to get into that territory where it's of points, where they'll be at a point of no return. So I think that they need at least between 4 and 5 rounds. Say 4 is the bare minimum here in the half. Anything less than that, and it's tickets. And you know, there hasn't been anything incredibly compelling coming through from them so far. Epic Dudes have actually been the ones who have been super convincing so far. They're locking down this defense time and time again. SyncD gonna drop down the vent. I do like this boost from Lapix.
Yeah, big kill from Lapix.
Gonna get the kill. Yeah.
A sort of refrag back. Man advantage here for Sissi State Punks. Feels like it's been the first time in a while. Kirby, though, aggressive towards Trophy. They seem to be somewhat anticipating it, but as they've got to go back to this C4, Nino's called upon on the site, and he just can't deliver. I think that's probably round over. SSP should be able to get this bomb down and keep it on lock.
Yeah. Dream just bypasses Kirby. Lapix won't be afforded that same luxury. However, and if Rapala goes down here as well, that'll be a big problem. No. Narrow angle connects on the vital shot, and that'll be enough to bury the round unless SyncD can just continue this devastating run here on Nuke. Nearly the wall bang shots coming through. I think he might have caught one of his own, in fact. 15 points of health left remaining. And that bomb is already halfway through. Should catch Rapala off. He does. He has a kit in play here as well, you know. Oh, Florento. He's going to get destroyed. SyncD. He completes the 1 versus 3 clutch out of absolutely nowhere. And snatches victory from the jaws of defeat in that round.
Wow. How are SSP letting rounds like that slip? I mean, it just... You can't allow that to happen. Yeah, they've got such a huge advantage in that scenario. And as soon as that crumbles, it's going to be playing on your mind again. I keep talking about mentality in these kind of scenarios. When you're letting 3v1 slip away like that, you're going to be tilted. It's 8-1 right now. Epic Dudes are already winning the half. Obviously, they want more, but I think they're well on track to get it.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, that's going to be a really rough round for SSP to accept. A tough pill to swallow, as it were. That was supposed to be the round that got their course back on track. 3 versus 1 post-plant situation. They drop the ball. SyncD gets up to 16 frags. Finally, they've been able to take him out of the occasion, or out of the equation, without him inflicting too much damage first. So maybe that's the solution here. It does look like Gim's going to be the next player up here. Getting aggressive off the back of Dream. His teammate wants to try and regain some control or information, but Dream steps back out from ramp on the perfect timing.
That's a shame. I kind of thought Gim would just try and tuck himself in that right-hand corner. See which angle was going to peek first. I mean, it's so easy to kind of assume when we've got these rose-tinted goggles, we can see through the X-ray and whatnot, but yeah, it's unfortunate that he actually goes for the peek there. Nino, massive 3K. We don't quite get to see it. We only see the very end, but almost holds it up. Kirby now left in another one-on-one, and oh my goodness. Epic Dudes take it again, and Kirby, big old smile on his face. How? How is this going like this? How are we in this position?
This is messy Counter-Strike coming through from Sissi State Punks right now. It feels like they're making quite a few mistakes and just taking ill-advised fights. They're being quite disjointed as well. You know, lots of pickoffs coming through from the CT side without much of a response. Oh, and Kirby, well, he's consistently pushing that ramp room. He's done that a number of times already in the half, and he's caught them off with it most of those times as well. They're going to have to go for an eco here. They try and turn up the pace. Let's see what they've got.
So weird how different kind of styles of Counter-Strike can be kind of easier and harder to commentate. This is actually quite hard to follow. So much going on, so many kind of mistakes, so many swings where there's just these weird multi-frags that are happening, and synced just like that. Nino finding another. The man advantage going Epic Dude's way once again. Sync's already down to that B-bomb site. He's just delaying even further time. The longer he can drag out this bomb plant, the more time it takes for his teammates to rotate over. They know that all three players are tucked in towards that window room. Surely, this is another CT round in the making.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no chance. They just don't have any utility here to try and cover off the entry points to the sites to even try and make that plant happen. And there we go. Epic Dudes just pick them off limb from limb. They tear them shred to shred. It's only Rapala left remaining. It was an eco round, but you know, Josh, I did say at 7-1 that I'm not too set on thinking the game is done and you know, completely a write-off for SSP just yet. But they lost a 3v1 and then a 2v1 in back-to-back rounds, and I think that might have broken them. I mean, Epic Dudes are just looking so strong right now. They're completely in control.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? Obviously losing like those back-to-back clutch rounds, and that second one as well, that 2 versus 1, it wasn't even necessarily like it was just kind of a standard 2v1. I think prior to Nino getting that triple kill, it was like a 5v2 or a 5v3 or something. It's rounds that they just shouldn't be losing, ever. And they've let a couple of them slip now. Rapala trying to get in from lobby, but when you've got a player up on those on the hut, it's so difficult. Trades are good though, and it looks like the A side's open for business.
Finally, they've been able to trade favorably in taking that control. Here's that push coming from ramp. This time it's Nino with that AWP. However, Lapex is there controlling it from the top of T main. Oh man, Kirby does find the first kill coming out of heaven, trying to send SSP in towards hell. He's found a second kill there as well. Is going to be leaving it onto Nino's shoulders though in the 1v1. Will he expect the ramp push to be coming through is the question. Still needs to plant the bomb. I didn't actually realize that the bomb plant was denied there. That certainly gives Nino more of a shot at this one. Does look like Lapix is going to be able to get back into a pretty decent post-bomb position.
There you go.
Oh, wow, but he was very loud going up the ladder, so Lapix had the perfect crosshair placement then. Finally, SSP are able to get around back.
Well, 10-2, SSP, that was looking like more potential for upset, to be honest, there, especially the way it started. Kazuya just finding that opening pick, messy trades back and forth, and then PrimeTaps and Lapex have done a good job to get that one finished off. But interestingly, despite how many rounds on the trot Epic Dudes have won, they actually really don't have any money. Look at this. They've got no cash whatsoever. That's obviously down to the fact that just so many rounds have come down to the wire, haven't it? That haven't they? They've come down to these clutch situations. I mean, 3 rounds in a row that have come to the... Well, not 3 in a row, but 3 of the last 4 that have come down to like 1v1 situations or 1vx situations for them. Yeah, their cash is broken. This is going to be just about scraping together a buy of sorts, I suppose. And then it'll be an eco in the next if they lose it.
Exactly. This is SSP's way straight back into the game. Win this round here, 10-3, no cash in the bank for the CT side, 10-4. That looks a hell of a lot better than 10-1 did a few minutes ago. As for Epic Dudes, how do they make sure that reality doesn't transpire? SMGs towards Squeaky. Oh, PrimeTaps, he stood no chance. That smoke didn't go nearly deep enough.
Oh, what a big opening pick to find as well. PrimeTaps dropping instantly. That's not what you want when everybody else is kind of playing this really passive defense. You've literally got players still in the T-spawn throwing the outside cross smokes. For PrimeTaps to just be dropping instantly is, yeah, really tough start to the round, to be honest. To see what they were going for. If he can get down vent and then they can take outside control, get down secret, he's already there early to kind of lurk up ramp or take that side control. It's fantastic, but now they're stuck in a really tough position. Man down, got to try and cross. I don't think we see a spat. Oh, we do. There you go. Perfect kill from Kazuya.
Oh my god, followed up with a second kill elsewhere there from SyncD. Means that it's almost an easy round coming through here for the CT side. They haven't even had to do that much. Just hold down the lines, hold down their angles, and get rewarded with the kills as players step into their crosshairs. Haven't been incredibly innovative or aggressive in this round. As a result, SSP have had to make the moves, and they've been shut down. Oh my god, it's actually just Dream left remaining. Might as well call it a nightmare.
Yeah, a round where Sissi State Punks really had an advantage, to be honest. Yeah, like, Epic Dudes were running with 3 MP9s and 2 rifles, and it looks like it's about to be a flawless round in pretty much every sense of the word as well. Not just not losing any members, but not taking a single point of damage. 11-2. This is too far gone. It really is. I don't see a way back in for SSP here.
The only way back in was by winning that, the 13th round, right? Because it's 10-1, they win this the previous round, they make it 10-2, and we already spoke about at length how broken Epic Dudes' economy was. That was the way for SSP to make a game of this, but losing the round immediately afterwards, they're just left in the dumps, man. They have to go for a half buy here, hero AK, and play on prime taps as well, but this could be 13-2. I mean, Epic Dudes, even with 11, will be feeling really happy with this half. They'll want more.
Zuya. Oh my goodness.
Oh, no.
Okay, that was.
That's not his cleanest kill.
Yeah, a little bit awkward, and that's going to potentially give the opponents a weapon as well. But yeah, he denies it. Very smart. I like that. And Synced just jiggling as well. Doesn't want to take the fight in that scenario. Wants to make sure that they do actually win this round. Don't let it slip away. So he's going to drop that smoke, fall away. They've got the man advantage, and yeah, the really probability of this round is leaning in their favor once again.
What is the response from SSP? They've been able to get a player in towards heaven. I think Kirby's in hell right now, so I don't think anybody's actually directly watching for this. Seems like they've got some really nice control in terms of lobby and hut, though, so it's almost like we've just exchanged positions. Where's the bomb? Is it just outside of mouth, right? So, Ace Flip going to come into effect. Gim has spotted them. He's been watching it for the whole time. Gets himself a kill. That's going to be taking the heat off of his teammate coming up the ladder. Prime Taps is a dead man. Could even be a knife kill now. Kirby just executes him and follows up with the second as well. 12-2.
Yeah, he's not here to mess about. You see just the composure there, coming up the ladder. Doesn't even think about going for a knife kill or anything like that. Just execution on both. These guys are laser focused right now. That seems a little bit weird to say after Kazuya's just kind of whiffed right there. But, you know, they are playing really, really high level Counter-Strike. And yeah, SSP just seemed to be completely checked out of this one. 12-2.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been a couple of real swing rounds earlier on in the game that haven't gone their way. I'm really thinking about that 3 versus 1 earlier on. That's really sticking in my mind right now, where they just haven't really been able to find any kind of form and recover since.
What a disparity between the first and the second map from Epic Dudes. I mean, there were certainly glimpses from Epic Dudes on Overpass, and yeah, they are coming up on their opponent's map pick, just looking like an absolute beast of a team. All of their individuals standing up here when they've had to. It's going to be Dream who does draw first blood, though, so maybe that gives SSP away into this round. And it's going to be Ramp right now where they look to capitalize. Yes, good initiative taken by Dream. He's going to secure full control. This is a really nice platform for SSP.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Sync D's down over towards, well, Secret working his way forward. Yeah, retake with a man disadvantage over towards the B-bomb site. It is really one of the hardest sites to retake. This B-bomb site, maybe B-bomb site on Dust 2 as well, and that's exactly why. Just a line-up perfect. Gim does find both on the trade, though. Still a man advantage here for SSP. As that bomb ticks further and further, Kazuya has to shift from behind. Oh, it could be perfect. He knows they're both there. Just needs to get the drop, and there it is. Both kills found. Finds the triple. The kit in hand as well for Gim, and he'll get on that C4 just in the nick of time. I don't believe it. Epic Dudes make it 13.
I mean, SSP have just cost themselves everything there. You can just see that they're mentally checked out. It's a 3 versus 2. They know where one person is. They've got 2 players on ramp and one just in front of the ramp door. And all 3 of them are watching deep into sight. No one is even considering just looking behind them. So hyper-focused on the bomb site itself. It means Kazuya has the absolutely perfect backstab. And boy, does he seize the moment. It was a 5 versus 2, man. So we had a 5 versus 2, a 3 versus 1, and a 2 versus 1 lost in this half alone by SSP.
It's just unreal. I mean, fantastic from Kazuya there as well. He's sitting 21-7. Sigdy with 20-7. As you said, he had a really quiet game on Overpass, so the fact that he's come alive here is just fantastic. And, I mean, to be honest, I mean, there's massive mistakes made there by SSP, yeah, don't get me wrong. But the fact that Kazuya has left it as late as he has, right? He's shift walked the whole way down ramp. There is very, very little time left on that bomb for him to be making a play like that, but he knows his timings. He knows that if he creeps in, he'll be able to get those 3 kills. Gim's already at the door, ready to just burst out, support him, and get on that bomb. Kazuya didn't have a kit, but Gim did. So as soon as he gets on that C4, there's about half a second left on it. But their timing was impeccable. Epic Dudes, all they need is 3 rounds here, and I'm sure they take it. If they win this pistol, then it's pretty much donezo.
Oh, I mean, I'd be certain it would be done. I mean, I'd be shocked if it isn't done just from the 13-2 half alone. It is going to be contact taken from Squeaky Door, and now the numbers, well, they have presence in Hut. They're showing a lot of footsteps. Now they're going to be bursting through on a second attempt, a second pump, a second wave, but it's the kills coming through for SSP. The USPs reign supreme.
Yeah, they started... I think that caused them a lot of problems there, actually. They started running out of Hut, and then they backed up. I don't think the flash was ready or something like that, so they backed up. Then the flash popped, then they ran out, but by that point the ramp player was already up heaven, and everybody on A was super, super ready for that push, so a little bit of a shame there from Epic Dudes, but either way, they go for a bit of a force buy into this one. Again, it's kind of another scenario similar to what we saw from alternate aTTaX earlier, with no bomb plant and no real kills found in that first round. Ordinarily, you'd probably go down to an eco here and a full buy in the next, but the fact that they're 13-2 up, there's kind of nothing to lose, and getting things rolling is that opening headshot. Beautiful stuff from Gim.
Yeah, he could find a second, though, okay. He will fall. But he's drawn rotations. Look at this. There's 2 players who have rotated towards Rampia for SSP, so they were incredibly concerned about the big wave that might come through there afterwards. I certainly like, I actually fancy Epic Dudes' chances from here. They've been able to get some nice positional control in the round, a player towards Secret. You got Nino who's trying to get towards Ramp after he gets that kill. Oh man, things are looking precarious now for the CT side. Big frag from Dream, but there's still work to be done.
Oh, nice goal from Rapala, though. Gets things back in their favour, but still a 2 versus 2. Kirby's low on health, but this is very winnable. Needs to be checking his backside, though, and Dream. Ooh. Okay, big headshot. I thought maybe you'd try and go for something funky there again, like the knife, but instead, it's all down to Kazuya. To be honest, there's nobody else I'd rather have in this clutch situation. He's just waltzing straight onto the A-bomb site. He's tapping down the C4. SSP are going for the long way round, but this gives Kazuya plenty of time to get that bomb planted, go and get a good position, and try and win this round.
So he's looking for the first one. Squeaky immediately decapitates and decimates Dream, and now he's going to look to try and play the timer. Rapala does have a kit, so he knows he can use that time to his advantage. He's going to just straight up stick the diffuser. Kazuya trying to charge forward. He actually gets to play off the diffuse. Nice amount of time there from Rapala to respond. Realizes that he can't keep committing to that diffuse because Kazuya will get on top of him on time. He knows he can let go of that diffuse, get the frag, and still finish off the round. That's exactly what he does.
That's a shame for Kazuya. Could have really just put that final nail in the coffin. That was a beautiful round from Epic Dudes. Oh, a couple of really nice 1-digs and yeah, some real bursty plays, but Kirby unfortunately just not watching his back, not aware of where that opponent was coming from. That was a fantastic 1-dig in that 2v1 as well. It was weird how SSP played that. They were just making tons and tons of noise. It just made it so winnable for Kazuya when realistically he should have really had no chance in that round. Rifles out, but an MP9 in play for Florenzo. Not a lot of util at all here for the CT side. And maybe an open door back in here for the T's.
I mean, it's something we spoke about between alternate aTTaX and RIZON, and it's not always about just fighting to make the comeback happen. It's also just about, you know, playing for a bit of pride, picking up the confidence, a bit more momentum, you know, feeling better about your own individual game as you go into the decider of Inferno as well, which is looking incredibly likely at this point. I did cast a 15-5 comeback the other day.
Did you?
Into overtime, and they won. Yeah, they won the game 19-16 in OT. So
Were you watching my Face It game? Is that what you were casting?
yeah, I'm actually a really big fan. That was the way I'm trying to tell you. So glad you picked up on the hints, man.
Ooh.
Man, big kills coming through. Prime Tap doubles down. Yeah, Gim gets a kill of his own. More damage through the smoke. So pretty good standing right now for SSP. Look at Lapex. He's just in no man's land. But Epic Dude's never going to be expecting him there. Just actually using that smoke as his guys.
I mean, even though it's unlikely, this comeback's definitely possible if Sissi's Punks pull it back now, yeah. They've still got a margin for error. Sometimes you kind of see the T side, they win the pistol, they get themselves onto 15, then the CTs try and make a comeback, and by that point, it's always just a little bit too late. There's no margin for error. There's always this kind of one fast round that catches you off guard, and you end up losing it. But they have got that kind of buffer. Kazuya, finding that kill, does actually manage to get this C4 planted, but a 3-on-1, 12 HP, surely no chance in the round for him. Unless SSP make a massive mistake. Probably not.
Yeah.
Ooh, big headshot to open things up, though. Second kills there. And what on earth are SSP doing? Just not reacting off the info at all. They're playing super isolated. They're taking the fights one by one. Dream's now going to tap the bomb. Takes the hybrid angle. And Kazuya, oh my goodness, he misses it. Kazuya ducks it. He knows that's a fake. He doesn't have a kit. Oh my goodness. What on earth is going on?
Wow. Oh my god. Kazuya, you legend, the veteran, just has come up so huge in the series, hasn't he? He was mega on Overpass for Epic Dudes, and he has been insane here on Nuke as well. I mean, he is an absolute legend in the German scene, been around for a very long time, and he continues to perform from an individual basis as well. What a big 1 versus 3 clutch there, committing to the plant with barely any health, isolating his fights to perfection. I love how he tucks himself in the corner there, hugging that window, because when he steps out, that initial CT player thinks that control room is clear, so he catches him off guard. I thought he messed up on the second kill, though. He took so long to get that frag, and then he just played with Dream at that point to finish off the round.
Yeah, good little recovery on the spray, though. Sometimes you miss your first few bullets, and it all kind of goes out the window, but he holds it true, finds that second kill, and then just the way he toys with that third man. Dream, obviously having no kit is just a massive problem. The fact that he's not hit those shots when Kazuya's actually gone for the fight after he fake defused. Oh, man. That is rough. He's actually, like, ducked down, head down, dodged the bullets. We're going to see a quick pause. We've seen quite a lot of them through this game. I'm starting to think that they are tactical.
Yeah.
Yes. Sissi State Punks just haven't been able to string together, other than like right there off of winning the pistol. They just haven't been able to really get any kind of ball rolling, have they? You look at how spread out these round wins are on that first half. They just kind of found one here and there. They finally found their footing a little bit on that CT side, yeah. But now they're back down to really nothing. A couple of deagles to try and stay alive in this one. If they lose this round, they have to go for a force in the next as well, just to stay afloat. I think Epic Dudes might have actually been able to... Well, I think Epic Dudes have done this.
I mean, I was kind of like, starting to think a lot more about Inferno at the 13-2 half already. Very rarely will you see a team turn a 13-2 halftime scoreline deficit around. So, not even the fact that Epic Dudes won that previous round, it should be job done, as you infer. Excuse me. SSP have just got no cash. They went for the 4 spites, and then 4, a couple pistols, a scout, and an SMG. And, yeah, this is to try and keep themselves alive on Nuke. It just doesn't look great, does it?
No, I mean, I just kind of always feel that there's like this underlying motivation when you're on the CT side of Nuke. No matter how rough the scoreline is, there always feels like there's hope. But yeah, with a buy as weak as this, I actually don't think there's much hope here at all. Lapex, he needed to find that opening kill outside. The fact that he hasn't means that Epic Dudes already crossing. They're going to be down secret. They're going to be over towards that B-bomb site in no time. And there's really not a lot to defend with. That scout all the way back towards the CT spawn. Kazuya, oh, look at this. Timing's a little bit rough, but it's fine. Does peek back out. Rapala stays alive, but takes tons of damage.
A lot of information found for SSP at least, though, so they'll know that there has to be either numbers outside or towards secrets. And it's Dream who's patrolling this part of the map right now as well, and he's the one who's got the M4. So, not the worst situation SSP find themselves in.
Ooh. X could have taken his time with that one. Instead, pulls the trigger a little too early, worried that that scout was looking over towards him. In fact, Nino was looking over towards main instead. Still a 5v5. Fairly even stuff, as Kirby and Rapala have both taken a fair amount of damage too. With 40 seconds left on this clock, though, it looks like they are going to try and execute over towards the A side of things.
It's a good call as well. SSP have gone for the gamble stack over towards Rampant on that B-bomb site. Does leave them vulnerable here. And Lapex, I think he's only got a USP. Is that all he's got right now to try and hold this angle to stop them from coming from the heaven and And from the catwalk right now, oh my god, they're just trying to chase him down in towards the site. They do get the first, they know the second is there as well. Gonna make sure that they clear him out and get that kill before they commit to the plant, though Prime Taps does take one with him to the grave.
Another very, very important kill there from Gim, but there we go. Kazuya spamming through does actually take another. And just like that, EPIC-DUDES make it 15. That was looking a little bit ropey there when the bomb pushed towards Hut and it ended up dropping. But no, it's recovered. It's 15-4. And I think we are looking over towards Inferno. That'll be the final map of this series.
Yeah, to separate these two teams. What a great turnaround we've seen here from EPIC-DUDES. It's been epic, dude. I mean, you think about the performance, they did look good on Overpass, but considering the fact it was their map pick, it was still a little bit skeptical that they weren't actually able to get across the line there. But man, oh man, have they been impressive here on Nuke. Map that we haven't seen much out of them historically, and look at the weapons that they have to go up against here to try and finish this map off. I mean, it's like stealing candy from a baby, man.
I've heard stealing candy from a baby is quite hard. This looks easy.
I don't know. Maybe the baby's in the UK.
Nah, have you ever seen that baby from
Not
The
where I come
Incredibles
from.
that can, like, turn into, like, set himself on fire and stuff? And, like, turn into, like, a big gremlin thing? I almost try and steal
kid in
candy off of that.
America.
I'm thinking The Incredibles.
I know that I'm just playing long. Right now, SSP, well, they're playing into Inferno. I mean, they've really lost 2 players here in the round, and EPIC-DUDES have full control. Kazuya calling a beautiful game here right now on the T side of Nuke. At least Lorenzo gets a kill back, but the problem is he gives up his position towards Heaven to take that fight. There are still 2 players in this side, though, for the CT side. Crossfire takes full effect, but unfortunately, Sync D takes effect, and he finishes off the job. Nuke goes the way of EPIC-DUDES, and we have a level up scoreline here in the series.
No,
And
it's on.
MNJ is gone.
It's on.
There we go.
But basically, Hayes, I'll let you in on a little secret. It's not really a secret. It's the worst kept secret. My camera turns itself off every 30 minutes. So even when I turn it on VMix, it's off.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Well,
really sad.
you're back, and that's what matters. And it looks like EPIC-DUDES have made a comeback as well. They've leveled it up 1-1. We're going to Inferno to separate these 2 teams.
Yeah, to be honest, I really, really wasn't expecting that to happen. I was expecting SSP to take that one in 2 bites, bearing in mind how comfortable they were looking on Overpass, and that was their opponent's map pick. Going on to Nuke, I was expecting a lot more, and they just completely crumbled, especially when we were kind of diving into those statistics in the pre-game, saying, yeah, they've played Nuke 8 times so far this season. In like the last couple of months, they've been pretty good on it.
Yeah,
they should be comfortable to win it. Yeah, that was a bizarre one, and sort of coming off of the back of that as well. They've got 10 minutes now. They've got 10 minutes to put that behind them, kind of reset and come into the 3rd and final map of this series, and with something, and try and win it. Otherwise, they're in trouble.
They certainly are. Before that, we're going to be taking a short break, and when we come back, we're going to have the final map of the day here in the ANATY Invitational. Be sure to join us. Hello, everybody, and for the final time this evening, welcome back to the ANATY Invitational. We are here with map number 3 between Epic Dudes and SSP. What a match it's been so far, Josh. What a day of Counter-Strike we've had to open up the ANATY Invitational as well, and there's just one map left remaining.
Yeah, we saw an interesting first map, didn't we? Epic Dudes picking into overpass. They didn't play too bad, don't get me wrong. It was a close game, but Sissi State Punks did just look in control, yeah? They kind of took that map with relative ease. I think it ended up being like 16-13 or something like that, but as I say, Sissi State Punks were definitely kind of on the front foot for the majority of that second half. Then Nuke, just a complete whitewash. Epic Dudes ended up having, what, a 13-2 half, I think it was?
Yes.
On their CT side, they ended up winning the game 16-4. I mean, that is pure domination, a fantastic map from them right there. Going into this third and final of Inferno, I really don't know what to expect. I don't know whether Epic Dudes... I don't think that Sissi State Punks are just going to completely whitewash it. I think from what we've seen so far, it's either going to be Epic Dudes kind of coming in with that kind of form that we've seen from them in the early stages of Nuke, and kind of carrying that momentum across, or we end up seeing a really, really close game.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of in two minds as well, because we can't really also, you know, while we bring the lineups and just go over them once again while we talk here, Josh, is we can't not gloss over the fact that Sissi, that SSP dropped a lot of rounds that they should have won on Nuke, right? Like in the end there, what was that, a 5 versus 2 where Kazuya gets himself that 1v3 clutch in the post plant? I mean, they lost a 1v3, a 1v2 as well, you know. That does a lot to a team mentally, and they're going to have to pick themselves up after that and come back fighting here in the decider, which, you know, some teams struggle with, but I back them to fight here and make this a close game for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's a really key point, isn't it, to kind of touch upon. There's losing a game where you just kind of don't stand a chance in it, and then there's losing a game whereby you have tons and tons of advantages, you have loads of opportunities to put rounds on the board, and you lose them. Multiple, like, I don't even want to say clutch situations, multiple situations where they're in a 3-on-1, or they're in a 2-on-1, or they're in a 5 versus 2, and they're throwing it away. And those kind of rounds are swing rounds. Those kind of rounds are rounds where, had they have won it, they probably would have followed up with that and kind of strung something together. But no, they just weren't able to find any kind of form at all there. It was a really, really rough showing from SSP on Nuke. So hopefully we don't see the same kind of mistakes here on Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing is that they picked Nuke, right? And they just, it was an abomination. So coming into Inferno, we're going to see more of that sort of brawly play style out of them that we saw in Overpass as well. They weren't afraid to take fights on their T side, you know, working as a unit type of thing. I mean, yeah, I don't think that it's going to be a situation where we see Epic Dudes just carry that momentum from Nuke here into Inferno and dominate this map as well. I think we're going to have a great game on our hands here to finish off the day.
Yeah, I think we'll have a close one too, to be honest. I mean, you've got to remember, SSP looked fantastic on Overpass, and Overpass wasn't their pick. Yeah, Overpass isn't really a map that they play a whole lot of, so Inferno could show us some similar results. We'll have to wait and see. Looks like we will be getting underway in game very, very shortly, though. We've just got these cool cinematics of, like, the menu. What would you get there? Antipasti, remake piatti.
Some zucchini I saw there, man. I'm a big fan of some zucchini there. Yeah. What I will say, while we just wait to finish off the fly-through and get into the game, which is now, Epic Dudes play a lot of Inferno, mate. And I know that type of information didn't account for much on Nuke, where SSP was supposed to be the superior team because they play the map as regularly as they do. But Epic Dudes play a lot of Inferno, and they have some pretty good results on the map as well. So I've got them as my favorites here to finish off the series as the winners and book themselves a date with No Limit Gaming. What about you?
Okay, well, I'll go the other way then. We'll have some,
That's easy enough.
Yeah, have some competition amongst us.
All right. Well, there we
Ooh.
go. I mean, can I swap? Knife round comes through. SSP pick it up. They'll have the choice of sides here in the decider. Of course, we started off this day with alternate aTTaX playing against RIZON, and that was just a complete blowout of a game. Alternate aTTaX won the first map 16-6, and then the second map 16-2. So that was a blink and you would have missed a type of affair. But this game is making up for it. We've got a banger on our hands here. The decider can really finish it off strong as well.
Well, a quick pause before we get underway. Sissi State Punks, of course, starting off on that CT side, but it's not that much of an advantage here on Inferno.
No.
Kind of different teams, different playstyles and whatnot. We'll just favour whichever side. It's a pretty 50-50 map, to be honest. I actually quite like playing the T side of Inferno. Quite a lot you can do with it, especially over towards the second mid and the apartments. You can take a lot of control there. What are you two you can throw over towards that A site as well?
Yes. I feel like it comes down to a team's preference, right? Like in their own systems and their strengths. I feel like it's one of those maps that even if you finish like 9-6 on the CT side, if you finish down 9-6, you can still easily fight back and, win that game on the T side. You always feel like you're still in with a chance on the T side of Inferno. T side of Nuke or Overpass if you're not really proficient on the map. Even like Ancient can be rough as well. But Inferno is very forgiving. Especially with the B bomb side as your fallback option. Even if you lose the first 2 picks in the round and you go down 5v3, if you got banana control, you still just execute into that B bomb site and you've got yourself like a 3v2 or a 3v3, right? And you still sort of have a chance to make something of the round. And I think that's one of the big reasons that, T's are able to convert as many rounds as they do on this map.
This pause seemed to be, seeming to be taking a little bit longer. Maybe this isn't a tactical pause. Maybe this is of a technical nature.
Josh, it's only been 10 seconds. You're just living in another time zone. You're living in your own time space continuum.
Oh, maybe.
Time moves differently for you.
Well, it's ended
That's
now.
what happens when you're good looking, Josh.
Whoa. Thanks, bro.
Am I making you blush?
Yep.
Ah, yes, objective achieved. Who's going to achieve the objective of winning the pistol round is the question. As we are underway here with the decider. P250 in play for Gim. Bit of utility as well. Just the flashbang for Kazuya. So where's the rest of that money? There's also P250 for Sync D. That makes sense. Okay.
I mean, look at this. Florento's been like tanked up here with the dual Berettas. He's got Julies. He's got the Kevlar behind it. Gim. Oh my goodness. He doesn't even know that the Julies are there. He's just been absolutely demolished, and these Julies can still go for the wide swing. Prime taps, still stealing all the kills though. Look at that, beautiful headshot.
Man, oh man, beautiful shots coming through from Prime taps. Absolutely superb. EPIC-DUDES now going to shift their focus over towards the A side of the map. Flashes come through, bursting their way out of apartments right now. Dream is in pit, and there's a player towards Graveyard, and they both get in on the act. In fact, it's Dream who gets the first 2, and he gets the third as well. Completely shuts down EPIC-DUDES' second wave of attack here on that pistol round. And it's Sissi State Punks who open up their account first on Inferno.
Well, look at this replay. Just an absolutely crisp, clean tap. The second is even better.
Oh my god.
And then Dream just going huge there in pit. I mean, unbelievable stuff. First round on the board there for Sissi State Punks. A fantastic pistol to get things going. Going into the second, EPIC-DUDES are going for a bit of a weird one, to be honest. They've not got the bomb down. A couple of players are keeping some cash. But Sync D fully invested. Gim pretty much there. It's a bit of a weird investment, to be honest, but I'm sure it's calculated.
give them the benefit of the doubt, right?
Surely they've thought about it. Surely this isn't just
That's
like
right, we're the casters and they're the players, and Gim, well, he puts that Desert Eagle armor to good use. Not that the armor played much of a role in that one, but nice shot to open up the round there and find that first frag. Is still a bit of a defense towards middle in the way of both Lapix and Prime Taps, and it's going to be a swing towards top mid. Oh, they work in tandem, and they've devastated EPIC-DUDES.
Well, Kazuzi can't quite find the kill there, but yeah, I mean, to be honest, with this kind of investment, this round becomes about more than damage, doesn't it? If they were on a full eco here, then yeah, damage is all they're really looking for. 1 or 2 kills is fantastic, but with this kind of investment, you're kind of looking for more than that. A bomb plant, maybe 3 kills, and it's not looking like that's going to happen.
I mean, how's that initiative from SSP, by the way, after losing that first pick towards lane? You still have that player close towards top mid and then the second towards Archer's side of middle. And he just jumps with that MP9 in towards mid of the back of a flashbang. I mean, SSP, they play some fearless Counter-Strike in that round. And I don't really think there's a way for Sync D and Kazuya back into this one either. Not with the amount of time that's left on the clock.
Lapex, big kill onto Kazuya, onto the bomb site, and yeah, Sync D not going to be able to get anything either. I think they were hoping that they'd be able to find an entry there onto the site and get that bomb down. They did find the entry, but no opportunity to get that C4 planted. Had they have just tucked in the corner, maybe they'd have had a chance, but yeah, Epic Dudes, just no real chance there. Sissi Stay Punks were all over it. They were already stacked up on that A site, and I mean, when a round starts like this, you don't have a lot of chance, do you?
No, certainly not. I mean, that's the nature of the beast as well. I do like the way, I mean, they got off to a good start with that first Eagle pick, but the response from SSP was on point. And, well, now Epic Dudes are just going to have to go for a full deco and no armor. So, I mean, a bit of a mishap, as you mentioned, man. Like, normally you'll see a team go for the full save in the second round so they can get the AKs and armor in this round, right? Now they've kind of had to delay proceedings a little bit. It's not like they got too much out of that previous round either.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a weird one. Leaves Gim pretty vulnerable going into the next as well, only for $1,700, but we'll see what he can do.
Where's the util? Okay, they've got two smokes, or rather two flashes and a smoke. I think it's going to burst into the safe side here, right?
Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, kind of a similar outcome to what we saw last time, wasn't it? I was thinking last time, okay, they were kind of going for this crossfire and brackets. This time they're playing from a little further back, but no, the MP9s just push right through. Lapek's able to fire one. Sync D does catch up one of the MP9s, but to be honest, I think the MP9s are happy to die at this point. Like, they get the cash from finding the kills, but they want to upgrade at some point. So yeah, dying, getting sort of $6,000 in the bank. Florento will buy an M4 or maybe even an AWP going into this round, as they'll face up against a full investment from Epic Dudes as well. Florento yet to invest. There it is. I don't know if he's dropped that AWP over to Lapex and has been dropped an M4, or whether he invested in it. I didn't quite catch it, but either way, there's a sniper in play.
Really nice start to the map here for SSP as we head into the first full gun round. They look like a completely different team compared to what we saw on Nuke, where they were losing out all those advantageous positions. Look at the fake molly here from Dream, but he takes a tick to it. He takes a tick of damage to the molly. That'll give the information to Kirby that he's in this forward position, but it doesn't change the outcome of the fight. Dream upgrades to the AK, and now he's looking to make his way back to safety. Big play. I like that.
Yeah, that's very, very well played. And once again, SSP just taking these early advantages and then being super disciplined with it, not over-aggressing. Now, this is getting a little bit dangerous, fighting in Banana, but with the deep smoke, they can justify taking that fight. Now the two-man advantage, and they don't need to fight logs. They can get out of there. It's a 5v2. Rapala, on a slither of health, is going to be rotating his way over. Oh, Sync D, if he'd have only pulled the trigger, his crosshair was right on the head.
Epic Dudes are going to be falling back onto this B-bomb site, but it seems like SSP have made the read. At least Rapala dropping some extra utility across to Florento. He's got a molly, but he doesn't have any health, so that doesn't mean anything anymore. Now it's just Prime Taps left on this bomb site as well, on top of second Oranges. He's been dealt with. The 5 versus 3 advantage in the round has been completely eviscerated, and now it's going to be on SSP to make the retake happen, so they'll be feeling the pressure.
Well, a 3 versus 3. And Kazuya here towards Coffins. This is a rough one. Rapala has got support, but only 2 points of health. Is going to be taking first contact. Looking over towards Nubox. Someone's going to be swinging him, but the molly should force out the player in Dark. Oh, it's just such a mess, but the trades are there. Lapex doubles up, but only a slither of health behind him, and as his teammates drop, Sync D. Oh, what a headshot.
He's got it.
Unbelievable. And the defuse comes in, yeah, just in time.
That is absolutely insane. How on earth do SSP navigate their way through that retake? It was looking done and dusted coming from the back of Church. They were running out of time. They were running out of players. Lapix, that second kill, the spray through the edge of the wall to get the Coffins player, was the kill that made the difference. Really good utility damage and util usage in general to force those players out into the open as well. First gun round goes the way of the CT side. They take a lot of damage in the process, but they prevail.
Well, Lapix once again with that AWP. The CT side looks to try and make it 5 on the trot. Aggression comes through though. Look at this, bombing it down Banana, getting down second mid. Lapex getting a little overzealous there.
Oh
And look
my
how
God,
aggressive that
Dino.
setup is in mid. There's just no need for
Yeah.
it. But they've somewhat recovered it, especially with that kill by Dream. Back into a 2-on-2.
How have we gotten in this position? What has just happened in the past few seconds? Dream trying to get back in towards pit. He realizes how important it is. He anchors this bomb site and waits for that rotation to come through. Needs the information, and his teammates on the opposite side of the map. That Molly's going to be actually not forcing him out. He's got the luxury of the smoke grenade. So now he becomes the thorn in Epic Dudes' side.
Ooh. Not for long though. They take care of him
No.
quite comfortably. And, you know, this has just been a weird round from SSP. That sort of play is the sort of play you go for when you're kind of on the back foot. You're looking for something a little funky to catch your opponents off guard. SSP have done a fantastic job in previous rounds of just playing this default, the crossfire in brackets, and they've been winning the rounds comfortably. There was no need to be pushing into mid like they did. Now they find themselves paying the price for it. Prime taps in a 2 versus 1. He's got a kit, he's got a HG. He's going for this. No real reason not to. Spots the player in pit. Should know that there's one somewhere on the bomb site. But as he swings out, walks straight into the crossfire.
Nice angle.
Kazuya's going to finish him off,
Yeah.
and Epic Dudes are on the board.
That's why it was so smart that Kirby repositioned himself towards Mini. Obviously, he was displaced by the nades, but still, he made sure that the player coming at lane had to swing far enough to expose himself to the player who was to Kazuya on top of the cold zero box. Nice shots from Nino to shut down that mid aggression single-handedly, pretty much. Did seem like SSP had found a miraculous way to get back in the round after that initial failure towards middle, but it is going to be Epic Dudes who find their first of the map, and with that, they've actually broken the CT side economy as well.
Yeah, it's another reset. A lot of these rounds have been close, kind of similar to what we saw on Nuke, to be honest. It was, what, 10-1 or 10-2? An Epic Dudes economy was completely broken. 4 rounds on the trot, coming down to these kind of 1v1 situations. I'm not surprised SSP have no money. Essentially a full eco, a little bit of Kevlar on Rapala. Lapex saving some cash for that AWP as well. But I think a couple of kills is really the best they can hope for right now. 4-man stack over towards A. And the C4 is in Banana, and it looks like they are going to be trying to take control towards B.
Yeah, and they might still consider going for some top mid control here as well. Lapex is over on the B-bomb side of the map right now. He's here by himself. I'm kind of disappointed SSP haven't committed to the stack towards the top of middle here. Rapala's going to get swung. Oh my god. What an outrageous shot there to take down Gim. And maybe that just gives a lifeline here in the round, but no. They've gone for the gamble. They've rotated everybody B, but Epic Dudes are still hitting A. Big call from them to commit, or are they? Or are they?
Oh my goodness. SSP just need to commit to this B-bomb site. And look, they've not moved a muscle. All of the information being relayed from Rapala. There's been tons of nades, but he can hear them running
They've
back.
gone all in.
Oh, this could be perfect for SSP.
They've even got a player boosted up in Dream there with the P250 as well. 4 players all stacked up on the side. How does it go? Only in 19 seconds left on the clock. Couple kills come through for the pistol players. Prime Tap just seems to try and stay alive for as long as he can.
That's the
He
bomb
gets
down.
a kill on top of that as well. And you just see the player charging through the smoke, but actually Florento completely overplays his hand there. He needs to push through the smoke like that. He gives his life away, which means there's a plant all of a sudden afforded to Kirby, and now he's got the advantage in the 1 versus 1. It was looking so good for SSP. There's going to be contact here in towards Church, and the AK trumps the Desert Eagle. Oh, what a savior of a round there from Kirby. Florento with the rush of blood to the head there. Charges through the smoke. There wasn't even a tap on the plant, so he didn't have to make that play.
Yeah, the bomb was down in pool. It's a massive, massive mistake. I mean, at the end of the day, it's an eco round and they found 4 kills. So they've got to be happy with themselves regardless. But yeah, that's on Florento there. They could have absolutely won that round if he doesn't push through the smoke needlessly. I see the initiative behind it. It's just like he's got a little bit of brain delay. Yeah, if he pushes through like a split second before,
exactly.
he can trade his teammate. Yeah, but he's just that tiny bit too late, and then it doesn't make any sense.
I think that's one of those really important concepts in Counter-Strike that people always push, that the trade is so important, that you need to get the trade at all costs. But there's actually a bit of a trade frag has a window of opportunity. And if you don't seize the opportunity in that immediate window, you need to cut your losses. Because if you swing into the player, you give him 2 1 versus 1s, and he's been able to reset his crosshair and his aim and his recoil. So yeah, sometimes
especially in a round like that,
trade.
Where you've got the deagle as well. It's absolutely. Rapala though.
There's going to be contact towards top middle. Let's go.
Ooh. It's the Mac 10 that comes out on
Oh my
top.
God.
Lapex on a ridiculous angle with an AWP. You can't play under like that, tucked into the corner. You play on the corner towards short, so when you miss the shot, you can fall away. As soon as you jam yourself under balcony like that, you're in trouble. But Dream, they're not expecting a third man there, and he's going to double down, bring it back into an even position.
Question is, has he done enough here for Florenzo and Prime Taps to stand a chance? Florenzo's gotten into graveyard. There should be at least one free frag. He tries to turn away from the flash, but he does still get the kill. And that gives them a chance. Drops a very interesting defensive smoke there to play around. Actually, a bit of a one-way as he can peer underneath it. And now it's Nino on Prime Taps. 30 seconds left on the clock. Nino's got the C4 on his back, and he's going to straight up charge towards the B-bomb side. However, it looks like Prime Taps has called his bluff.
It's interesting that Nino commits to this AWP as well. There was an M4 on the floor in mid. He opts against it in this 1v1. Smokes CT, but Prime Taps is right on the other side of it. He's going to walk right through, and that's going to be a free kill. The bomb actually isn't even going to go down. So 5-2
Wow.
SSP. That's a big round. And Prime Taps holding on to that AWP as well means that they don't have to buy one. Not that they could have. They didn't have the money.
How did they win that? That was the 5v3. Gim just charging up middle with the Mac 10 as we see the replay of here. It was Dream who actually gets the round back for his team by pushing through that smoke and reassuming the angle that Lapex fell on. And then Florenzo gets 2 kills of his own. And the job is finished off by Prime Taps.
Yeah, just 2 big doubles
Really
there,
big
Dream
round,
and
I mean,
Florenzo.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those are the types of rounds we were seeing SSP dropping. The round that Epic Dudes just dropped. That 5v3, that's what SSP were doing on Nuke. So, bit of a role reversal going on here on Inferno.
Ooh, absolutely mowed down. Florenzo with that MP9 doing some big damage, and he's still hungry for more. And you see how Epic Dudes are playing right now. They've kind of left this C4 over towards Banana, and they're not really committed to this. And Prime Taps is just capitalizing upon that. MP9 kills for days.
A bit of extra cash coming through as a result of that. Does look like Ricardo's going to add a few more to his tally. Oh no, Kirby. Actually, just with that one shot is able to get the kill. I thought there's a world in which he finds that follow-up onto Dream as well, but no, he gets shut down. And the round will be shut down as well. Epic Dudes lose 5 players. They get 2 in return. Not a. You sort of think 2 kills is what you want as the bare minimum in your eco rounds to kind of feel like you've had some sort of an impact on the game, right?
I mean, 6-2.
It's going to be pretty rough here. Yeah.
This is looking rough. This is looking rough. Epic Dudes, they've still got plenty of time to kind of pull this back. Yeah, this isn't too far gone just yet. From what we saw on Nuke, though, it was like a very, very one-sided affair. And it seems like both of these teams kind of struggle to find momentum back once their opponents are on a bit of a roll. Like, Epic Dudes are really struggling to find any space in these rounds.
Yeah.
When they do have those advantages like we saw previously, they just kind of threw it away. Minute 30 on this clock. Good bit of damage dealt either side.
It's a really good point, though, because it even extends back into Overpass as well, mate, where teams were winning, like, swathes of rounds back and forth, right? It wasn't like they were trading rounds constantly. So, I wonder if Epic Dudes are going to be able to break this momentum here on Inferno. They're 6-2 down right now, as they look to try and gain themselves a bit of control towards the top of middle. Most of the time, we've seen them have emphasis towards Banana, and then they retake mid. On top of that, we've also seen SSP constantly look to try and regain mid control after they've lost it. So I wonder if that's what Epic Dudes are waiting for right now.
So, right now, though, this clock is running down rather fine. 45 seconds left. And Epic Dudes are just about making their move over towards B. They've been gifted Banana control. Sissi say Punks no longer have the utility to contest it. And now they're challenged with the execution.
Oh man, it's Prime Taps who's left his own devices. He's going to be able to get the first player that drops the bomb as well. Is he able to reposition himself to the pillar? He is. But the thing is, the support is still so far away. And unfortunately, just 2 kills there on that bomb site's not going to be enough for his team to have much of a chance here in the round. And when you consider their economic situation as well, I think they have to save. Lapix can buy, Florenzo can buy, but they need this rifle and MP9 to be kept in the arsenal if they will be getting any decent buy in the next round. Looks like they want to have a crack at this, though.
I would be surprised. There's no util, though. Yeah, they kind of need to just fall away from this one. I'm pretty sure there's another rifle somewhere. There you go. There's an AWP. That'll do. Epic Dudes are allowed 3. To be honest, that's potentially their ticket back in, really. There's still going to be cash on SSP, so they'll go for another buy in the next, especially with these 2 weapons saved.
Yes, yeah.
That's kind of very important to note. Dream should be able to drop one over. Florento and Lappers will be able to buy, no problem. In fact,
Who's
yeah, Dream
impressed
will
you
have
the
to...
most so far there on SSP, by the way? Sorry to interrupt you there.
I'm not really too sure. Everyone's kind of had their moments, haven't they? I feel like Dream's had like some really cool moments where he's sort of made some big individual plays.
Yeah.
On Overpass, Lapex was really, really good with that AWP. Prime Taps has had some like serious shots as well, like individually. So some of those gunfights that he's been winning, especially in that pistol round earlier on as well, were fantastic.
Absolutely.
So it feels kind of difficult to pick out any one man, but I've been pretty impressed with Dream overall.
Okay. Lapex was going to be impressing us with an opening pick there towards middle, but there's still a lot of work to be done for the CT side to actually gain an advantage from this aggression, and they will be able to get one more kill back and secure the advantage. Lapex desperately trying to make his way back, and with only 1 point of health, he will round the corner. Look at Dream, though, maintains an aggressive position under Ducky. Surely the teams are going to be clearing this. They've been playing it so much in the half so far, and Sync D was actually pre-firing it. However, Florento takes the initiative to get the trade. Oh, I don't think that he knows he's in the side. I don't think Lapix knows he's here. It's a 2v3. Lapix is basically dead.
Oh man, how has he not heard him drop? That's such a shame. I mean, he's on 1 health, but yeah, he's literally looking towards pit. He's questioning whether the drops come in. Kirby finding a kill elsewhere. Lapex still yet to be executed, but look, he's looking over towards Graveyard. Somehow he anticipated it, but he still gets dropped. Prime Taps does manage to find the spray, but he burns in the fire as he does so. 6-4. EPIC-Dudes really back in the picture. They're close to tying this one up.
Yeah, absolutely. Showing some fight here. Giving themselves a good chance to make the, well, I mean, I think comeback's a bit of a strong word. It was only, what, like 6-2? Not like they were incredibly far behind, but they certainly are making this an even-looking game, especially when you consider the economic situation of the CT side going into this next round. They're going to have to eco. So the ANATY Invitational really starting to heat up here in the decider. The winner of this matchup will play against NLG tomorrow, after the game between Alternate aTTaX and Big Academy. Winners of both of those games are into the finals. It's as simple as that, guys. 5 best of 3s. Single elimination between six teams, and it's just all-out action.
Absolutely, and considering it's only a 6-team tournament, the prize kind of distribution's pretty top-heavy as well. First getting 3,000 euros, second getting that 1,000 euros. So nothing for losing here, nothing for even making it to the semi-finals. You've got to get into that grand final spot, and both of these teams got their eye on the prize right now. Just the pistols to work with. This 5-7 up close. Of course, it's... Who is it? Is it Florento? I think it's Florento up close towards this wall. I don't know why his name appears differently above his head, but either way, he's being spammed, oh no!
Catches a wall bang, brought down to 31 points of health, and the problem is that it also forced him into a deeper angle. Is it a problem? 5-7 headshot to boot gets the kill. Prime Taps is still on this B-bomb site here. 45 seconds left on the clock. What do EPIC-Dudes want to do from here? Looks like they're considering gravitating back, Josh.
Yeah, it really does. Man advantage here. They've got 30 seconds on the clock, but they've kind of got everything in their favor right now. And of course, they're just up against pistols, so they don't need to overcomplicate things. I like the fact that they're kind of playing discipline, they're giving their opponents respect, but they don't need to run it down. That's how you lose rounds like this. When you're bombing into the site with 10 seconds left, someone denies the plant and it causes complications. That's exactly what we could see right here as the USB stays alive. He whiffs the shots. The Desert Eagle in mini's going to drop, and it looks like EPIC-Dudes will get that C4 down just in the nick of time.
Yeah, there's going to be like 3 or 4 seconds left remaining on the clock by the time they do dot that bomb down. EPIC-Dudes. Ah, well, I mean, they were in complete control. They'll say there was a plan all along. Big kills coming through from Kirby there, by the way. Both of those frags just to blow the door wide open. Yes, it was against pistols, but they had to get the kills. Make sure that they didn't slip up on any of those banana peels, as you were mentioning there. Those players, they could have stayed alive and created a bit of chaos. Who knows what happens? But SSP's big lead, the early lead that they've gained, has completely slipped away. It's just a one-round game now.
Well, actually further damage dealt by that 5-7. An AK now potentially retrievable. Prime Taps has been tagged up, but there we go, he drops. So, Kazuzi, sorry. I keep getting it, like, his name confuses me. Kazuya, not Kazuyi. My goodness, man. No. I knew I was saying it wrong.
I've been going with Kazuya, just to remind myself in case I ever do get a bit tongue twisted. It's an interesting one, KZY.
Yeah.
Kazuya. That's one of those ones that like people only know that that's how it's pronounced if like you've been able to tell enough people, so it kind of spreads, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm sure he's been called like Kizzy or KZY most of his career.
Yeah.
But we know
Yeah,
because we've got the inside intel. Our production team, they know these things.
Lapex, I mean, he's been relentless with the aggression with that AWP, hasn't he, towards top mid and second. That's really the first time I've seen him go for that apartments pick, and he narrowly misses it. Should have really been a free kill for him. Off the back of it, though, I mean, look at EPIC-DUDES again. They've literally left the bomb just outside of T-spawn, so this default, they're not committing to anything right now. Even if they find a kill over towards B, I can't imagine they funnel through.
Yeah, they're just playing. They're keeping their options available right now. Our Epic Dudes. That feels like Lapis wants to try and get some information, but he can't hit the shot on the player wide swinging. Kazuya will open up. Shouldn't be able to get out alive, but he jumps around the corner. Oh, he decides to go back for the fight, hoping that Rapala wasn't expecting that. But Rapala getting that trade actually kind of negates all that hard work Kazuya does.
Yeah, that's not really what you want to see. A solo aggression here as well towards short. I mean, Rapala gets the timing. That was risky. That was very risky. If he falls there, then it becomes a 4-on-3, and the base site becomes vulnerable. Kirby with a big kill, but he's been dinked, and there we go. There's the trade. Very nice from Rapala. Stays alive for even longer. Deals even further damage with it. 2v2 retake, but look at Nino. 2 points of health. They just need to play this together and prime taps. He's waiting for his teammate. There's the first.
Oh, big kill coming through from Prime Taps. It's just Nino left remaining. He's only got 2 points of health here to work with as well. He knows that he's going to be converged from multiple different angles. So scared of the graveyard push. So concerned of the graveyard push that he's actually just hyper watching it. It means Florenzo's going to get the free frag coming through from the broken wall. And it is another round coming back for SSP. They needed this one because if they lost that round, it was scores level and they had no cash in the bank. And all that hard work at the start of the map has kind of been eviscerated, right? But because they win that round, they stay up 7-5 and they can just try and maintain their position in the driver's seat.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's an important round for them to take. If they end up losing it, then things get a little bit complicated. I actually really like the way that they play that final 2v1 situation as well. It's so easy, even when you're up against an AWP with 2 HP, to just get a little bit complacent. Sort of one gets on the bomb, the other one tries to hold it, and that's how things go wrong. As soon as you just commit to just double pushing him like that, there's really nothing he can do, especially knowing that he's got that AWP and he's low on health.
A new round, a new opportunity here for both of these teams. EPIC-DUDES want to make sure they continue this run that they've had, the momentum. SSP want to try and continue this dominant performance that they've had, or at least try and build on this lead, should I say. Not too dominant as things stand right now. Lapix does get a kill back to keep it an even numbers game. But there's still a lot of time left in this round here for the T-side to work with, and they're going to see the trajectory of that smoke grenade. But Prime Taps doesn't emerge until he knows he feels safe. Now
Yeah,
he's
he's
rushing
definitely
down
not
here.
safe
What
here.
util does he have? None.
Literally nothing. He just has to get the hell out of there, buy some time for the rotate, but they're far away. He needs to get the kills in. There we go, though. Florenzo, big frag, diverts the attention towards CT. Prime Taps is still alive. What on earth is going on? The rotate's still quite far away, but Nino can't push. Wraps around into graveyard. This information has to be relayed. Come on, Rapala. You need to be aware that Nino could be coming up behind you. There we go. Knows that the timing now could mean that he's flanking around, and Rapala will find the headshot. Big round for SSP. Massive from Prime Taps there as well.
Yeah, how did he stay alive for so damn long? Get the kills as well. 16 frags to his name here in the first half so far, and there's still 2 rounds to be played out. He's having a great game here on Inferno. And SSP are just doing themselves a fantastic, service right now by having the second wind. Stringing these 2 rounds together has broken the T-side economy, so this is going to get them at least 9 to take into that second half. I would say that's going to be the bare minimum for a position of comfort here. Like moving into that T-side. I think 9 rounds they'll feel pretty good with. Could still be 10.
Absolutely, yeah. If it's 10, I think they'll be feeling brilliant. 9 is, comfortable. It's a good half, but
yeah,
they're definitely on track for double digits right now. Prime Taps, with that deep smoke spamming away, all 5 members just tucked in towards T-Ram. They're giving up a lot of control here. A lot of potential control, I suppose. Not necessarily that SSP are taking it. Now this smoke starts to fade, though. If they can overwhelm Prime Tabs, which they weren't able to do in the last round, but if they can overwhelm him here, then they might be able to get a plant on this B-bomb site.
Yeah, that's true. I'm actually incredibly circumspect by the way SSP are approaching this right now, leaving just one player over towards Coffins. You do have Lapix rotating back, and he's going to get there just in time. My God. I mean, a big gamble taken up by SSP initially. Does look like Lapix is going to try and assume the angle here with the AWD just in time. He gets in position. Nino trying to bait out the shots there with the jiggle peeking. Isn't able to accomplish that. Now it's on Prime Taps once again, but he is just blinded up to the 9s. Eventually regains his angle, regains his vision, and now he can wreak havoc on the T side.
Oh, they find the kill just after the bomb goes down. So there's that little bit of extra cash. To be honest, EPIC-DUDES aren't looking to win this round. They're really not expecting to. Oh, a lot of damage dealt, though, but only 1 kill. And, yeah, they're not expecting to win the round. Bomb plant was really the goal there, and they have managed to pull that off just narrowly. So it gives them some extra cash to work with. They go into this final round of the half. Instead of all being on sort of $4,700, they're now on the sort of 5,000 mark. Gives them that little bit of extra util potential.
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Like I said, incredibly weird decision for SSP to play the 4-1 splits in the anti-eco without deep banana control or any utility on the B anchor. So I'm really glad that they rotated Lapix did in the timing that they did. Man, I mean, what a momentum-based game this has been, as we spoke about earlier. From what was like 4-1, something like that at one point, or was it even more, right? For SSP, they were up sort of 6-1, then it came back to 6-4. Then SSP got up more as well, so just a back and forth game here.
Yeah, actually went 6-5. It was at one point
6-5,
that clutch came in. That could have been 6-6. So it's been a close one, but SSP have kind of taken the reins again in the closing moments of this first half. If they can find 10 here, to be honest, they'll be laughing all the way to the bank. Minute left on this clock. Bomb's been retrieved. It's going to be an A hit, surely, here from EPIC-DUDES.
Has to be. Look at the defense stacked up towards the top middle right now. This whole round lives and dies with how this fight goes down. Crossfire absolutely in place and committed to. Even using their smokes to extinguish the Molotovs so they can maintain their positions. But there's still a number of pieces of neutral to be thrown in here as well by the T side. And now all hell breaks loose. Left, right, and center. All the fights being taken. Lapix hits another huge shot there. Beautiful second kill coming through from him to finish off the round. And it's going to be a 10-5 halftime scoreline in favor of SSP. What a fantastic little fight back there. Those last 4 consecutive rounds. You can see the half summary in the middle of your screens right now. From 6-2 to 6-5 to 10-5.
You know what's crazy? When you asked me who I thought was sort of playing really, really well on SSP, and I said Dream, at that time, the 2 top fraggers on SSP were Dream and Prime Taps, both on 11 kills, right? Since that point, Prime Tabs has bolstered himself up to 21, and Dream hasn't found a single frag. He's still on 11. That's kind of the impact that Prime Tabs had in those final rounds. And I just can't believe that they've kind of pulled that back as much as they have. They've had a 10-5 half despite being 6-5 at one stage. Just a couple of things in that final round as well. Lapix playing in that underbalk position again. I mean, he's had very little success with playing in that position in previous rounds. I was very surprised that he opted to hold with that sniper again in that position, but it works out really nicely for him. He's got the right support around him as well. It's just a complete shutdown. Now they're on their T side. If they can win this pistol, they'll be in a very comfortable position indeed.
Oh man, they'll be racing to victory at that point if they could win this pistol round. That would really put some serious pressure onto EPIC-DUDES. What is the approach going to be? They've got a smoke in the flash on Lapix, a P250 on play on Florento, and it's numbers towards middle. They're looking for the fights, and they're going to get a fight as well. Picking up 2 kills, and Florento gets a frag. Still a fight in towards the boiler room coming through. Kirby gets 1 more, and it's EPIC-DUDES who have full control.
Well, Lapix left in the 1-on-5. Surely no chance for him. What a ridiculous recovery here from EPIC-DUDES to be losing the rounds like that going into the final stages of the half, recognizing how important the pistol round is. Yeah, when you're 10-5 down, the pistol round is so important to try and kind of get a comeback going. And then to have what should be a flawless round right now, a little bit messy at the end, but there they go. Yeah, flawless round, all 5 players stay alive. That's exactly what you want.
Absolutely. Especially if you haven't taken any damage to your Kevlar, man. Then you just spend the 350 to upgrade to your head armor. Oh, I love that. Look at the aggression. I mean, this is kind of unconventional from Epic Dudes. 4 players towards the top of middle, off the back of a flashbang, swing out, and look for the fights, and the fights were there.
Yeah, Gim
And in the end, the
can kind of
CT's
claim
capitalised.
ownership of the 3 frags there as well, surely. Like, he's found 2, and then he's essentially instigated a team kill in the panic. So, yeah, he can pretend that 3rd one's his.
Yeah, he'll claim them all. A frag's a frag, last I heard.
Well, a force
SSP,
by
they are
here.
going to go for a force, yeah.
Yeah,
Not
no
the
bomb.
eco as we might have anticipated after
Oh, the silent
not
jump,
getting
though,
the
I
bomb
like
plant,
that.
Yeah, not just 1, not just 2, but 3 players in right now. Kirby might get overwhelmed by this. Takes damage, but makes his way back safely.
That's really cool. You don't see that very often. When you jump across, of course, it makes a noise, but if you stand someone up on those barrels, you can basically just use it as a platform, walk across them, and make no noise there. So anyone in Boiler's not necessarily going to anticipate that. That's a very cool play.
Nice to bring it out in this type of round as well. You're not going to do something like that in a gun round with AKs, right? Like, that's when you're going to get cheeky. You need to get innovative. You know, pull out a bit of a pocket rocket strat type of thing. Anyway, it's going to be a burst towards top middle right now coming through. We did see SSP defend a fantastic day on their CT side, and Epic Dudes are doing exactly the same here as well. They get all 5 kills and only lose 1 player in the process.
Both teams, so far, I know it's very early days in the second half, seem to be struggling a little bit with taking A control. It's kind of been a recurring theme throughout this whole map, isn't it? Just A control's been completely on lockdown. Both teams now have been playing this double CT setup on short. Just nothing seems to be stopping them. Those mollies and about just get extinguished, and it becomes very, very hard to take control. 10-7, the scoreline really closing up. Should be 10-8 as well, as it's just an eco. Look at that, to get things going.
And they're not stopping there either. Nino's had a pretty tough time of it, so he says, I need to farm some stats here. Need to increase my confidence, boys. I'm going to go for some, I like to call them ego frags, Josh. Because, you know, teach your ego,
frags?
make you feel better about your game.
Yeah.
So, I think it's always a good option, you know, run into the pistols. Why wouldn't you? What could go wrong running into pistols?
Lots, to be honest, but,
Nah.
no? Okay, alright. I'll take
You're
your word
not
for
playing
it.
games with you right now? Okay, we're good. It caught up with
Easy.
us.
Easy stuff. 8 on the board then. 1 kill found from SSP. I mean, to be honest, it's an eco. Like, that's kind of standard to find 1 frag in that scenario. So both teams will kind of shrug that one off. Either way, though, Kazuya, that 2nd kill was kind of big. Yeah, Gim just perfect slam dunk on the nade.
First gun round of the second half going to be coming through here in the decider. The last half of the day. Day 1. Round 1 of the ANATY Invitational. The second matchup, as I said. And the last half. How does this gun round play out, Josh? AKs across the board for the T side. They haven't won around yet. I have SSP in the second half. I'd love to change that up right here, right now.
For sure, yeah. This one hasn't started off too great. A 3 versus 2.
No, I believe
the HUD.
that's the
Oh no,
previous
sorry.
round.
Yeah, no, the HUD was broken. The HUD was broken. 5 versus 4. I was thinking, where on earth have those kills just come from? But I wasn't going to question it. But yeah, still not a great start here for SSP. A good opportunity for Epic Dudes to take this one and then tie things up. Nino missing a key AWP shot though. A lot of damage onto Rapala, but he re-swings and gets it done. That is clean as you like.
All the kills coming through from the CT side here, doing a great job in this gun round. SSP not showing too much inspiration in this gun round, I must say. Kind of just poking and prodding, looking for fights, and then losing the gunfights. Kirby, well, decides to take a lot of damage in the molly there before he eventually gets himself out of position, but it doesn't matter. They win the round keeping 5 players alive. Look at the money here for the CT side. They're absolutely balling. SSP, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way. I mean, look at this. Tech 9s again for SSP. This is to try and maintain this lead. This was a 10-5 half. It looks like we're about to go 10-10. In the pre-game, I basically said, I either see Epic Dudes carrying their momentum across, or we have a really close game. I wasn't going to say it because I don't want to jinx it, but overtime is always on the cards in a map like this. And right now, it looks like we're about to tie things up at double digits each.
Yeah, we should be. 5 consecutive rounds coming through from Epic Dudes on their CT side will put them in a really strong position. I think that SSP would start to feel the heat at that point. You know, moving into that next gun round, they'll start to feel how important it is, and the fact that they I wouldn't say like absolutely can't afford to lose it, like life and death type of thing, but it's going to put them in a really rough position. Like things would have turned around very quickly if they do lose that next gun round. Anyway, let's see, can Epic Dudes level it up here? I mean, it is a 4 versus 4 right now. Minute left on the clock. Only one player on the B-bomb side. Things as it stands right now. Rotations are coming through thick and fast, but I don't think that they're going to be able to beat these T players into the site, which means our boy Gim is going to have to get a big job done here from New Box. Support is coming through, at least a kill from that AWP of Nino. And in fact, because there's no smoke in CT, Sissi State Punks are completely exposed as they cross into the bomb site. 10 all scores are level in the decider. We've got the highly competitive game in our hands that we so desperately desired. We will be seeing that full gun round coming through that I was referring to. Now we get to witness exactly this. For me, this is going to be the really important landmark round for how the rest of this half plays out, because if SSP loses gun round, then I start to get really concerned about their prospects here on the map. As you guys see a Skin Baron €5 voucher, get on that code and redeem it right now. But as I said, if SSP loses round, it feels like at that point it's going to be things really starting to get away from them, and the momentum would be completely lost at that point as well. So let's see how this gun round goes down.
It's a very, very important one for both sides, to be honest, but I'd even say more so for SSP. Look at this setup. I mean, this is filthy. This is absolutely filthy. No way you expect this. Gim up on top of the head of Sync D right now. And it actually looks like SSP might go back towards Banana here as well. So the fact that they've held this boost for this long is kind of crazy. They're teasing it. They're thinking about it.
Oh, yeah, they are. I think they might even want to go for the B-Splitcher because of the control that they've been able to get in towards CT. Rapala's made his way through. Prime Tap's still hanging around, but he's going to be joining him that way as well. They still have time to play with, so they don't have to commit to this B-Split. In fact, they're trying to sell the fake. They want to scare Epic Dudes. And now they could change it up if they wanted.
Yeah, that's really well played. Really unfortunate from Kirby as well. Kazuya in a very strong position, though. Nino really needed to hit that shot. Flash comes over the top, but look how blind he is. Look how much fire is coming in, and he is going to fall in that scenario. But Kazuya comes in from behind and does big damage. 3 versus 3. C4 yet to go down. Kazuya still peeking. And what is going on? Finally, they're going to get onto the site and get their C4 tapped in. But look at this. It's turned around completely. Epic Dudes with the man advantage and the HP advantage with it.
They've got everything that they need to make this retake happen right now. 1 player to come from apartments, 2 to come from lane. They take contact on lane. Then you've got your apartments player who swings out afterwards and he gets the trades. Job should be done at that point. aTTaX has to go nuclear. He does have prime taps to work with as well. 1 versus 2 here for the Beast. Will be able to get the first. It's Gim left remaining. Just trying to dance around the sites and stay alive for as long as he can. Gim is desperately looking for the kill, and with the P250, he'll find the frag and punch in the digits to complete the defuse as well. Epic Dudes continue their flawless run here on the CT side, and my god, bro, Kazuya, he's just smurfing on these guys.
Yeah, he really is. Such a good play from him to wrap around the back lines, come in through Boiler, and just absolutely dominate. He's found himself 2, and then it just really feels like they're not expecting him to reswing. They're thinking, right, he's seen us, he's found 2 kills, there's no way he's just going to reswing without a flash, and he does. Right over the top. I think he might have actually had a flash from his teammate in mid, but either way, ballsy stuff. 3 kills to his name. It's 11 for Epic Dudes, and they kind of just continue this momentum, don't they? They haven't dropped around yet on their CT side. This is their 6th in a row, and they're looking for 7. AWP in play here on Nino too. That's a luxury that SSP just can't afford. Lapex down to the AK.
Bit of a hit coming through towards apartments. Prime Tap's on point, but he has been traded out. So nice little second wave coming through there from Kazuya to make sure that it's not too much of an advantage from SSP. And even though the numbers are neutral, you still love those 1-for-1 trades at the T side just to whittle down the defense and create gaps, pull rotations, and then play the situation. However, Epic Dudes have got a decent amount of information in Banana right now. Good control taken up by Gim means they're able to rotate these players back across towards the A site. Rapala resides in the smoke.
Oh, it's a dangerous game, but he can't find anything off of it. That was such a good opportunity for him to find a big pick there and kind of open up the door for the A site, and he's just not been able to capitalize upon it. Kazuya once again pushing in, so much damage, no kill though, brings it into a 3-on-3, but a single HE grenade could shut this down. Unfortunately, there isn't one available, but Sissi the next best thing. He has seen one run past him, and there you go. 3 pickings, should be a third here. Rapala will get taken out, and EPIC-DUDES make it 12.
Oh man, at least the one reprieve here for SSP is the fact that they get the bomb plant coupled with the round loss bonus. They will be able to afford another buy, but the rounds are just getting away from them. That's 7 consecutive rounds that have now been won by EPIC-DUDES here on their CT side. And the problem is, and maybe this isn't so much as a problem, but I guess the rough part is that there's been a lot of close rounds for SSP as well. They've been getting into some decent positions where you'd expect them to maybe be converting the rounds, but they haven't been able to. These post-plant positions being lost out time and time again is costing them. And remember, they're just 4 rounds away from being eliminated from the ANATY Invitational altogether.
Yeah, this is looking pretty dire, to be honest. SSP really need to bite back now, even though 12-10 doesn't seem like it's too far gone at all. You can just see that they're just struggling to get anything done on the T side. They're just being absolutely demolished. Lorenzo looking for an entry there, but he's completely isolated from his teammates. They're stuck behind a molly. He's going for a solo peek, and he gets taken out. Hardly any damage. What, 18 damage onto Gim, and he's still just absolutely rolling them.
This is rough right now because the past few rounds have been pretty close for SSP, so that would still give them some sort of hope and belief here. Look at the aggressive setup coming through from the CT side as well. Very forward position being held by Dim right now, and he will be traded out, but there's a smoke in play. So that's buying time. SyncD wants to play close to the smoke as well. He's changed his position up from CT, getting in towards New Box. Those footsteps should be heard, and you can see they're now fixating their attention towards the back of the site. Flash comes through, but Dream won't be affected by it, but still, SyncD gets the kill. And now it's only that step remaining. 1v4 completely blinded up. He's going to suffer the same fate as well. My god, he spent so much time blind. SyncD's even going to finish off the round with a knife kill. 13-10. And that's been one of the more one-sided rounds we've seen so far. No plant means SSP. They're in the dumpster here, economically speaking.
That's pure BM. SyncD didn't even need that knife kill, but that's just kind of rubbing salt in the wound, isn't it? You can see that they're feeling it right now. 8 rounds in a row. Gim is confident as ever. You can see him right there, just continuing to face, playing an aggressive angle on Banana, finds 1 kill. It's so often you see kind of 1 kill, they fall away. Very rarely will they dip in for 2, but to stick around for a 3rd as well, he's feeling confident. He's not missing anything. And EPIC-DUDES on to 13. They're looking for a 14th here as well, just up against these Tech 9s. The versatility of Nino's AWP's been fantastic. Been playing over towards B, been picking mid. Now he's in the apartments. He's right on the angle for the first.
Yeah, falls back immediately afterwards as well. It does look like these team players are going to try and follow up where he just retreated from, but little do they know, there's a second player on the balcony. It's Kirby in position with the AK-47. Kazuya's picked up his 29th frag in 24 rounds, and I don't think he's going to be clocking out just yet either. Now, add another one, why don't you? What do SSP even do from here? The initial plan has been thwarted. 14-10, the imminent scoreline. EPIC-DUDES with an epic fight back. They were down 10-5 on the half, Josh.
Wow. I mean, this is kind of unbelievable, to be honest. If EPIC-DUDES can have a flawless round here as well, then it's just fantastic. I mean, Nuno's on 14k. Doesn't really need it, does he? But actually got dinked at the start of this round. They didn't commit to the Apps waterfall after getting that information. I think they kind of anticipated a second man there with a rifle to support. Last thing you want is your AWP going for a pick in Apps, gets taken down by a pistol rush, and then your opponents have got an AWP. Right here, though, Rapala and Dream think they might have a shot at wrapping round to B. We can see that that's not very likely, and there you go. Shut down by Gim. Should be good for the second. A little bit messy, but there it is. 14-10. EPIC-DUDES don't drop a single man here in the 25th.
Such a rough angle to swing into an A1S2 at that range as well if you've only got pistols. He's going to just destroy you. Nice kill there from Nino to open it up. He's had a pretty tough time of it, Charon Inferno. While he has at least been, versatile and having that presence across the map, I just think he's been lacking the impact with the frags themselves. 14-10, do or die for SSP. They've lost 9 consecutive rounds now on the CT side, man.
Yeah, I mean, Nino, you're right. Only 8 kills to his name. He's not having a huge impact, is he? But He has been keeping the opponents busy. He's been kind of keeping them on
Yes.
their toes. Oh, a lot of damage taken from Sissi there. I'm not sure what's just happened. I think he's just been... No, he hasn't been spammed through the wall. Is that just nade damage? I'm not sure how he's now on 4 HP, but either way, he's still there. He's still sticking around, applying pressure. Him and Gim cut their losses. They're going to fall away, I think. No, Gim's going
unfortunate
to stick
'cause they-
around. This guy's
Oh,
crazy.
wow. Wait, they've got Kazuya there as well. Okay, and Gim's going to just lose his life, but I'm not sure how I feel about that, to be honest. It's not like there was a huge amount of pressure coming on A or something to sort of prompt that type of response.
Yeah, it feels like just a little bit of overconfidence, doesn't it? He's been doing well on Banana. You could sort of say he's been in charge of that portion of the map throughout this half so far. So he sort of says, yeah, flash me out. I'm going to go for a peek. I'm going to kill them all. He's made a lot of hero plays. Yeah, he's kind of gone for one too many there. There was really no need for that. They've got the information, though. And they should be rotating another man over soon if
Oh, big
SSP
kill.
kind of make their presence known.
That's a fresh smoke towards the top of Banana, by the way. They're going to have to push straight through. The flash is really good. Sync D on the boost, though. We'll get two kills as the players emerge. And that is a huge couple frags to come through. At least the trade through the smoke is found by Florento. Does look like the IGL of EPIC-DUDES wants to make a play through the smoke. The flash is really good. Little does he know the bomb plant is actually going to be completed. 2 versus 3 retake now for EPIC-DUDES.
It's definitely right there for Kazuya to just not push through. It's a 3 versus 2, and he's got reinforcements coming in from Banana, so there's no need to jump the gun. Nino, oh, he misses a key shot. That could cost him the round. Had he have found that, it would have been easy pickings, but now a 2 versus 2. They know where both players are, but yeah, it's a bit of a crossfire. Kazuya does find the first, but Dream's able to trade it, and that's all on the fact that Nino's missed that shot. That's so unfortunate. That's such a free kill.
Yeah, misses 2 shots there, and then Dream just completely punishes them because he finds all 3 kills in that 2 versus 3 post-plant situation after he's able to make his way back towards Coffin. So props to Dream for making that situation work. I thought the job was done and dusted once Synced found the double kill there from the top of the boost, but no. Wow, that shot there from Dream was really nice. And look how he just holds this open off angle, standing in the middle of nowhere, saying, come, let's have that fight, man. I'm ready for you. And he's bang on.
Nino again,
He's
with
missing
shot.
shots here, man. A lot of them.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. This feels problematic at this point. He's missed a couple of really, really key shots.
Elementary as well, like shots you expect him to hit based on what we've seen so far in the series.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Not hard shots at all. Around though, looking to try and redeem himself. Good damage though, either way. I mean, the util damage here towards Banana's been fantastic. Lapex is low. Prime Taps is already low as well.
Oh, look at Kazuya.
Kazuya,
Crazy.
oh, he's just perfect. Surely not the knife kill.
I thought he was
surely
going to
not.
try peeking towards second middle. This is actually... wait. Oh, Rapala. Okay, eventually he can't get the knife kill because he knows that he might not be able to get him directly in the back. 3 versus 3 is the name of the game right now, though. And these are just insane scenes we're witnessing right now, Josh.
Yeah, that felt like a dangerous game there. Almost needlessly from Kazuya. But either way, Kazuya will find himself another. He's still just playing out of his mind right now. 33 kills to him. Another man advantage here for EPIC-DUDES. This time, though, they've still got control of the bomb site. It's Sync D. Tucked behind the fountain. He's been fantastic, but here he's going to get one tapped. Dream takes him out the server. And a 2-on-2 retake. Very doable. But SSP have definitely got the advantage here.
Yeah, they do. And it's both Dream and Florento left remaining. Once again, I'm pretty sure those were the 2 players that won it out on the previous occasion. Even though Dream got all 3 kills, he was playing very nicely off of Florento towards New Box. How do Kazuya and Kirby go about business? Who takes contact is the question. It's looking like Kirby's trying to delay his presence as long as he can, and that catches Dream off guard. Really nice delayed push there, but Florento goes unaccounted for, and now he just wants to play time, although Kirby's dropped a smoke on the bomb, wants to try and bait the player out to peek, but Florento's still going to be able to connect on the shots, and that means Sissi State Punks live to fight another day.
Wow, I almost wonder, had Kirby had just stuck that defuse, maybe he would have had it, but... yeah, so many things you can do with that kind of scenario. 14-2. Oh, if SSP pull this back, if they win this next round, there'll be no money left on the CT side. They could make this happen. And it feels like there's been a couple of really unbelievably close scenarios that EPIC-DUDES should have won, that they've let slip away.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you could kind of say the same for both of these teams in the series so far. There certainly has been some messy Counter-Strike on display. Lots of great entertainment as well. can come with the trench warfare that we have sometimes in CS, and it's just going to be some more of it here into the B bomb side, Josh. So
the entry goes the way of Jim. Synced all the swing, lots of damage dealt is traded. Still on the man advantage here for the CT side, but Gim needs to stay alive. The boost over the top swings out off the contact. He's clearing second oranges, and Gim, he's not home. Swinging out with the flash again, and oh my goodness. Just the coordination on these guys. Sometimes it's a little bit off, and it costs them, but at others, it's perfect. The flashes, the peaks with them. So coordinated, and Gim just keeping him busy there, spamming away with the pistol, waiting for Nino to take that shot, and there it is, 15-12. Epic Dudes 3 map and series points to bag themselves a spot in the semi-finals as the underdogs as well.
Yeah, nice round coming through there from both Gim and Sync D over on the B bomb side. They've been tested a few times, and now they repel Sissi State Punks, and they get themselves to map and series point. Really nice fight there from Gim, swinging out from Newbox once Prime Taps are taking attention towards second oranges. So just good decision making with the fights that they take. And Sissi State Punks will look at the buy up here. It doesn't look great, does it?
No, it doesn't. To be honest, they've done quite well with kind of half buys like this previously, and Prime Taps, he's showing why he was put on that AK-47. Only finds the one kill though. Lots of damage onto Kirby, but no frag. We're back into the 4-on-4. Big flash, big push though, and yeah, keeping these advantages. The CT's looking strong.
Kirby making a huge individual play in this round, going to get into a 2 versus 4. Nino's got the cross with the AWP as well. Fresh motor smoke will come through to at least allow these players to cross. Means Kirby's been isolated on the sites and taken down. Also a big flank coming through from Florenzo, which means Green needs to stay alive for as long as he possibly can, but that is not long at all. And now Florenzo's flank is going to start to be considered, I'm sure. Yeah, they're watching it from top of cold zero box. Nino's got a scope trained in that direction. Although, Florenzo's got the bomb on his back, so he could hypothetically make his way towards the B-bomb side. That's exactly what he's going to do, and he's not wasting any time either.
Bit of a weird one, to be honest. They're both stacked up on A, so convinced. I mean, it's right to be sort of playing this retake together, not splitting up 1-on-1, but yeah, this is very winnable for Florenzo. The only issue is he hasn't been able to pick up a gun. There are 3 C3 rifles around the map, and he's not got any of them. He's just going to tuck himself in this corner and hope to get it done with the Tech 9.
Oh, man. If Epic Dudes have proper spacing and clear their corners, this should be completely unwinnable for Florenzo. It's going to be Nino up points on first. He does so much damage. That gives all the information to Gim. Only 8 points of health left remaining, and he does the job. That's exactly what I'm talking about when I say have the correct spacing, so you can't just line you both up and immediately get both those kills. Gim will finish off the map with 25. Kazuya somewhere with 30 plus, I think around 34 kills or so. And it is going to be a 2-1 victory for Epic Dudes, and they progress through to that semi-final against NLG tomorrow.
Well, fantastic stuff. It sounds like we're going to be doing an interview as well. I kind of completely forgot. That's something that we do. But yeah, we'll be dragging someone over from Epic Dudes for an interview, and I'm actually looking forward to speaking to them, to be honest, because that was a very interesting series. I'm kind of interested predominantly to see how they were feeling coming into it, because we're not massively familiar with these two sides. We knew that Sissi State Punks on paper were like kind of supposed to be the better team, but yeah, I mean, that was a fantastic performance. Inferno went really well for them. Their CT side was pretty unstoppable. Yeah, I feel like they actually could have probably won that 16-10 if there weren't a couple of little fluff ups in the middle there, but yeah, their CT side was fantastic, especially those two guys on B. Sync D and Gim were fantastic on that B site, and then I've lost his name again. Who's the guy whose name I kept saying wrong? Kazuya, that's the one. That's the one. He was amazing, absolutely amazing on Inferno.
He absolutely was the MVP of the entire series. I think he dropped 25 plus kills on every single map. Even on Nuke, he had big numbers where they won 16-4 or 16-5 or whatever that was. So not many rounds played, but he still had the same amount of impact. He really did have an insane series as the IGL, taking a lot of responsibility, but doing a great job with it as well. I mean, he's incredibly experienced. So, you know, you would kind of expect him to, you know, be performing super well at this level. So it's good to see him putting up those numbers. And now they've got themselves a spot in the semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And they'll be playing up against No Limit Gaming as well, which obviously it's the second seed. It's going to be a difficult game. Yeah, let's be honest. It's going to be a hard game, but a winnable one. We'll just have to see how they turn up tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we see those positive passages out of Epic Dudes that we saw, in the glimpses today, if we see that more consistently against NLG, I definitely back them to stand a chance in that game. I definitely think that they can take it the distance and make it interesting. I just feel like all 5 players need to be pitching up. Nino will have to be there the whole time. I think Kirby was super reliable today to make really smart and calculated plays, particularly on the CT side, to get information and to rescue rounds for the team. And then Kazuya, obviously, we've gone about at length already. So for me, all 5 players are going to have to pitch up in a big way tomorrow for Epic Dudes if they're going to stand a chance in that semi-final.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Kirby was a bit of a smoke criminal, wasn't he? Playing over towards the apartments and be short, kind of utilizing those smokes really, really well, and finding a lot of kills and information off of it. You're bang on there. Hopefully, I don't know who we're interviewing yet. Hopefully, it's Kazuya. I assume it's
hope so as
Kazuya.
well.
He did the veto, so I presume so. But we'll see.
Yeah, he was quite cloak and dagger in the veto interview. Just didn't want to reveal too much there. Playing his cards close to his chest, be a good poker player.
I mean, we didn't
reveal
really
much
ask
emotion.
him, did we? He's
True.
not going to go into the veto and say, "This is our game plan." But,
why not, Josh? Why won't he reveal?
Maybe that
listen,
shows like super confidence, doesn't it? So we're going to tell you exactly what we're going to do, and we're still going to win.
I mean, they did trade each other's map picks, didn't they? So
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't exactly go according to plan on Overpass, which was picked by Epic Dudes, and they got off to a good start there on the map, if I remember correctly. But then SSP were able to fight back and actually make an interesting game of it, and then actually on their T side were able to finish off that series. I can't remember what the halftime score was. Was it? I feel like it was 9-6 in favor, or
in which map? Sorry.
On Overpass, the first map of the series picked by Epic Dudes. It finished 16-13 for SSP, but I can't remember what the first half was. I know that SSP started on the CT
I think
side.
it was 9-6. I think it was 9-6.
It's been a long day, Josh.
Yeah,
it
has been a long day.
We've spoken a lot of words today, mate.
Yeah, it feels like that alternate attacks game was so long ago. I don't know why. It just feels like that was like yesterday, yeah. It's because it's dark outside now, man. But yeah, here's how the bracket's shaping up. Of course, alternate attacks absolutely demolishing RIZON earlier. RIZON were only able to take 6 rounds collectively across that series.
Oof.
And then Sissi State Punks and Epic Dudes, they really fought it out, battled tooth and nail. And Sissi State Punks just kind of lost it after Overpass a little bit, didn't they? They really showed some fantastic form on their CT side of Inferno, but really, really struggled on the contrary. I think Epic Dudes are just a CT-sided team. Yeah, absolutely. Like, they were fantastic on their CT side of Nuke. They were fantastic on their CT side of Inferno. And yeah, maybe if they can carry that across tomorrow against No Limit Gaming, then they could bag themselves a spot in the grand final and a share of that prize money.
Yeah, I think it should be a certainly entertaining game. And listen, we're going to be able to actually chat to one of the winners from Epic Dudes. So let's get into the interview. And it is drumroll Kazuya who is going to join us. Thank you so much for coming back once again to have a quick chat with us. Congratulations on the win and making it through to the next stage of the competition. Just talking about the game, Overpass was the map that you guys picked. Got off to a pretty good start, but you couldn't finish it off on the CT side. What were your thoughts on Overpass, Kazuya?
I don't know, like they are not really playing the map that often, and we are feeling really comfortable on it, but it didn't really work out. Like on T side, we struggled a lot getting the rounds closed, even though we knew where they were, or like they were always like passive, only a couple angles left on the sides, and we kind of knew it, but we couldn't trade them. On CT side, we had kind of comeback, but I think we lost twice against the Tech 9 execute on B side. And yeah, that was kind of the nail in the coffin.
Josh?
Yeah, it's kind of one of those, isn't it? A B site on Overpass can sometimes be hard when they're just bombing flashes and smokes and Tech 9's running at you. What happened on Nuke? Sort of going into Nuke, you guys had a 13-2 half. It looked like you guys were smurfing on them. How was the sort of team morale in that map? And were you surprised that you took that one so convincingly?
Like afterwards, I would say it was not surprising, but before the game, I wouldn't say that our CT side would be that good. But yeah, always when the round was close, I think we had a really good clutch from Zinc-D in 1v3, clutch from Kirby 1v2, always in crucial rounds. And so we never got economy broken, and CT side was always flowing. And the enemy offered me some good timing, so I could sneak from behind. And they basically couldn't do anything on the T side just because we won all the clutches.
I mean, you were mentioning all your teammates with their big clutches. You won a 5v2, which included that 1v3 over on the B-bomb site as well. In that post-plant situation was a really nice play there. I mean, you had a great game across the board, Kazuya. So let's actually just talk about your individual form. You've been playing Counter-Strike. How long have you played professional Counter-Strike for? Just to answer that one first.
Playing like 15 years already, so pretty
15
long, I would
years,
say.
and here you are, just you're performing at a really high level right now here with the EPIC-DUDES roster. So how are you feeling in your career right now as things stand, man?
It was a really good game for me, of course. Like normally, I never get offered so many rounds and timings where the enemy is like running next to me, revealing where everyone is, and I have like the
Okay.
upper hand, even though I'm in a clutch. So like as, for example, the 1v3 or 1v4, I don't know what it was on T-side or Nuke. Yeah, I don't really know. Like I had a massive headache today, so
Okay.
maybe my head was not really working. Normally, I'm like more thinking about the strats, how we approach the next round, how they are setting up. And today, like my brain wasn't really working. I always confused names in TeamSpeak, and I don't know, couldn't really think. I forgot always my part. Like when we started with our default at Inferno, for example, I always forgot what I had to throw in the beginning of the round. Was like excusing or like saying that I'm sorry for my teammate all the time in Banana because I fucked up the grenade every round. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like my aiming was on point. The enemy offered me some good rounds, so I just got the kills. I don't know.
Oh man, that's all that matters. Josh, anything else for the lad?
To be honest, I think that's all from me. Have you got anything else, Hayes?
Well, just what's your thoughts on your semi-final tomorrow against No Limit Gaming? What do you think of that matchup?
Will be much harder, of course. Like even though Sissi Staypunks is not bad, they lost 16-0 against No Limit Gaming. I think in the last game, at least one map. So they are much better. They also got through the major qualification, at least to the last, I don't know, one of the end games, and they lost there. So they are pretty good. And of course, they have individually good players. They are playing full time, so it's pretty hard for us. But like if we get momentum, if we feel the hype, and we win the clutches like today, then we have a chance, of course.
Okay, well, yeah, we certainly look forward to that game. Thank you so much for joining us for a conversation, and giving us some insights into your game and your team as well. And best of luck for tomorrow, mate.
Thanks, boys. See you tomorrow.
Cool. Cheers, Kazuya. Josh, I mean, always awesome to get to pick the players' brains and hear, the inner workings of the teams.
Yeah, and it was cool. Kazuya gave us some cool insight there as well, obviously. Just about sort of, I love, a little bit of inside knowledge of how things are going and what's going on in the TeamSpeak and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, it's been a long day. It's been a long day. I think we wrap it up here, Hayes. Thank you, everybody, so much for joining us. We've had 2 fantastic series. We've got more action tomorrow. There's 3 best of 3s to be played. Of course, the 2 semi-final matchups, and then the finals. It'll be aTTaX versus Big Army. And then No Limit Gaming, of course, against EPIC-DUDES, the guys that you just saw win. So thank you, everybody, once again. I've been M&J, he's been Hayes, and we will see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye, everybody.